Alrighty. Testing. Are we live? Wait for it. Wait for it. Hold on. There it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure subscribe. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit that thumbs up button. We appreciate you, but I hope you're ready for another 7 hours here. Market open to market close. Hopefully it's a little bit more exciting than yesterday. We already got some things to respond to. I think you will be getting some Fed talks, but right off the bat, OPEC, they are talking, or people are bringing up this idea of increasing output by 200,000 barrels. Then you just had Microsoft. I'm telling you, like a couple minutes ago, Microsoft, they just came in, changed their guidance, revenue, EPS, all of that. And yeah, it did crash the party a little bit. So you got that. You got oil. We're going to get a little bit of economic data. And then everybody is setting up for the non-farms tomorrow. And then CPI next week, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, it's already an interesting start, but we have excitement. We have excitement. So good morning. How you living, Chad? How are you feeling today? Y'all feeling good? Good morning. What's up, Z-Trade? What's up, New Dad? What's up, Matthew Orman? Travis Heller, JM, Morfati Chad. Good morning, baby. What's up, Mr. Figueroa? Oh, Uncle Murph in the house. Amen. 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 Oh, what's up, Matthew? Matthew showing love. First time, Matthew. God bless you. God bless you. Forever RKT. Good morning, RKT. Oh, what's up, Liam? Good morning. Tell him. Good morning, Twitch. Illuminati. Good morning, YouTube. Good morning, Chatadonia. Oh, don't get me... I can sing the Chatadonia theme song. You know what I'm saying? What's up, J.E.? Oh, it's forever FKT. I read it as Arkite. I was like, okay. What's up, Buck Nasty? How you living, bro? Good to see you. Good to see you again. Mr. Young Calf. Good morning. Amin, Isaiah Kabibi. Frosted Dolphin. Oh, that sounds like a candy. You know, like Swedish fish and frosted dolphins. I like that in the morning. I'm down with it, baby. I'm down with it. Let's run it. Oh, it feels good. A good day to have a good day. You know that? Oh, yeah, there is a theme song. Oh, man. So get ready. Today, it's going to be an interesting one. Like we said, we are already reacting to OPEC, but we don't have the meeting started yet, and you don't have a time. So that's one of the things to keep in mind, okay? So watch out for that. We're going to see how it plays out. The Microsoft stuff here, the Facebook news yesterday, that's probably going to react. And then oil is already dropped, but it is not down a lot. So we're going to see what happens. So, Chad, I hope you're locked and loaded. Hope you have a good day today. Let's have some positivity. Again, there is a beef shortage, so unfortunately we can't have any of that. But just stay blessed, okay? Are you guys ready? Are we going to have fun? Is it good to have a Thursday? Yeah, you woke up and drive. Amen. Amen. Yeah, there's jobs openings, I think, but I don't know if we're going to get like a full jobs report. So tomorrow's jobs report will be the key one. But we will find out. Good morning, brother. It's Friday, Junior. Amen. Amen. OPEC, they are mulling a bigger oil supply boost. Delegates are discussing an increase to 600,000 barrels a day for July and August rather than the scheduled 432,000. As they meet today, they review the market. Earlier, the Financial Times said Saudi Arabia may be ready to crank up its taps if Russian output drops substantially because of sanctions. Crude paired losses after sliding more than 3% following the Financial Times report. Futures climb with European stocks boosted by optimism about oil companies. Trading volumes were lighter than usual with the UK shut for holidays. Dollar weakened against all G10 peers. Treasuries were steady and gold advanced. Oh, look at you, Twitch. I see you, baby. Oh, they woke up ready to play. Good morning. We better have some fun today. That's it. Y'all better. I don't know. I'm feeling like I feel like we should laugh. I feel like it's gonna be fun. I don't know. Oh yeah, they got a lot of earnings. Chewy, we're gonna find out. There were surprisingly a couple earnings they held though. I have a list here, so we'll get through this, and I think we'll make it. I think we'll make it today. We always gonna make it, baby. Amen. Amen. Trading volumes were lighter for the UK. Dollar weakened against all G10 peers. Treasuries were steady and gold advanced. Amazon will be shutting down its Kindle e-book business in China next year. Ford plans major announcement at 9 a.m. I think they came out with it. It was related to Michigan and them doing an investment in a plant and jobs or something like that. Tiger Global, their losses for the year reached 51% amid turbulent markets. The main hedge fund plummeted 14% in May. Gemini Trust, the crypto run by Winklevoss twins, is cutting staff by 10% in its first ever job cut since starting in 2014. CrowdStrike may post sales and margin growth after hours. Toshiba revealed buyout bids, including 8 offers for privatization. The EU push for the 6th sanction package against Russia still being delayed by Hungarian demands, which include being able to sell refined Russian oil. Ambassadors may meet again today to try to pass restrictions. NATO chief Jens Stoltenberg will talk with Biden later and may convene in a meeting with Sweden, Finland, and Turkey in the coming days. Companies added fewer jobs than expected in May, suggesting they're struggling to recruit workers despite a near record level of job openings. ADP reported showed payrolls increasing 128,000 last month compared with a revised 212 in April and short of the 300,000 estimate. Initial jobless claims fell to 200,000 last week from a revised 211. Consensus was for no change. April factory orders may also see a slowdown. Grim prospects. If today's soaring inflation isn't bad enough, the longer-term dark side is that in the coming downturn, there's always a coming downturn, the government response will be more free money, warned Jeffrey Gundlach. The DoubleLine CEO blamed previous excessive stimulus for causing the recent spike in prices. Interesting. They're even the solution is bad. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. Pfizer asked FDA to clear COVID for emergency use in children under the age of 5. 3 more IG issuers are looking to tap the markets today. 15 borrowers for $27 billion in high-yield credit. The number of companies that have delayed or canceled financing plans has doubled to 200 in 2 months as global volatility rattled markets and investors. Ditched financing deals, including IPOs, bonds, loans, and acquisitions, amount to more than $170 billion, with more than 120 scrapped in the equity markets. Coming weeks might still see more postponements as 2 bonds from Europe were delayed on the first day of June. Oh, man. Oh, man. God bless you, Charlie. Battleborn, Illuminati, I see y'all. Even Frosted Dolphin. God bless you. Twitch came. Y'all woke up excited today? Amen. YouTube, y'all excited too, YouTube. Come on, let me see a like on the video. Can we get a oh yeah. Okay, I don't know. Let's say, can I get another good morning? Can we get one more good morning out there? Yeah, I'm here. I know you just woke up. It's fine. Let me get a good morning. Let's just scream or something, bro. It's okay. Let it out. I want to scream and shout in long term. There you go. Hey, man, you see that? Look at that. There you go. Oh, there, you get the fingers moving. Yeah, there you go. Good morning. Hey, man. So 10 a.m., we got U.S. April factory orders and durable goods. 11 a.m. U.S. Crude oil inventory report. 11:30, 35 billion 4-week and 8-week bills. 12 p.m. Fed Logan. 1 p.m. Fed Mester. Earnings include CrowdStrike and Lululemon. I thought Lululemon already reported. No shit. I guess so. We got Lulu. I will add that to my list. The U.S. will forgive $5.8 billion in outstanding debt for students of defunct Corinthian colleges who the government says were deceived and defrauded. Kamala Harris will make the announcement today, fully discharging the loans of 560,000 borrowers, the largest single such in the Education Department's history. What are the defunct Corinthian colleges? That's crazy. Another mass shooting, this time at Tulsa Medical Building, left 4 people dead. The AP reported the House Judiciary Committee will hold a hearing today on raising the age limit to buy semi-automatic rifles to 21 from 18. The Republicans are nearly in lockstep in opposition. New York Mayor Adams is expected to appoint a gun violence czar, the New York Times has reported. Ukraine more than doubled its benchmark rate, the first such move in months, as it tries to stem inflation. Policymakers raised borrowing costs to 25% from 10%. The highest since 2015. Hungary raised key rate by 30 basis points to 6.75, highest effective rate in the EU after the currency fell to an all-time low. Uganda hiked for the first time since 2018. The ECB must pair stimulus as inflation is too strong and broad. Francois Villeroy de Galou said, adding next week's Fed meeting will be decisive. Spanish jobless claims dropped below 3 million for the first time in more than 13 years. Local PBOC branches have called for meetings with banks since last week to assess why loan developers have slowed. People familiar said builders and regulators are counting on banks to provide a lifeline of cash flows from bank loans, but bank loans have plunged more than 30% in recent months. Traders are rushing to price in a higher peak to the rate cycle in emerging Asian markets. China may be set for a run of sub 5% GDP growth, but investors who adhere to the Communist Party priorities, such as green energy and infrastructure, should prosper, observers say. Europe is pulling in huge commodities of jet fuel ahead of a busy summer. It sucked in more than 13 million barrels of jet-type fuel in May, the most since October 2020. OPEC is unlikely to break up, RBC said, sees Saudi Arabia seeking a compromising deal that will add more barrels while keeping group unity and Russia's leadership role intact. Gold extended gains and other precious metals also climbed. LME metals trading was shut down for the UK holiday. And energy, European natural gas fell as trading worries about a substantial cut in Russian supplies eased, and more than 25 cargoes headed for the region so far this month. Gasoline futures declined. Wheat rose. Lady M is weighing a new funding round that could value the New York-based bakery chain at $600 million. People familiar said the company is known for signature Millie crepe cakes. Oh, I saw that place, actually. I'm trying to hit that place up, bro. I'm down with it. Lulu investors, they will have an eye on demand when it reports post-market. The company is embarking on a new 5-year plan that seeks to double sales by targeting clothes for men and expanding internationally. UBS expects results to be in line. More earnings. GameStop reported a wider than expected loss, but sales beat. Analysts said a cash burn is a worry. HPE slid pre-market after cutting profit forecasts. Chewy jumped as adjusted EBITDA and net sales beat. Jefferies called the results impressive. Hormel Foods narrowed its full-year EPS forecast. Snap and Pinterest dropped as Piper Sandler downgraded the stocks, citing slowing digital advertising and industry headwinds. Apple supplier BYD plans to begin production of tablets in North Vietnam as early as this month. Apple supplier BYD. Disney cut to $135 from $160 at Truist. 4 days of celebration honoring Queen Elizabeth II. Her Platinum Jubilee gets underway in the UK today. She presides over an economy that's barely recognizable from the one she greeted 70 years ago when butter and bacon were rationed and money was counted in shillings. I don't know what this UK holiday is, but happy, is that Jubilee, Platinum Jubilee? That sound dope. That sound like a Rolex, to be honest with you. As the world climbs out of the pandemic, economists warn of troubling data point. Failing to restore jobs for women who've been less likely than men to return to the workforce may shave trillions of dollars off the global economic workforce. Big Take is looking at the forecast, particularly bleak in developing countries such as India. No more talking Turkey. Foreign Minister Mevlut Cavusoglu sent a letter to the UN formally requesting that his country be referred to as Turkey, pronounced Turkiye. Turkey. The AP reported the move is seen as a part of a push by Ankara to rebrand and disassociate the name from the bird, as well as any other negative connotations associated with the word. Turkey. Mevlut Cavusoglu. Is that how it is? Mevlut Cavusoglu. It's close like that, yeah. Let's see. Turkey. Casting a spell. The 94th Scripps National Spelling Bee kicks off tonight. New York Times reported contenders for a $50,000 prize. 11 to 14-year-olds not only face a menagerie of dictionary monsters, but an on-camera vocabulary quiz. We'll be biting our nails to the final question. Last year's champion, Zayla Avant-Garde, faced off the competition with the correct spelling of the word Mariah. Spell Mariah, Chad. I don't know if I'm even saying it right, so you're kind of fucked. A genus of tropical Asiatic and Australian trees, if you didn't know. Not Mariah. Y'all really spelling Mariah Carey? You're like, all I want for Christmas. No, it's Murraya. Asshole. They said Mariah. They said that one's easy, Josh. That one's easy. Country of origin, please. Australia. Australian trees. Yeah, I would have not. Yeah, it says Mariah. Mariah? All right. Anyways, on this day in history, Johnny Westmuller was born in 1904. The man who immortalized Tarzan's jungle yodel. He was an Olympic swimmer with one of the best competitive records of the 20th century. He set numerous world records alongside winning 5 gold medals in the Olympics. He played Tarzan in 12 movies, Jungle Jim in 16 films, and in 1927, while training for the Chicago Marathon, saved 11 people from drowning after a boat accident. I love this guy. This guy sounds amazing. He was a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, and he's on the cover of Sgt. Pepper. He died in 1984. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad. So we got a little bit of time. Couple of pre-market movers here. AI, CP3, Chris Paul, Allen Iverson. They're down 22%. They missed their forecast for revenue for 2023. Chewy shares are up 18%. Online pet products reported quarterly adjusted EBITDA that's good. Jefferies called the results are impressive. Hewlett Packard is down 4.5 after the computer hardware and storage company cut adjusted earnings forecast. Facebook shares are up, but I think they're still holding up. After the company announced Sheryl Sandberg's departure, analysts said the timing of the change makes sense given the company's pivot to focus on metaverse. And MongoDB, the shares are up 9% after the database software company reported first quarter revenue and beat expectations that raised full year forecast. The company also narrowed adjusted loss per share forecast to 2023. NetApp. Analysts remain cautious about the outlook for the cloud business after storage company reported adjusted fourth quarter that was higher than expectations. Shares are up 3. RPTX shares soared 20% after announcing worldwide license collaboration with Roche. Sentinel-1 analysts are positive on infrastructure. Shares are up 0.7. Twilio shares are down 3%. They got downgraded to equal weight. And then UiPath is up 11% after the application software reported better than expected first quarter results. So watch out for that. I'm going to be watching Facebook, oil, XOM, PSX. Again, OPEC hasn't happened yet, believe it or not. It's like we're going to get updates, and we don't really have a schedule. It's how it works in my country, Habibi. I show you. Don't worry. Very simple. It might come back up if that's the end of it, and you'll get the final statements. But watch out for them. I'm going to be watching AI and Chewy. The MDB one, that was big yesterday. We saw even CRM. I would even watch that up as a follow-up. Any of the biotechs, it looks like RPTX is one of the runners. And then Microsoft with their guidance, and then Lulu for anything related to earnings. Okay, sounds good? Sounds good. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. Oh, man. Are you guys ready? Are you ready for it? Is it time? I got it's funny, man. The Pledge of Allegiance, man. God bless America. In a weird way. Oh, you should wait till the PHILO, bro. Hopefully, we see what happens, but just get ready for the PHILO, okay? Just get ready for the PHILO. But ladies and gentlemen, we do this every morning. I hope you know it means a lot. Here at the Cult, bro, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to the people who have sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will, and that is the veterans of the United States of America, baby. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, we just want to give a huge and special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country. God bless you, and thank you for your service. And shout out to the police officers, the firefighters, the doctors, the nurses, the teachers, all the other public servants out there as well, too, baby. God bless you, and thank you for holding it down. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send in the Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Oh, good morning. Good morning, Chad. Oh, the Jets have been sent. Happy Friday, Junior. That's it. You got your Jets. You got some plays. You got some pre-market movers. You got everything at your disposal. Everything is ready to go. Oh, my gosh. You got tools. You got information. You got news. Oh, man, it's exciting, Chad. It's exciting. Top of the morning. Good morning. Oh, shout out to East Coast, too. It's not even East Coast. Come on, y'all should have already been up. Okay, shout out to real ones in Hawaii. West Coast, you making it too, bro. So let's go. Let's go. Who's on the West Coast right now? Who's in there? Is it anybody West Coast? I need my West Coast. I want to know who woke up early today. Shout out Japan, baby. Okay, 9:29. We in here. Big Bear, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. West Coast, San Diego. Amen, baby. San Diego. Supercharge us. You know what I'm saying? Amen. We need that energy. We need it. Let's go. West Coast. Look at that. They wake up early. We still got love if you ain't on the West Coast, okay? It's fine, but look at that. That's 6:30. They with me. So, 30 seconds. Again, we got a couple of earnings here. You're going to get the updates on OPEC. Watch out for that. Microsoft was probably the biggest news here that we got so far. And then just don't forget you have a couple of post-earnings and pre-earnings run-ups. Lulu is a pre-earnings run-up. I did not know that. I already thought they reported. So, let's go. Less than 10 seconds. I love you, Chad. Call out the plays, and let's have some fun. Round one. Fight. That's the Sandy. So, dang, we're opening up negative. So, we were up a little bit. Again, Microsoft guidance. I wonder how that's going to play out. Damn, they're already down 3% on that. Might have already moved. Watch out for Facebook as well. Again, energy and oil has already moved a lot. Oh, Dubs, you already at San Diego? Let's go, baby. Hey, man, Chad Mertz, God bless you. Choose your character. Lulu, what's the other one? MDB. If that holds, that'll be good. They're up 7. They were up 9. Watch CRM as a follow-up. If the bank stocks could go good, I mean, that's one thing. And we talked about it yesterday. You did get weird movements in between defensives and not. Facebook's down a quarter. I kind of might want to get more of those Facebooks. Low key. Then watch bonds. Only down 0.12. Dow is doing the best right now. Tech is doing the worst. NASDAQ is down 0.5%. Lockheed CFO Jay Malave comments at Bernstein conference. He said they seek to trim life cycle of F-35 by 35. EU approves Russian bank. Partial Russian oil ban. Sanctions Sberbank. Damn. Bro, the Microsofts are up 1,000% on the weekly. Are you kidding me? Oh, that's disgusting. Bro, the premiums on these Microsofts are crazy, actually. Like, absolutely crazy. It's pretty wicked. I didn't think they'd be up like that. Let's see. Lululemon's expensive as hell. What are they at? They're $289. LAC up 2. Microsoft dropped from 12. Unity up 2.3. BA, Microsoft. Just watch out. I mean, the premiums on Microsoft are already high. Again, they came out with negative guidance here in the morning. Maybe Apple follows up. Tech is almost down 3/4. Facebook is somehow bouncing there. American Express CEO says he does not see recession based on company's card base. Google's Roblo on the high. Yes. Airbnb is barely up, but it's starting to slip. AMD's going up right now. Tesla down 1. Ford is up 1. They had that announcement there. Boeing's killing it too. MOS. Oil plays are just not down as much as you would think after that move. Baba's making a move. Pinduoduo getting back to that 50-something level. Microsoft lowered their guidance, revenue and EPS this morning. They came out with updated guidance, and that's it. Enough to drop it 3%. It might come back up. I mean, the premiums are really expensive. Stock is down a lot, so we'll see how that plays out. You in the gym listening to the live stream? Hey, man, get a good workout, baby. Get a good workout. I'll let you know if anything happens. Right now, NASDAQ's only down 0.5% off the open. Why is the market down? Really, we were up until Microsoft. That's it. That Microsoft guidance really knocked us off here in the morning. JP Morgan, watch the banks. Again, Lulu keeps going down, but the plays are pretty expensive. RPTX, this is the bio runner for today. Oh, they have calls. Looks expensive. That one has options, but it's kind of expensive. I was thinking of doing some shares. You could even go with the shares again. We were watching it all day yesterday. If any of these actually hold up on the biotech front, I mean, if there's hype, these plays are they've been running. This might be the start of other companies. A lot of I mean, remember last couple earnings here when we had the recovery. Not every a lot of companies were guiding up. So it's interesting to see that Microsoft news. But I don't know if it'll necessarily spread. But it's not necessarily the best sign. Yeah, IMMX is going up too. I'm saying any of these biotechs, just keep your eye on any of them. AXL's up 19. No, I think maybe since we got it, but let's see if that one continues. JetBlue. What else? MDB. Chewy as well. Chewy sold off a little bit. AI might drop again. GME getting clapped. IMUX resumed trading. Why is BA soaring? Maybe, I mean, Lockheed Martin is speaking now, but yeah, Boeing is up 3%. We didn't go over anything this morning. I didn't see anything on them. But Boeing is definitely outperforming. Or as they would say, Boeing is a going. Apps, new high of the day. Nat down 3. There it is. RPTX kind of breaking out right there. 20 cents. It's already up 32. Snow. Affirm's running. Amazon's on the low. Watch out if that flips. SPY's coming down. You're not really getting a good candle there. And then watch if Microsoft comes down again. But Microsoft premiums are through the roof. JP on the fall. Microsoft. Dude, crazy. Microsoft's so expensive still. So I don't know. You could go for it, but it's not going to be cheap, Habibi. Not going to be cheap. Palantir, $53 million government contract. Goldman choppy. The banks are a little bit weird here. Right now, again, real estate is down the most. Healthcare and then tech. So now safe havens and tech are down. Financials are kind of performing like discretionaries yesterday. But even then, discretionaries are still holding up. It's quite odd. What's up, Bill Bob Bailey's? Good morning. Bitcoin shorts are up 8%. Let's see. So little mini bounce. I'll get the VWAP up here in a second. Lulu again. Lulu has earnings. Lulu's just expensive. You have to go like $80 out the money to get any sort of a cheaper play there. PTSG beat by 100%. City dump. Apps. Coupa software price target cut to 84 from 105. Boeing is still moving. Facebook's doing great. Google just flipped, and then Amazon's near the low. Affirm is still popping. FAMI pop. FAMI's going, but Affirm is running up there. That's 3% now. ZW popping. HPE. We had HPQ. Let's check AbiVi. Affirm still going. Roblo. AMD was leading earlier in the morning. USO can't be stopped. It's good. Don't stop. GME. AMD. AbiVi's barely up. We should. I want to see some like defensives move up today. That would be nice. But healthcare is already hitting the low. They're actually down the worst right now next to real estate. Wheat pop in. Tesla. They're now positive. They were down 1% earlier. Where was it? GME. GME's only down 1. Again, people like the sales beat, but their EPS. SYK on the low. Stryker down 1.3. See, Target's up. Target's up a lot, but Walmart's down. Coca-Cola's down. Almost by 1%. Dow's only down a quarter, though. And then SPY and NASDAQ are kind of matched up here. How are the bonds looking? TLT, if it goes down again, I mean, yesterday wasn't too crazy. So it's pretty much within the range. TLT sells off, that just won't be good. Or we'll find out. XLF financials down 0.11. Yeah, they could go positive. Discretionary just went positive. Industrials and materials are the leader today. RPTX is taking off again. About to go through the high. I wanted to see if it would come down a little bit more. That one I would play with shares. I don't know about the options, but I mean they do have options as well. The question is if we get another day of biotech runners. Again, that's kind of been the theme the last couple days, and their news is an agreement with Bosch, a distribution agreement. Chewy, they're launching up. That's post-earnings continuation. That's up 15% right now, 14.5. Buying any more Snap? I haven't looked at it in a minute. It's a cheaper price. I mean, if it goes a little bit lower, but I'd be waiting still too. There's just so many other things. But we're holding on to our long-term deposit here for a little bit. Like Uber, Airbnb. Very weird day of what's moving and what's not. Again, last couple days, just with the defensives down, tech up. Now today, it's you don't really see a clear direction just yet. Even with oil down, the oil companies are kind of holding up. I guess some Palantir. I had Palantir at $10 from IPO. So we sold covered calls on it and stuff. But even then, I remember $10 used to be like a bulletproof price on them. Yeah, Fed Mester and Fed George today are speaking at like 12 and 1. BAMQ. Was it Marquetta? Marquetta's killing it. Again, materials, industrials, those are the ones that are doing up good. RPTX going again. Don't have Boeing. Snap red to green. Ford calls. Kramer says we rally all summer. A lot of people are calling for it besides Kramer. A lot of people have been, again, even 2018, we had a rally into the summer as well too. So, and that's what some people are even trying to bring up. Crowd earnings today, yes. DraftKings high of the day. Did not average down on EWG, not yet. Amazon's still in the negative. So is Apple. Lael Brainerd. I thought she was on Friday, but if we get her, that'd be interesting. Microsoft's coming back up, still down 2.5. Marqeta, that's a materials runner. RPTX still going up there. Encino on the high. Yeah, Encino's up 6%. Jeez. CRM went positive. What's the other one? MDB. And Marqeta is not materials? Then what am I thinking of? I think one of them is Marqeta's financials, excuse me. Don't they do the, yeah, they do the stuff with Visa. What's the other one? Is it M? There's one that's M something with financials. What am I thinking of? Yeah, Affirm's even up here too. Martin Marietta. I think that could be it. Netflix pin. MDB's going up. They're still up more. Bonds are selling off a little bit. SPY has not done much. Again, today's a pretty weird day so far. We're waiting for everything else. But today's weird. We have not moved. The industries are just bouncing back and forth. I mean, discretionaries are up. Tech is down. It's came back up here. All the defensives are at the bottom here today too. So we'll see if this continues. I mean, that would be more bullish than not. Yeah, Netflix has not moved at all. Netflix is just staying break even. DraftKings strong. Yes, they are looking good. Twitter, Nvidia, Facebook's on the high. I think the jobless claims, they were good, but not really anything to move us. Their continuing claims was slightly below. Initial claims came in 10,000 below. Labor costs came up, and then ADP employment change missed by half. So the employment change was, but the jobless claims wasn't bad. Again, I mean, if there's anything negative about today, though, I will tell you it's simply that Microsoft guidance in the morning. Even though Microsoft's bouncing, just keep that in mind. But today's weird already. It's like you could sense there's like risk on the table, but you're not really seeing it reflected. Just a weird mix of what's up and what's down right now. So it's only been 15 minutes. We got to give it some time. Sense of indirection. It's just your usual suspects aren't like, it's just weird. It's like, why are they buying up? It's just weird. They're buying up discretionaries, but then now selling off tech, and then none of the safe havens are up, and then energy now is weighing, but then industrial materials are taking off. So it's a very interesting one. And then bonds are moving down here a little bit. Any news on Vici? All REITs are down. Nah. If they're holding up, that's good. I mean, it could be related to the discretionaries. But that is interesting because most real estate stocks are down 1% right now. Vici's looking nice. NASDAQ about to go positive. It is. NASDAQ is up. It's only down 0.03. Discretionaries. Tech is only down 0.10 as an industry. But then real estate and healthcare are both down 1% right now. Did this give up that bounce from here? Yeah. Healthcare is very interesting. So SPY's at the weird VWAP, but we're not really getting any gains. Only down a quarter, though, or 0.3. So is the Dow. And then now NASDAQ is recovering. TLT looking ugly. It's only down 0.09. Wait to see if it breaks, like if it could go below 115 today, or like 115.50, but kind of get us out of the range from where we've been at all week. That'll say something. And then remember, I mean, today's technically day 2, but we haven't really seen the big tapering. I mean, they'll be tapering out the short end of the curve, but nothing really too important. Microsoft is due to Forex. They did say that They did a charge off like 450 million, but in general, I don't think it's good news. It's interesting to see it kind of come up here today. Avia debt deal chatter. AVYA, they're up 15%. Take a look at that. Facebook is going up. That's surprising. Again, you're staying pinned. And then tech is about to go green right now. It's up 0.04. CRM said Forex was the issue. CRM's still going, but yeah, if you start seeing a lot of people say that, maybe. And I mean, again, even the trend today, even in Ukraine, they're raising rates, which is odd if you really think about it. But there's a lot of you've been getting a lot of other countries being more aggressive now with this inflation thing. So maybe the FX does become a big issue, especially as we're hearing about it more and more. CRM just got big volume. Then SPY's doing its thing. Facebook's leading. Bonds are selling off, which is interesting. Again, if we're going to see any taper effect, it'll be their White House economic advisor Bernstein is speaking on MSNBC. Who's Bernstein? Where's DC? The Bernstein Bears? Oh. Okay. U.S. welcomes OPEC's decision to increase supply. That's good to hook up the Saudis. So if you don't know, so far, the OPEC, the idea everybody's getting is that OPEC wants to increase production by 50% from 400,000 barrels to 600,000. But that would be under the assumption that Russia doesn't pump. So the whole idea is that Saudi will make up for Russia, whatever Russia doesn't produce because of the sanctions and everything else. And then they would get to add 50% more that Russia wouldn't be selling. So in a way, it benefits the Saudis a lot in this case. Why are they still holding up on that? Because it's still kind of a limited amount, and if anything, it doesn't change what Russia is going to be doing, more or less. Russia is still going to pump, but they're not going to sell it through them. They might sell it through something else, who knows? But the whole idea is that this gave a green light for Saudi and everybody else to make a little bit extra money while kind of keeping things relatively the same. Can Saudi produce that? Yes, them with everybody else, I wouldn't doubt it. But I think they single-handedly can handle it. The problem is refining. It will be part of it, too. That's the big issue right now. Again, the 3-2-1 crack spreads yesterday, they hit like an all-time high. And that's, again, we talked about that with the whole, again, taking oil, turning it to diesel, all of that stuff. Tesla's ripping 1.75. Redbox going. Be careful with that one. I'd rather take a biotech than Redbox, honestly. If you want something to trade, like I said, bro, these plays, if you really want to go for them, I mean, you could throw in money, flip them, do your thing, but it just got, it's just going to be a game of musical chairs, and then, kind of try to pinpoint the ones that'll have more moves. I mean, Redbox, that one goes, but I like all of the biotech stuff we've been seeing. And then NASDAQ is in the green right now by 0.04, but we're moving a little bit weird. Barack Obama leads Platinum Jubilee tribute to the Queen as the Pope and Macron send stuff. Very stagnant. It's just weird, the industry, bro. Bonds even that was just a nice 0.5%. That one kind of picked up a little bit. Amazon calls before split. I would wait on the calls. I would rather go for the shares prior, because again, after sometimes the ratio after this split, it's either going to be really good or really bad. So it's kind of a risk in and of itself. Apple's on the high. Facebook, Google, even, man, bro, all of big tech. It's weird to see some of them down still. Like Amazon is still in the red. So is Apple, or excuse me, so is Microsoft. Visa's on the high. Visa, Boeing. Oh, come on, banks. Bro, healthcare is getting clobbered. So weird. Shouldn't this be an indication of a green day? It's just a weird one. That's it. Just like we talked about yesterday, the industries. I mean, now tech is positive. Communications are coming back up. But the leader on the day is materials, and then consumer discretionaries. Industrials is pulling back a little bit, but then all the safe havens are down. If everything could hold up a little bit better, then yeah. But this is where we're talking about the bull market in the bear market, the bearishness, the bullishness. It's just the fact that this stuff people were really, really buying a couple of weeks ago, they're really underperforming this week. But then you're not really getting the same sort of risk on, though, in the ones that should be up. And that's where it's like you got just a very, very weird mix today. Zero chance tech stays up if TLT keeps selling. Well, we're at that 115.50 or 60. I think if it does go below here, that won't be good. Little Chicle on the SPY. Not too big, but we're about to hit a low. I mean, the VWAP's kind of jacked up today, but it looks like it's selling from there. Again, healthcare leading the way down. Tesla, Apple got a candle. Facebook, Microsoft. We're at 407.60. What was the low? 406. Again, anywhere below here, we're liable to go to 405. So watch out. LeBron is the first person to become a billionaire while an active NBA player. Damn, you're playing against the billionaire, bro? It's like if you said that. If you were like, you're going to play a billionaire in basketball, I'd be like, ha, fuck yeah, I'll dunk on Bill Gates so easily. And then fucking LeBron shows up. I'd be like, what? My image of a billionaire is a lot different. Why are you 6'12" with a massive wingspan? This is crazy. This is crazy. I'll be like, that's impressive. RPTX, they're coming back up. Oh, man, they just tripped out from there, too. So that might be it. This one might take off again. We'll see. I thought it would have died around here, but nah, it's holding up. OPEC is increasing production by 200,000 to 640. I think they were at 420 earlier. And then 407.33. This one is not looking good. Fun fact, if you try to count to 1 billion, assuming you count one number a second, it would take 31 years. Wow. Damn. That's correct. 1, 2, 3, 4. We should try it. Where is it? MDB. Oh, Koa's up. Master Visa, dude. All the fintech is good. New Butterfly. I mean, Yeah, I would need a better price. Remember, I mean, we were getting the butterflies at what, like 4? We wanted a price of 4 down to like 380. But if the price is the same, if they could still offer 1,000%, but I doubt they will. Maybe we could check. For what day? I'd want summer though. Not even that. I want August. Oh, that's Pinduo Duo. I don't know why healthcare is dumped, bro. Healthcare, real estate, discretionaries, and then rates are going up too. And then the financials have been doing the opposite this time around. Oh no, this one's going to be expensive, I feel. Habibi, no, they're going to scam. You know? I know these guys. You know, they won't let opportunity. These guys will scam so big. You know? They don't care about the people. They scammer. You know, scam. 210? 210. Oh, you make it 20,000. Almost. Actually, not bad. But still. No, $2 to make 20 is as expense, man. We were buying this at 30 cents a couple months ago, and then they scam it. Then they drop it for the 400. These guys, man. Listen, give it a couple more Opec. So expensive. It's Mickey Mouse, man. Mickey Mouse. Mickey Mouse market maker. April durable goods increases 0.5. Estimate was 0.4. All that data is good. Factory orders came in below, so that's not good. Durable goods came in above. Durable excluding transportation came above, and then cap goods orders def excluding air. But factory dropped. Durable goods increased. So I think one of them's good, but if you want to look at durable goods, but again, the factory order stuff kind of contradicts the news yesterday. But we're reacting off that so far. I didn't think that wouldn't be positive, but we'll see the full move. Tesla, chips, AMD has been leading, and then financial fintech, not necessarily like banks, are leading. AMD's up 2.5. They're going up there. Again, Facebook's holding. See if Microsoft has a lot to recover. They're still down 2. And then bonds have chilled out there from that data release. So stocks are moving. We're literally right back at open. We've been very, very choppy all day with the industries kind of all over the place. Netflix got out of that zone. So that's good for them. Crude 116. Nvidia's going too. Yeah, 3%. That's actually really good. 4 divvy paid. Ooh, lower price. We should be getting more. So that's good. Yeah, you get a lot more shares for your money on the drip. Since March, you get a whole extra share at this price. That's great. That's actually crazy. Instead of getting 3.4 shares, you get 4.4. Yeah, Visa, MasterCard killing it. Again, that could explain some of the Marqeta too. Nvidia's on the high, chip makers. Visa 2.5. Didn't AXP? I think they had comments this morning. That's for Ford. So if you had the drip on Ford from this quarter to last quarter, since the stock is not at $17 anymore, your drip is a lot. You got a whole extra share off of the same dividend, roughly. Tesla gone. Watch it. The bonds go down lower again. We're still staying pinned through all of this. Can't stop, won't stop. Wing stop. Some volume coming in, but still low.
On about 150 to 200,000
okay, I'm gonna go pee.
What
Follow
we've
me on
seen
Instagram.
in the payrolls report.
I love you.
So yes, it does suggest a slowing labor force, a loosening labor force. But the Fed kind of wants to see that. We also got jobless claims, and as you can see, they're weighed out still at 200,000, and the continuing claims number, the smallest since 1969. So if the labor market is loosening, it's only loosening a little bit, and we know that ADP doesn't have a great track record. So at this point, it's too early to say that the Fed's having an impact there.
Okay, Mike, thanks very much. Bloomberg's Michael McKee with analysis of the latest data that we're getting today. Let's get to our question of the day. Have we hit peak volatility? We asked this because a lot of the data we've seen today has been pretty mixed. We've seen war start on the continent of Europe. That is still ongoing. We've seen China, of course, loosening some of its controls in its fight against COVID-19. What does that add up to for volatility? Have we seen peak volatility? Let's ask Amy Wu-Silverman, RBC Capital Markets Managing Director and Equity Derivative Strategist. So have we peaked on volatility, Amy?
Well, if you look to the options market, the answer is yes. So one thing we look at is what is future expectations for volatility compared to what has happened in the past. We refer to it as the volatility risk premium. And that spread is really at historic highs. So the market believes the future is going to look a lot calmer than it has in the past.
Amy, are there any positions being taken on to protect against that thesis not actually working out? Or is now the time to actually buy cheaper options to protect?
Yeah, it's a great question, Alex. And, we've been joking, like the honey badger, volatility just doesn't care. You've seen really no demand for hedges. You've seen no demand for downside protection. There's a lot of narrative around why that's true. But you hear Jamie Dimon talking about a potential hurricane in the future. Is the options market priced for that hurricane? Absolutely not. The demand for tails, demand for crashes, either to the upside or the downside, is not there. The market thinks that it's going to be calmer waters going forward, and that's coming off a really high absolute level in the past.
Interesting. She said she's sassy there towards Jamie. She said it's not pricing in anything. Anything. Oil. It's going up. The OPEC volatility. What? Yeah, this is taking off all of a sudden. It looks pretty. So even I feel like my platform's tripping out. Palantir total value contract $175 million. Myrna's down. Nvidia keeps going. I have 2 Nvidias. Where's Amazon? Bro, what a day. Bro, what a Friday junior of nothing in this first 30 minutes. That's the craziness. Bro, the industries, let's see, do we have anything more? It's 50-50. It's like a war. Communications are positive, tech barely positive, industrials and materials are positive, and then discretionaries, and then real estate, utilities, healthcare, staples, and energy and financials are down. So realistically, now it's starting to kind of pull apart, but pretty much safe havens are down, and then anything growth related is actually up. So it's a pretty interesting dynamic here. And I think you could see it. Yeah, it's Friday Junior. That's Thursday, bro. Come on. Kind of love watching the action. It's definitely, this one's an interesting one. Where we end up from here, it's going to be one of those days where it's kind of like the other day where like energy started up green, and then by the end of the day, like everything flipped. So it's just kind of cool to see how the market is pricing stuff. But I think these little nuances we get to really see on a day-to-day how people are positioning. So that's why, like in the midst of this rally, it's like you would think we would be higher, but people are buying less safe haven and more growth, more or less. Red box shares because the market's sus. It's so expensive. Everything's so expensive. We've been sitting at break even 2 days. Sold cars are doing well. That preem burn. BA monthly. It's been on fire. But Boeing is, again, there was, I think, one order thing a couple days ago. That's it. Josh, buy puts. I have calls, please. I still have that NASDAQ short. I'm only down like 500 on it now. Remember, we were up on it, but I'm still holding that one. That was like the initial sacrifice. Abivi is slipping. Again, all of healthcare. Anything related to that, just interesting how the values are just, bro, all the safe havens are dirty today. This is, except then Target kind of has a little bit of steam. Lulu, they have earnings. They were able to bounce up a little bit. Yeah, Dow is actually, it's like, but it's only 0.5%. But then you look at some of the individual names, it's like, it's awful. So it's a very interesting one. Give it some time. I think we just need more time, but right now off the morning, you're definitely in the middle. I'm still in Costco. I'm down like $2,000 on that one. I checked here this morning. So because I'm like right at the money, it's just killing the insurance calls. And then I'm still down like 2,000-3,000 on the actual short position. The SPY is low-key barcoding. It's an interesting one, though. It's like an ugly barcode. It's bigger. Sloppy. Uber's up 3. Again, a lot of discretionary names are doing good. What a day. What's the best piece of info you could offer from watching the market all day for the last 10 years? Time in the market versus timing the market. And it's just don't overreact at the end of the day. You know, in all those years, I've legitimately only witnessed it go up, and I've seen a lot when it comes down to literally different events from China all the way down to COVID to Brexit to the first repo crisis. So it's one of those things where, you know, time in the market is definitely one of the biggest takeaways I've gotten from it, because it's like watching it every day. I've had a lot of instances to react, and I have many, many times, but overall just owning stuff and then, you know, letting the broader do its work, it's always paid out. Yeah, I'm going to wait till the Fed meeting to use the long-term deposit. I mean, we're fully invested now, so just our first cash deposit there. So then we going to be good. Energy plays are topping out here. I think it's going to be a small pullback, but I think we top out in August, September. And then we could start talking about a real energy pullback from oil and all that. So I know a lot of people, I think this is going to be kind of one more way. This is going to like have things come down. It'll pull in some shorts here too. And then I think we could even come back down to 105 if we wanted in the short term. But I think by August, September, we're going to break above 130. And then wherever we go from there, that will be the final one. The CVEs are 170 on the bid. Ooh, that's great. It's been nice. I mean, those have been running. Have we made them free yet or no? No, yeah, we bought those at 70. They're up 150. Don't forget our UNG plays too. I forgot that last free UNG. That one's still in the money. That one's still up 500%. And the BNO. BNO's not up 500%, but till October, you should be in the money now on that one. Some of those have held up actually pretty decent. Oh, thank you. A little SPY pop. Yeah, it's actually breaking us out of this range. Again, the VWAP is just mad distorted today. Remember, we were up pre-market, and then everything flipped over there, so just keep that in mind. So that's why I think the VWAP's like that. But now we're coming back up, breaking out of the range. SPY just went positive. Dow is only down 1/4, so if we get any sort of value bounce, I'm telling that should raise a lot of things right here. Watching this Strange Light trade makes my day better. Well, God bless you, baby. Makes my day better, too. That's why we all here. We all here. Brainerd on CNBC. Everybody in CNBC, put your mother and brain doesn't follow me. What?
Well, I think that's exactly right. We're getting some signals of strength still on retail sales.
Okay,
SPY's
ripping.
Perhaps looking at some cooling elsewhere. And of course, with our number one challenge being the need to get inflation down, we do expect to see some cooling of a very, very strong economy over time. And we'll be looking closely to the data to see that kind of cooling in demand and moderation, better balance in the labor market.
So you think we're starting to see that already?
I think it's too early to say. I'm going to be looking for a consistent string of data on both the strength of demand, labor market coming into better balance, and of course, importantly, a string of decelerating inflation data to feel more confident.
I'm just wondering because we got some commentary yesterday from Jamie Dimon, CEO of JP Morgan, the country's biggest banks. And it looks like in just a week, he's gone from seeing storm clouds on the horizon to a hurricane in terms of the economic outlook. And I was wondering if you saw that and how you read that and how worried we should be about it.
Well, it's certainly the case that there's a fair amount of uncertainty. We've had some pretty big shocks between Russia's war on Ukraine and lockdowns associated with COVID in China. But what is clear is we need to get inflation down. I think there's a path to do that whereby demand moderates, growth moderates, the labor market comes into better balance. If you do look at the labor market, we've got twice as many job openings as unemployed. In those circumstances, historically, businesses have brought down hiring and reduced openings rather than necessarily laid off workers. And so I think there's a path there where we could see demand cooling, inflation coming down, the labor market being in better balance while still being strong.
So that's the soft landing scenario, which
this
a lot
is
of people
Lael
think is just
Brainerd,
not that realistic to expect.
The Vice
what
Fed
you have
chair.
to do on the tightening front.
Number 2
Well,
to Powell.
We're certainly going to do what is necessary to bring inflation back down. That's our number one challenge right now. We are starting from a position of strength.
Nvidia's up 4, chip makers still going.
Has a lot of momentum. The other factor I think that's very positive is that business balance sheets and household balance sheets start this process from a very healthy position.
What about inflation, which you say is your number one priority? There are some signs that maybe the supply crunch is thawing a bit. The core PCE came down a little bit. Are you willing to say that we've seen the peak?
So on inflation, I'm going to be looking to see a consistent string of decelerating monthly prints on core inflation.
Yeah, the chip makers are going absolutely nuts.
More confident.
That's one of the big drivers here
that
today.
We're getting to the kind of inflation trajectory that's going to
Even
get us back
financials
to
are
our
recovering
2%
now.
goal. In terms of our tools, they're very effective at cooling aggregate demand. As you noted, we've started on quantitative tightening. We are raising rates. Financial conditions have tightened quite a lot more broadly. They're much tighter than they were pre-pandemic, for instance. And so you can see that there's room for businesses to bring down markups, for margins to compress, for demand to rotate back to services, a little bit away from those really hot durable goods sectors, and for inflation to cool. But of course, we don't have the ability to affect the supply shocks hitting the economy, and those are the ones that are leading to high prices at the pump and in grocery stores. There we have less ability to affect that.
So given all that,
heard that before from Powell.
How long do you think it's going to take to get to the 2% inflation
He did
goal?
say Fed tools are starting to have desired effect.
I think it's very hard to predict with any precision right now. We're in a very unusual period with shocks from the war, shocks from COVID that have severely disrupted the supply side of the economy. But I do have confidence that the tools we have are starting to have the desired effect in terms of cooling demand. And you
That's
can
weird.
see
That's
it in
coming across
mortgage
before she
rates,
even says it.
that are above 5% now, much higher than they were pre-pandemic. You can see it in longer-term yields. So that monetary policy transmission is working through a broader set of financial conditions to cool demand and to bring inflation down over time.
No, it is starting to work, and that's why there's this big debate, Madam Vice Chair, about what happens in September. So the market is expecting 2 50 basis point hikes in June
Twitter's
and July.
ripping.
And then what do you think about September? Given some of the data that's unfolding, would it make sense to you to pause or to shrink that rate hike to just see how the economy absorbs it all and make sure we don't tip too far into recession?
So from where I sit today at market
She said
pricing,
getting further out is harder to say. Yeah, I think these are
50
pre-written
basis
statements.
points, potentially in June and July. From the data we have in hand today, seems like a reasonable kind of a path. Further out, getting to September, it's a little harder
I think
to say.
these are
We're
all
gonna have
pre-written, or
4
there's a
more,
fat delay on
prints
CNBC.
on the labor market by then, 4 more prints on monthly inflation, which I'll be watching very
So it
closely.
doesn't have a
and
clear
host of
sense
other
of where
data.
we'll
So
be
I
in
don't-
September.
I don't have a really clear sense yet of where we'll be in September. But if we don't see the kind of deceleration in monthly inflation prints, if we don't see some of
You're on
that
TV, it's 20 seconds
really
ahead.
hot demand starting to cool a
Yeah,
little bit,
we're getting the headlines
then
in
it might
fire.
well be appropriate to have another meeting where we proceed at the same pace. If we are seeing a deceleration in the monthly prints, it might make sense to be proceeding at a slightly slower pace. Right now, it's very hard to see the case for a pause. We've still got a lot of work to do to get inflation down to our 2% target.
But what if we do go into recession? How would you respond?
Well, of course, policy is not on a preset course. It's going to vary and respond to the data. So
very hard to see case. That's becoming
world,
breaking news.
Where we see data coming in with gradual
U.S.
deceleration
Treasury sanctions
of,
Maria Zakharova and Maxim Reshetnikov.
You could see continued pace of tightening that might be similar to current market pricing.
So see if the market doesn't like this September line.
Shocks,
again,
course,
3 days in a row, we've had 3 different Fed people say that don't interpret September as a pause. We're going to be data dependent.
Risks to the upside, we might need to move a little faster. So we're going to be data dependent.
Well, QT, as we mentioned, kicked off this week, the shrinking of the balance sheet. I'm curious what impact you think that will have.
This could be the reaction, but again, today's just a weird day. Yeah, Myrna's been dumping all day today.
It's very important to keep in mind that not only
watch if Microsoft
is
comes
the Federal
down.
Reserve raising rates, but also shrinking the balance sheet, and that process kicked off yesterday. We're going to ramp up over 3 months, and coming into September, we'll then be at a steady state pace of about $90 billion on treasuries, 35 on
That's a lot.
Mortgage-backed securities. And as that process proceeds, that also has the additional effect of tightening financial conditions. Markets have probably priced in some of that. It's very hard to precisely quantify that, but over the course of running down our balance sheet,
yeah, she said they're going to tighten policy with rates and balance sheet.
Another 2 to 3 rate hikes, but it is important to keep in mind, and that's what you're seeing in that broader set of financial conditions, that the tightening we're doing is not just through those rate increases, but also through
remember we talked about that yesterday?
Shrinkage.
So well, that's what we brought up yesterday. We were saying by quantitative tightening, it's a pseudo rate hike. That's what she's saying.
NASDAQ 30% off its highs. So some real pain out there, and many of these individual stocks down a whole lot more than that. There is this idea, Madam Vice Chair, that the Fed put is dead. That is no longer something that investors can rely on. And I was just curious what you make of that. And if there is a certain point where it just gets too ugly out there in the market, where it does impact financial conditions and the economy, you guys would say enough is enough.
Well, we certainly do take into account financial conditions. That's part of the set of data and conditions we look at as we make judgments.
We'll see. I don't know if
about,
the market's
further
reacting to
tightening.
Brainerd as much as it's just
And
doing
as we think
like this
about
bullshit it's been
how
doing
our
all day.
monetary policy tightening is transmitting to the decisions that are made by households and businesses. Of course, it is an important part of that transmission mechanism. You know, it's the longer rates, for instance, that are going to affect household investment decisions. Those mortgage rates are very important. So how our policy is transmitting through the economy matters a great deal to us. And of course, we thought that we are very attentive to financial conditions, but right now, very focused on inflation as our number one challenge.
Mixed
And
picture
we're
in
gonna
housing.
take the actions that are necessary to bring inflation back down to our 2% goal.
Well, one of the ways that you are doing that and where we see it is in the housing market. You mentioned mortgage rates have shot
Mixed
up.
picture
And I'm
right now in
curious
housing.
what you are forecasting here, because
She
prices
said watching home
still
sales
appear to
closely,
be
which have
out of
softened.
control. So what's going to happen to the housing market?
So you're right, there's a mixed picture right now on housing. Mortgage rates have gone up by, you know, over 2 percentage points. That's a lot for most
That's a
households.
lot.
It's certainly
It is.
a
It is.
lot for
Amen.
first-time home buyers.
Fastest
And
rise
so
ever
on the one
in
hand,
mortgage rates.
you know, home sales, we're watching those very closely, and there's been some softening
Yeah,
there.
developments in housing reflect
But as you
impact of
noted,
tightening.
The recent house price print, which is a little bit dated, still shows extremely hot pricing. So mixed picture there, but surely that is part of the tightening impact on the economy. Should work its way over time through to cooling demand in the housing sector and cooling prices.
She said mission accomplished.
We see that in some of the stocks. Also, finally, wanted to ask you about
It's a
global
long
growth,
interview. Let's
because I
go.
know that is one of your areas of expertise. It was what you focused on at Treasury. Global growth is clearly
This is
slowing.
Lael
Europe is
Brainerd, the
close to
Fed vice
recession,
chair.
And China has been in these self-imposed lockdowns. And I'm just wondering if the global economy goes into recession, which looks more likely, if the U.S. can really escape that.
So you're right to call attention to the global picture. Very important for our.
I mean, she might. We'll talk. She might have clapped the market, but I think it's just kind of the moves we've been getting today with this mixed picture.
Tightening cycle. And
She said,
you're
expect
seeing
to see some
those
slowing
very
in
high
growth abroad.
Inflation numbers globally, certainly in Europe, in Canada, elsewhere. So a lot of central banks are tightening to respond to the same inflationary pressures we are. And yes, I think you will see some slowing abroad. You know, Europe is dealing with some very complicated challenges with the Russia-Ukraine war just on their border and the energy price implications of that. And of course, China, you know, continues with its lockdown policy on COVID, which is both damping growth in China, but also snarling supply chains more broadly. So yes, those factors are also going to weigh on demand in the U.S. and be part of that story of moderating growth in the U.S. and ultimately of inflation that comes back down to target.
And strengthening our dollar still, which we got a reminder is hurting corporate America today from Microsoft. The dollar's getting too strong for you? I know it's part of the tightening process.
So we don't look at any particular asset value individually, and of course,
Dollar's down today.
Treasury takes the lead on that issue. We just look more broadly at a pattern of overall tightening in financial conditions and how that's going to transmit.
I think again, a lot of what's happening
to the moderation of demand, bringing
the Fed is trying to make doesn't want the market to think they're
supply,
pausing in September.
As the U.S. economy
That's
gets
what it
onto a
seems
more
like the main
sustainable
message over the last 3 days has been.
inflation comes back down.
More of an answer than I thought I would get on the dollar. Vice Chair Lael Brainerd, thank you so much for joining me today.
Thank you.
Nice to be with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
From the
Thank
Federal
you.
Reserve.
Wow.
David, big headline I took from that.
Big headline. So yeah, I think it's again. I think that's kind of the theme of we brought it up on the watch list yesterday, even the day before that. But it seems like from the beginning of the week till now. Remember what we got after the minutes, but it's like everybody was trying to interpret a September pause. Does that sound familiar? So Bostic, Bullard, and now the Vice Chair Brainerd in the last 72 hours, all of them have came on to say, hey, don't think we don't know what's going to happen in September. I think there's a possibility, but I think they want to take that off the table and kind of keep the market a little uncertain, believe it or not. So like they said, I mean, she even said it with housing and everything else. They want that. I think they want it all to be I think they want things to cool down, and I think this is the whole point. So we're going to see how it plays out. But I think over the last couple of days with the Fed, that's why it's like you could say this was the reaction, but today's already moving weird with the industries. But I think that's something the Fed is trying to come across as clear, that they're not pausing in September, and then we'll see with the CPI and everything next week. Good morning. They might lower the rate, but they ain't doing QT. No, like cooling down in the terms of they want prices to calm down. Like, they want pretty much because if you tell people, like, just imagine if you could reasonably and with a high degree of certainty expect that the Fed is going to stop in September, what are you going to do? I'll tell you what I would do. You should already know what Josh would do. If I knew the Fed for sure that they weren't going to cut rates, but that they were going to pause in September, what would everybody do? EIA says natural gas stockpiles rose 90 BCF last week. Cold is on the high, so Boyle, UNG dropping natural gas inventories. Yeah, well, non-farms will be key, especially with some of the labor metrics we've gotten. UNG is getting pummeled right now. But yeah, you would buy. I would go buy real estate. I would buy more stocks because that's why they call it the Fed put. They're saying that once you know the backstop, it's super easy to fade the Fed once there is a high degree of certainty. So it's like if you know that the Fed is going to stop, then okay, everybody would just keep buying around then, or at least big money would front run it for the most part. Because you knew that was going to be the pause to it. No more tightening. Then the Fed is going to start supporting the market once we get there. So I think they want to eliminate that safety net for people to think like that, because that could pretty much unwind some of the negativity that we've seen. I think they need psychology and they need people to feel a certain way. So inflation actually come. Oh, but the peach it's there, baby. Bradley Frizzle and the peach on a Friday, Junior. Oh, my gosh. Oh, no, we've been blessed. Amen, amen. Rick on the Bear Cave report. Troy was posting about that. The strip clubs. Rick is a bunch of strip clubs, I think. Honestly, you guys could short it. Mom would be proud. Okay? I don't think it's haram to short it. Bear Cave short. But I don't know. What are they going to say? They're like, that's it. The meme. The strippers were talking about it. I saw the meme. They said once the strippers say that the club is empty, that's how you know. That's a recession. Oh, man. It's a REIT, though, right? What's the yield on Rick? 0.4? Oh, no. Hell no. Oh, nah. Hell nah. Yeah, this thing was a lot cheaper. No way. Yeah, I don't know. 0.4. Well, people are buying puts. Bro, I ventured into the hell pits of Twitch yesterday. You nasty. I said, I'm praying for you. Listen, as long as you don't have a girlfriend and she's gonna pop up in the chat and be like, what the is it? Why is my boyfriend follow? I didn't tell him any of that, man. I read them the Bible at least once a week. I promise you, I did not. That's it. We try to raid wholesome people. Anything borderline, I would get in trouble myself. I'm just saying. That's it. Y'all try to really put it on me. I'm sorry. I'm trying. We gotta find the middle. I just learned strip clubs are hospitality. Discretionary hospitality business, yes. From a business designation standpoint. Mm. 400 Rick at the money purchase before close yesterday. Yeah, probably in anticipation. Objection. Hearsay. Trading halted. That's Toronto. Codex popping. Monkey stocks. Monkeypox. I feel like we saw this one move a little earlier, but that's biotech. It's up 10. So you're saying it's a bad time to start my exotic dancing career? Probably. It would have been a lot better a couple years ago, or at least a year ago during pandemic, and then you could have made like an NFT of your career or whatever you wanted. You could have done a lot of things, but now I don't know, it's fading. That's it, man. So maybe just get into real estate or something. New York Stock Exchange to suspend trading in Zanghan Education, commence delisting proceeds. Whoa, that's not related to all of them. You look like Mo Salah. I've gotten that a lot in my life. Airbnb resorts are all discretionary. Money stocks will be punished harshly. They are discretionary, 100%. I think it's going to play out a little differently in the sense. I really like Airbnb. I think they're housing in a weird way. And I only say that just because I've seen people go and rent off of Airbnb. I think a lot of people I think overlook that 30 or 36%, I believe, of their bookings are for longer than 30 days. So even when rental prices started going up, like a lot of people were using Airbnb for that. But it's an interesting story. Even then, if it did go down and there is more downside, I would be willing to deal with that. Will I eventually average down? Yeah. I mean, pretty much every like $10 or $20 it drops. Like every 20% it drops, I'm buying a leap. Pretty much. That's what I've done. From 140, from 180 to 140 to 120. So if it goes back down below 100, I'm going to buy another leap. We'll probably buy more shares. Again, it's a company I'm willing to buy. If I like it now, in the future, if it even gets cheaper, I'm going to like it even more. And it's just, I'm not really as nervous about that one in the long term. Bear Cave releases negative report on RCI. Yeah, it's coming across the wire. It's bouncing off of that, though. Out the money. I bought out the money first, but pretty much I'm buying like at the money every time it drops. You're not concerned about the extra regulation against Airbnb limiting usage? No. It's I think the regulation, it just shows the disruptive nature of it. I think you're too emotionally invested in Airbnb. I don't think I am. I mean, I'm putting in, I'm not over leveraging myself to buy what it is. There's been months where the stock went down and I bought JP Morgan in dividends instead. So my other priorities are still in place. My balance and my budget are going to come in prior to what I like, more or less. And that's kind of how I've been going about it. So I don't think I'm getting too emotional when I'm keeping myself to a budget. Any extra of the leaps, if anything, I've been going under budget because I have an Airbnb. Like we said, I was going to take all the profits from the Airbnb and put it into the stock. But I haven't been doing that. I've been making more money on the Airbnb. So a $2,000, $3,000 leap here and there, added to shares as long as it makes sense with my balance and budget. But pretty much, I mean, Airbnb was dropping. And, looking at the market, the state of the portfolio, we went with value. I mean, and we're up on the JP Morgans. But so it's like, I don't think it's that emotional if I'm not placing it as my number one priority, if that makes sense. But I could see, I mean, people see that I like it again, and I know I like it. You could say I'm biased about it for sure. But I don't think it's as emotional But maybe. I don't know. But I'm going to buy the company and hold it, just like I have with a lot of stuff. Yeah, I like it. I hold it. I am on a 5-10 year horizon, though. That will be the difference, I would say. AMD on the high. Origin. I like your write up. I like Origin too. I'm down with it. It's just one of those companies. I think I'm gonna probably buy that one either at a premium or just with time, more or less, where I'm gonna let it do its thing and get into it. He said, "Y'all think Josh is emotional? I'm 110% Tesla." Well, management company. I just hire individuals who have Airbnb experience. Palantir over 9. I like ChargePoint as an idea, as a company. Out of any, I've used ChargePoint with my electric vehicles, but that's, I think we're gonna wait and see. Wait till the government does the government's building a national network, right? So I think as we start to see how that plays out, that could help, and we'll kind of get an idea. But so far, from a brand image standpoint or branding, I like ChargePoint the best because I've used them. But I'm not invested in any of them. Coin is on the high. Eli Lilly on the low. That's going to be another healthcare name. Lulu, they have earnings. They're still up. Rick is bouncing off the bear cave has backfired. It looks like. Tesla's doing good. They were down earlier today, and that's like a 4% move on Tesla. QuantumScape, I don't really have too much of a view on them, unfortunately. AMD. The OPEC is that there's just people are talking about OPEC raising output by 50%, but again, OPEC, there's no we haven't got a conclusive answer yet. That's why it's going to be a little bit weird. Outlook for car prices. I think it depends on the car, but they have already been dropping. Again, even May auto sales for new sales have dropped substantially. But we'll see. Again, I think it really depends on supply and demand of an individual vehicle. It's definitely cooled down. I don't think you're not in the same auto market as 8 months, 12 months ago, where you were selling your used car for substantially more. You might get the same amount you paid now, a little bit higher, but I think it just really depends on the vehicle. Natural gas short term. I think it's same thing with oil, where we're gonna find out by, pretty much August, September. I think that will be the peak of everything as it goes down. Some names and some stagnant, and some are down a lot. Like there's some value, like Coca-Cola is probably down like 1% today. Yeah, 0.7. Abivai is down 2. XLV is down 1.1, and then you see how everything else is up. So it's very interesting. So I could bargain now for a new car. I don't know if you could bargain as much. That's the thing. I don't know if it's still like a bargain sensing, but it's just not. I don't know. It's not what it's just not as crazy. It's just like real estate. Cars are just like real estate right now, and again, very hard to compare the two, but it's like things are slowing down, but it's not it's not where you could you're not able to bargain. You know what I'm saying? It just, when it's all said and done, like your bargains are going to be few and far between. It depends on what it is, if that makes sense. It's like it depends on the asset, the house, the location. Like I could bargain on certain houses, but it's like if you're trying to buy something in a nice place, popular, high demand area, it's, you're still not going to get what you want. Every sales guy won't budge on car prices, yeah. But like I'm telling you, like a year ago, just like real estate, people weren't bargaining because you could sell that shit the same day. Do you see what I'm saying? If I like the house was $1 million and you're like, I'll give you 900, I'll give you $1 million. You're like, I'm sorry, I got someone who's gonna take it tomorrow at 1.2 for a house. Same thing with a car. You're like, oh, okay, we're charging $10,000 above sticker price, 5,000. You could have refused it, but the dealer would sell that the same day. Right? Even with a used car, people were selling it the same day in a day or two. The difference is now the prices are chilling out, and even though people are willing to negotiate, the thing is sellers have to wait a little bit now. You're not selling it as fast as you were, and that's what's leading some people to bring prices down a little bit or to be more willing to negotiate or not try to get as much as they were trying to get 12 months ago. Carisdale Capital says they're short lightwave logic. GME doing rockets and stuff. LWLG. Lightwave, they're down a lot. 10% off those candles. So all hope is lost in order to bargain for used cars. I mean, right now, I mean, you could still bargain. You could see what it is. It just depends on how long the seller has been sitting, and that right there, the supply demand, and then the psychology alongside it. That's going to dictate, thing. Is it more rational for a person to sell it now, or for them to wait a little bit and try to get more money? And as the market changes, and as they start seeing demand increase or decrease, people are going to make decisions based off of that. Roblo's up 8. Interesting. Again, discretionaries are doing good today. It's a very weird mix, and we have done nothing all day today. First hour, 15 minutes, you're pinned. It's just been a sloppy barcode if you think about it. IMMX pops. They were already up a lot. Oh, they started coming back down. Was it TXRP or whatever? Or was it RTXP? Which one was it? If consumers would pump the brakes, be good. RPTX. Yeah, but some people need stuff. That's the thing. And some people, they're demanding it because they want it now, or they need it for some purpose. And again, that's where the supply chain problems come into play. If there's already just a limited amount of items, it's easy. It's one thing to say it's greed, but then what if there's just not that many items for that many people out there? Do I pay attention to the World Economic Forum? Not really. Like I said, I don't know. I kind of don't like watching it. It just kind of gives me weird vibes. Anything that can move the market 2% by the end of Friday. Non-farm payrolls tomorrow, or any bad oil news, I would say, but really non-farms. But I don't know. I mean, we moved at most 1.5 yesterday, and that felt pretty nasty. And then it ended up only moving about 0.5% by close. I have like the old Costco's, and then I have the Pinduoduo from earlier last week. That's about it. And then we had Facebooks. Those got clapped yesterday, and then an HPQ for $50. GME shareholder meeting, 13 minutes. I'm still short Costco. Yeah, I'm down on the play because the insurance is decaying. But I have till June 18th on that. That was the whole point with that play. I want to give it some time. Let's get a multifamily syndication going. If you got good deals, I mean, that's the value you bring with syndication. If you got deals people can't get their hands on, that's the money on there. I saw his house bought for 95 in 2021. He's selling it for 215. Should I put an offer? It depends. I mean, just make sure the property is good. But if you're gonna you're gonna be paying a big premium on that, it just depends what your purpose is. But those properties, I'm not really a big fan of. So like I saw one guy buy a house for Cali. They bought it for 1.3 million in 2021, and now they want to sell it for 2.1. But they were trying to sell it for 2.5 and already cut the price 400. But I'm not into those houses usually. Unless it's like really good condition, really good area. But that's usually the risk, is that if it was a cheaper property and then they're selling it for a big premium, the big risk you run is that that property needs a lot of work, and then now you overpaid and then you underpriced what you'll have to put for repairs or anything else of that nature in the future. Are we going to stream the GME shareholder meeting? If there's headlines or anything, we could listen to some of it. But I don't think it's going to be like an event. Biden urges Congress to expand incentives for clean vehicles. Costco's at the high. That's good. Watch Ford again. Ford announced that plant there in Michigan today. Tesla on the high. I think we are going to get 2 more Fed speakers today, right? I mean, we already got from Brainerd. But I think it doesn't even matter what any of these Fed speakers say. I think they're all trying to get the point across that they're not pausing in September. Just don't get your hopes up to make it like something. I think Mester and George. Brought to you by Tesla. Palantir broke 9. Man, I remember when Palantir was at $60. Like I said, bro, my $10 position was bulletproof for the longest time. And then that's it. These y'all were armor-piercing rounds in January. Does Costco have enough to go up another leg? You need defensives / discretionaries to bounce even harder. Otherwise, it'll be difficult for them. Hormel on the low. They had earnings today. They're down 6. Take my Series 65 in 2 weeks, baby. Hey, man, make sure you studying. Make sure you studying. We love to see it. We're going to have Chad brokers in here, baby. Licensed and bonded. Real estate. I mean, you could hang around here. We talk about it a lot. We got a real estate course. But you could join the free calls on Wednesday. Yesterday was probably a good time to get into it. If not, wait till next Wednesday. But yeah. I use level 2 every now and then. It really just depends on the situation. Usually if I'm trying to buy something and having an idea of the market depth makes a lot of sense. So that's when we'd use it. Otherwise, it just depends on the situation. You got a truck, you got a steal, you bought it from the dealership. I'm turning in the lease for Grandpa. He bought out the lease. They sold it to you below Blue Book. Yeah, if it was 2019 too, that truck is probably up 20% still. See, that's what I'm saying. It's like if you bought cars a long time ago, depending on, or even 2020, you're going to have a certain amount of value in there. But it's just like there's been some level of stabilization. It's just like real estate. If you bought in 2018, 2019, it's still up. But now, like, the gains from 2021 aren't really the same. Or it's cooling off. Like, did anybody buy a car in 2021 and sell it this year for more money? Maybe that's good. Yeah, DWAC is actually running. It looks kind of normal. Usually it's like big pops and drops and big pops and drops. I'm surprised DWAC is still in SPAC state. That's the wildest part about all this to me. How much has real estate dropped? It hasn't. So the latest housing numbers, real estate literally 2 days ago, it's the housing index is up 20% year over year. So you're just watching the overbidding and this, the crazy people are calming down. That's it. I bought it a month ago. They sold it, but the buy was written. Yeah, if the contract. That's why the old lease video. Getting a lease is like an option contract. So that was like a leap in 2019. But did anybody buy a car in 2021 and sell it in 2022? That's the question. At like a 2021 pricing, all of that. I bought my car in 2018. It's still worth more than what I bought it for after putting lots of miles, but I can't afford a new car even if I kill it on selling my old. Yesterday, I bought a used car for $5K in November. Sold it yesterday for $8K. Bought for $14, sold for $19. So we got two Chav reports. If I'm above 20% because of the valuation, can I have PMI? Yeah, you can get it removed. You might have to it might change like your tax assessment. Again, you get a higher appraisal, but yeah. Lulu, I think, is going to be interesting. I mean, they did good last time. I thought they were up prior. I don't know why. I already thought Lulu reported. I thought they gave some in there. Yeah, 2 years ago. So a couple recently. I know a lot. Like, again, if you bought prior, it was very, very easy. Or, you made a lot. So it depends. The car shortage, people leaving, new locations. As much as that would seem like it's just been supply. And, they blame the chips. It's just there's been less cars available. That's it. And then all of a sudden, people want cars. You'd be surprised. I mean, think about it. How many people, when you got a stimulus check, is whether you needed it or not, depending on where you were at. Like, I don't know. I think buying a new car is like something people do right when they have extra money, more or less. And I think it was the chip makers, the lack of supply, and then everybody and their mom just started buying a car. And then as the supply dwindled, that was it. Would you say the worst of inflation was not the Fed, but rather opportunists to the public, price gouging? I mean, that definitely contributed to it, but that's just like the 70s. I mean, it's government spending. That's it. Fiscal expenditures and how much the government spends, that's where it started. That's it. And that's, other stuff will influence it, but if there's less monopoly money on the board to play with, you wouldn't see it. Like, so you played Monopoly, right? I don't know if you played Monopoly recently, but it's like later in the stage of Monopoly when there's like more money on the table and then there's bigger, people get more opportunistic, but you don't act like that when it's the first couple of rounds. You see what I'm saying? So when there's a lot of money on the board, people start acting crazy. So that's part of it, but I think the biggest effect is just government spending, without a doubt, and that's just, comparing it to 1970 as well, and they had the same arguments. 1970s, they blamed the greedy people. They blamed the corporations. They blamed the Fed. They blamed a lot of people. Cars and trucks waiting for chips and brand new lots. Yeah. You walked into the DMV and they said you were too blind to drive. So you went outside and put the cane out the window. It was fake driving. They said I was better than most people. I don't know. Is this a joke or a real story? That's I don't know, because I think in like Cali, they give anybody a license. But certain states, I know they have different requirements. More money, inflationary pressure is about 80%. Oil drives. I strongly disagree. I don't think. Again, we made the inflation video in April 2020 when oil was like $1.50. It's just you add that much money to the system, you're going to mess up a lot of things, or you're going to get a big consequence. To add trillions of dollars, whether it was Donald Trump or Joe Biden, doesn't matter. And then both of them did it. It's just that right. There's a consequence, right? Equal and opposite reactions. So oil could be a consequence of it all, and everything else. But all of that money that was put in there from the government spending with, like they even brought it up yesterday, Bullard. He said, and it makes sense, the attitude people had was simply, we would rather overkill it than underkill it because of what we were facing. And that's what happens. But, just like the 70s. I mean, were you alive in the 70s? I don't know. But it was very similar then. And again, when you read some of the history and you go read what it was like back then, just a lot. Everybody they blamed oil. They blamed greedy businessmen. They blamed politicians. They blamed all things, but it just all boiled down to the amount of government spending. There's just a limit to all of it. There's a good video, the Ray Dalio video. Have you guys seen that Ray Dalio video? Crude inventories fell by 5 million barrels. EIA says oil's reacting a little bit. Depends what you spend on with the repercussions of massive spending during Roosevelt's era. Yes and no, but it all plays out like that. If the size is overkill and you put out that much money, it doesn't matter really what it goes to unless it truly is productive. So unless you make that money back within a ample amount of time, or a not ample amount, a short amount, then maybe. But if not, then that's it. If you build roads that allowed for a 20x, 30x return and it actually paid, very, very quickly, then yes. Otherwise, but even then, if you just overkill the spending and there is no check on government spending, you are going to get this reaction every single time. That's where, history has shown it. It's just simple. Whether you're in America or any other country, what's that Ray Dalio video? He put out a video and it shows it. It's just like you print money. It just every single time you go about it, if you're not able to generate that much money or protect it, it creates a certain effect. It's a very good video. Is that how changing the world order and economic? Is that the one? Let me see. I think it's Economic Machine. Yeah, a couple months ago. Can I play the video or would they copyright me? I agree on money. I disagree on oil impact. I agree with what you're saying with it, but I don't think it's the as big as you. It's definitely not the bottom line to say this is why we have inflation or this is what we're doing with it. You know what I'm saying? But this is what they're talking about now. They're talking this is what the Biden administration has been saying. This is a transition period. That's why some people are getting mad about it, because in a weird way, it's forcing us to a transition that, that most people probably wouldn't have taken naturally, or would have taken a lot longer. That, if gas gets expensive, all this stuff, goes to shit and there's a problem and we actually do get infrastructure and get people investing in it, eventually it will produce that. But the question is, what sort of return will it create? But in the meantime, it is all the government spending, regardless of the reason. If it just gets past a certain number, it creates these inflationary pressures that really just destroy the pricing for a lot of things. If it's on YouTube, you can play. They don't copyright you, though. Let me see. Because it's a good video. Where is it? Let's see, financial centers. I think this is it.
Richer countries eventually get deeper into debt by borrowing from poorer countries that save more. It's one of the early signs of a wealth and power shift. This started in the United States in the 1980s when it had a per capita income 40 times that of China's and started borrowing from Chinese
Ray
who
Dalio.
wanted to save in dollars because the dollar was the world's reserve currency.
We need to get here.
Similarly, the British borrowed a lot of money from its much poorer colonies, and the Dutch did the same at their top. If the empire begins to run out of new lenders, those holding their currency begin to look to sell and get out rather than to buy, save, lend, and get in. And the strength of the empire begins to decline. The decline. The decline comes from internal economic weakness together with internal fighting or...
So no music, but he has a good internal weakness. Typically, the decline comes gradually and then very suddenly. When debt becomes very large and there's economic downturn...
And the empire can...
Dude, it's the same pace. They can't pay the necessary debts. The financial bubble bursts. This creates domestic hardships, who forces the country to choose between deflating on its debts, defaulting, or printing a lot of new money.
To print a lot of new money.
Where it gets good.
At first gradually, and eventually massively. That devalues the currency and raises inflation. For the Dutch, this was the financial crisis brought about by financial excesses and paying for the Fourth Anglo-Dutch War. Similarly, for the British, it was paying for its financial excesses and its debts from the two world wars. And for the U.S., it's been 3 cycles of debt finance booms and busts since the 90s, with the central bank stepping in each time with stronger measures. When the government has problems funding itself, when there are bad economic conditions, and living standards for most people are declining, and there are large wealth, values, and political gaps, internal conflict between the rich and the poor, as well as different ethnic, religious, and racial groups, greatly increases. This leads to political extremism that shows up as populism of the left or the right. Those of the left seek to redistribute the wealth, while those of the right seek to maintain the wealth in the hands of the rich. Typically, during such times, taxes on the rich rise, and when the rich fear their wealth and well-being will be taken away, they move to places, assets, and currencies they feel safer in. These outflows reduce the empire's tax revenue, which leads to a classic, self-reinforcing, hollowing out process. When the flight of wealth gets bad enough, governments outlaw it. Those seeking to get out begin to panic. These turbulent conditions undermine productivity, which shrinks the economic pie and causes more conflict about how to divide the shrinking resources. Populist leaders...
Yeah, but you got here. I'll post the link. You guys should watch this. It's around like 30, 40 minutes. Here's the link about it. But it talks about literally just, again, that whole aspect of when you get the economic decline and then they're forced to either default or print more, and then the government prints more, then they start spending, and then the effect that it creates and it's good. You can learn a lot from it. I think it's a very, very informational video. Read the book. It's based on economic principles. We are headed to some crazy time. It's not like it's always sounds like you can make it sound like a Hollywood movie, but this is just economies. This is just how it's played out. This is just economics. Go back in time again. The Dutch, they were. Who brought it up yesterday? Bullard. He was talking about the Dutch and the reserve currency, the first ever one. Remember them, the pound, and then the dollar. And talking about the capitalism and everything else. Yes, it does. If you do watch it, it will make you very bearish. 100%. That's why it's like you got to be able to view it in a way where you're kind of understand the concept, but don't be so attached to it more or less. And then understand, usually when we explain economics, it's like you could explain 15 years in 10 minutes, 5 minutes. You see what I'm saying? So that's the problem. I posted the link in the chat. That one's it's the latest Ray Dalio video about I think it's called like the Changing New World Order or something. View it objectively. Just try to understand it. That's what I think. Comprehension of it, so that you could you could see what's happening and see the timing, but then you don't have to don't let it dictate your daily decisions, more or less. Yes, don't get hypnotized by the hand. Amen. Amen. That and just I think if you could comprehend, this is just the whole idea, spending money, just understand why when there's more money, people will save and lend differently, right? People will buy and spend differently. Again, as things start to play out, you've seen this in history. The point is, everything we are dealing with, ladies and gentlemen, nothing new is under the sun. Fair enough is the best way to put it, right? At some point, even though we've dealt with unprecedented and stuff that some people would say we've never seen before, a lot of the features are economic stuff that has occurred. It's not as if this is the first time people have printed money. This is not the first time any government has spent more than it has brought in. It's not the first time where assets have gone up in value extremely well, even though the production behind it really wasn't there. It's just not the first time this has happened, right? Again, inflation and how the government and people have reacted, both citizens all the way down to policymakers. It's not the first time this has happened. So you could learn from the features and try to understand rationality, what has driven people to act this way, why did it get like that? And then once you could understand that, you could notice features, but just always understand the fluidity where it's like history rhymes, but it's never gonna lightning strikes twice, it's not gonna play out like you'd think. Don't you love CPI was 7% before inflation, but that was apparently all Putin's fault. And just don't get caught up in it. That's if you're following every news headline and what's going on. It's just in the sense like if most people knew prior. It's like if you want to listen to what it is, the problem is it's just government spending. It is what it is. That's what we're dealing with now. And then you have inflation. If you want to believe anything else prior to that, it's totally up to you. Do your own research, do your own due diligence and make your own decision from it. But it's, most people, even on Wall Street, most people already knew what was happening, when it's all said and done, right? Again, it's going to play out a certain way. And then people were getting in at the second stage, that hot money in 2021, it was just people playing hot money. That's it. There was opportunity and people were going to take that money when it's all said and done. But this inflation stuff and seeing what it was and why it's caused, you could accept new reasons if you would like, but you don't need to, what I'm trying to say is that the reasons are historical and you could see what's caused certain things, and you don't need to necessarily rely on a new explanation of an old phenomena. Does that make sense? Costco is on the high. We'd love a little bit more. Facebook, even 3% is recovered that drop from yesterday. Why are we ripping? I do not know. I'd say if the real reason is that the stuff that is not safe havens are getting bid. That's it. And financials are finally in the green right now, which is good. It's actually because of technicals. Or maybe we'll see at 412. Again, if we could get past that. 412.50 was a very stubborn level last week. And even it proved to be so yesterday. So I'd watch around there and we'll see if we dance around that or not. Oil is going up, I think. There was recently a crude draw. It was running up prior, even though it had the little OPEC drop. Again, a lot of OPEC volatility. We moved, $5-6 in a day on oil. That's a very big amount, but oil's only moved 0.8. Memes are ripping. Costco's up. AMC up 3. GameStop up 7. Always appreciate the friendly back and forth. Amen, man. God bless you. That's what I'm saying. I always enjoy, man. I hope everybody, I just hope people learn and learn more with the economy. And that's why it's like, end of the day, there's political stuff and all that, but it's like economics. And that video's good. Y'all should watch that video. I really enjoyed it. And I think a lot of you, especially if you like the econ stuff, or if you even want to just understand what's happening right now, it's just very, very good. It's just like, it's something, but just don't get scared by it. You know what I'm saying? Like, at the end of the day, I respect you too, my friend. God bless you. It's like, just don't know, but don't freak out when you watch it. It's like some of y'all, I feel like if you like 18, 19, and this is the first time, that's usually when it happens, like when you're younger. Like, because when I was younger, bro, it took a couple of those economic videos. I thought the world was ending twice. You know what I'm saying, bro? Like, that's it. Like, I was like, Jesus. I thought the rapture was about to. I said, no, it ain't going to be the rapture, bro. I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying? It's crazy. Born in 77. So it's like you probably, like, you got the end of it. It was like kind of, it's like growing up during like '08 where it's like you were around there, but not like, you weren't in the same like adult stage that you're at now where you could kind of understand it in that sense. So like, I think to really feel the 70s, you would have had to probably been born in like the 50s, more or less. Most people don't understand economics. The Fed couldn't understand why we had no inflation. They can. It's just that's what I'm saying. It's just like, there's a lot of hindsight with economics, and it's just like when we go back, you go backwards. But like I'm saying, you could always answer economics. You could always have a reason, and just don't underestimate politics and incentives on people. Again, nobody cared about '08 because they were making so much money. Let me say that one more time. Nobody cared about '08 because they were making so much money. The bankers, the loan people, they didn't give a shit because they were just passing the loan to the next person, making hand over fist. Everybody was, and then again, even the judges, everybody was getting houses. Their houses were tripling, quadrupling in value, not just going up 100%. It was going insane, but it was just like the incentives. And then you had lobbyists and politicians explaining why things were happening. And they're saying, well, this is this, supporting what it was. So it's just, economics, the answers are there. And you could see what dictates people's behavior. That's why a lot of time people think I'm weird when I say it, but even Jerome Powell has brought it up. A lot of economics is even psychology. Psychology dictates a rational or irrational economic actor. Apple, things are really going up. Let's see where we get to 412. A lot of discretionaries are leading right now. Energy is down 0.12. So they're still in the red even after that rally. Financials are the worst on the green. To Microsoft. I keep doing that. Uber's killing it today too. I think we might be getting back to our Uber purchase price from the last deposit. Spot for 15. It sucks. I mean, I don't know. I think, well, maybe by CPI, we'll find out next week. Because, again, 430 was in the cards when we started the week. But it wasn't really there the last couple days. Again, now 412 is acting as that buffer. Yeah, housing bubble peaked at 5.6 income to house. We're currently at 6.35. Only difference is back then there was just no income requirement on a house. So imagine if that was the ratio, but like even if you didn't have like income, you were still qualifying. Bro, they were giving out houses to anybody back then. So that's the big, I mean, we'll see. Otherwise, again, it's going to be an interesting dynamic. If we have a collapse under Dodd-Frank, I could only imagine. Toyota unveils home battery pack to compete with Tesla Powerwall. Yes, Ninja. No income, no job, no assets. It was kind of dope back then, but, I mean, you see the effect. That's the only problem. Oh, Toyota. I do, bro. Y'all see the new Tundra? Oh, man. If foreclosures tick up at all, it'll have everyone's attention. In the meantime, it's on the back burner. Just lots of moving around right now. Yeah, and it's still up. I mean, I wish, bro. I'm in a weird way. I'm waiting for people to drop it. It grew on me. It's sick. No, bro. It goes hard. It goes hard. It's like the exterior, interior. They updated the interior now, too. It's like, bro, I saw it the other day. I was like, ooh. I said, that's a nice looking car. That's a good truck, bro. That's a good truck. You can get adjustable rate mortgages right now, but most people don't do them. That's the thing. It's not as if the adjustable rates, like, they could save you some money, but back then why they were so appealable is because they would come with teaser rates. So they would come with 3 years, like a credit card, like 0%, or 3 years you don't have to pay, or whatever it may have been. But nowadays they exist, but a lot of people don't take it. Josh in a Tundra eating an Impossible Whopper. Oh, that Impossible Whopper was fire too. Don't feel me. Oh, y'all don't feel me on that. I like the new Tundra. It's nice. It's nice. When we use interest only, I was reading that on the real estate cheat sheet. If you're gonna do a flip or you don't plan to hold it for a long time, interest only is good. That's what I did on the house flip. So when I did that, I did a hard money. I put 15% down, but I did interest only. So I wasn't paying down principal, but I sold that house within 30 days. And that's a reason why you'd want to do it. Keep the payment low, keep overhead low. If you don't plan on holding it a long time, you can, but it's not really, don't do interest only. If it's a big amount of money, like a big property value, and you plan to hold it for a long time, do not do it. The new 40-year amortizations are guaranteed slavery. Unless real estate is expected to keep the trajectory that it's on and doesn't decline, then it makes sense. I said this a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, because you got to think about it. A 30-year mortgage is telling you the break even on your house. A 30-year mortgage is pricing in that homes will double every 30 years minimum. Otherwise, nobody would buy that. No one would take that loan. That's what ends up happening. Right? So at 40 years, in a weird way, it's just telling you the break-evens are probably going to be higher after 40 years than what they were in the original 30. I tried the Impossible Burger. It tasted it tasted like normal to me. It was weird. It tasted like a Whopper that I had back in the day. I liked it. Pinduoduo, yeah, back up 5. This is beautiful. Yeah, bro. For a Toyota, they used to, bro, the old Toyota, bro, they didn't update. I'm telling you, it's clean. It's clean. I like it a lot. Like, I had dreams of a F-150. I'm sorry, Texas, but I don't know. I might have to get me a Tundra. I'm telling you, it's clean. Raptors over Tundra. I don't know. Tundras are made in Texas. Well, amen. Then there you go. Okay, then that's it. We're good. So it's cool. All right. We good. NVIDIA going still. Chipmakers on fire all day today. And then industries, materials still the leader. Discretionaries number 2. Communications number 3. Tech, industrials, and then financials. The real estate, energy, staples, utilities, healthcare down. We're gonna rip all day. Let's see at 412.50. I think that's gonna be the real key level there. And then where we go from there, we'll say a lot. Close the gap. We gapped up. I don't know to any of the gap. This was the only gap. I guess we gapped down from there, 416. But at least we didn't go to 405. Again, we broke right below the Friday level, but nothing too crazy. But even then, I mean, this is what, 3-4 points top to bottom. Got to stay neutral. Don't want to upset the Fed. I think the Fed, I think after the CPI could be very volatile, especially with the Fed just trying to make it clear that, yo, man, September is not, they're trying to let us know that it's not, September is not going to be the pause. They're trying to make that clear. Go see how bad GameStop is. Did the conference call start? Markets are pumping hard. I mean, don't you guys feel like we would be higher than like 408 though? Or 411? You know what I'm saying? Just don't forget. It was very bro, these 400 levels were low. I feel like, anything below was very, very bad. Apple's not pumping. A lot of the tech was down today, and then it's came back up. Tulsa. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm in the coat. Hey. Happy Honda days. Overall bearish. They're doing this slow walk down. I mean, a lot of people are excited about summer. People think summer rally. I think it's possible for sure. But everything we dealt with this year, we're going to face the reckoning after pretty much end of summer, August, September, October. So it's like this is one stage. Whatever happens in between, I mean, I think all of that is just going to be emotions and anything else, but we'll find out. But it's not like I think the bigger things are related to, it's once we get more of that data, like where inflation and rates and balance sheet end by the end of the year, or as we get into that final quarter, that is going to be the real driver of, okay, we're going to hit a new high or we're going to go to a new low, or we're going to really recover, keep the gains we had, or no, it's like it's really going to sell off. Anytime you hear McDonald's theme song, you hear my voice. That's good. I got a good PHILO. I don't know. The PHILO might scare some of y'all though. It's interesting though. But we're gonna talk about it. I don't know. I don't know if I should share it with you. I'm just kidding. It's a good one. You're gonna like it. You're gonna like it. Summer rally possible. New NSSC rule. Liquidity injection, but how do they use it? Yeah, anything. I think even without anything crazy, you would still be, with how much we've dropped and everything right now, even the PEs are around 16 forward, 12-month PE. So it's like, I don't think it'll be too crazy. Like there's reasons to make things go up, but unfortunately that data, like I said, where is the rates? Where is inflation? And then the balance sheet towards the final quarter, that is what's going to set everybody up. That right there is going to be like, yo, we really are in 2008, or, okay, they could play this game for another year. And then if by another year, none of those things freak out the market or get substantially worse, then, before you know it, we just went through a 2015 to 2018 period where 2014 to 2018 where the market didn't do anything. Again, we're very liable to trade kind of like these years. I mean, I remember I said this in 2021. Let's see, I think 2012 to 2016. Like, this was the Obama administration. When did Obama come in? I think you had I think this is the presidential first year rally. Then the second year we like climbed up, but pretty much like the second half of the term, we didn't do anything. So even like 2015, 2016, as it led into like 2017 again, and then until the election and all of that, and then there's kind of an election cycle that you see every time. Same thing even played out with Biden, but it takes a lot of time. Yeah, Obama was in 2008, but then I'm trying to think the second term. I remember Obama, I was elected, I was at bingo and everybody cheered. Priced in until it happens. Again, I mean, even JP Diamond, what did he say? Is that he said the consumer has like 9 to 12 months of spending. So it would make sense with everything. People could be spending. You know what I'm saying? Coming into the summer and all of that. We're going to find out. But like we said, it's just like coming into the end of the year, that's when everyone's going to react. Just like this time around, too. Around October, November, we reacted. People got ready for where we were at by the end of the year, what's going to set up for the next year. I'm probably 40, 50 pounds heavier than you, and my arms don't look nowhere near as good as yours do in the IG story. I think it's because I'm short. The short guys, we got those like arms that are shorter, so my muscle just hits different. But maybe, I don't know. I don't do anything, bro. I swear, bro, like I ate Burger King, and like that's it. Just eat 1 meal a day, 2 meals a day, and then just work out every time, and then do the push-ups. Amen. Amen. Got you motivated. Amen. Amen. Chad gets me motivated. Y'all send me Y'all motivational. It goes. It's just good, baby. It's good. My muscle don't jiggle. It's swole. That's a good one. I like that. U.S. 8-week bills allotted at high 1.04. So again, there'll be some balance sheet reduction, I think, around there, but it's going to be light on the short end of the curve. I hit 3 plates yet? Nah. I don't know if I want to hit 3 plates. Is it weird if I screenshot that story and put it as my wallpaper? I mean, I think it's only weird if you make it weird. My girlfriend might get jealous, but, I'm chill, bro. I think it's all love. Hitting the rowing machine, 30 minutes, trying to turn into Andres, right? I've been trying to turn into Andres too, but for some reason, I can't get taller. I don't know what's happening. I'm trying everything. It's crazy. Yeah, non-farm payrolls is tomorrow. It's probably going to be the only thing that can move something tomorrow. Someone asked what could move us 2%, but I don't know if it could even move it that big. But that will be the big one. AMD Ripper, USO again. Oil's hitting a new high. That's crazy. Bro, talk about the oil volatility. Jeez. Yeah, oil's ripping right now. Travel stocks, I mean, I like them, but the thing is, that's one thing. Even though I do like the travel stocks, and I think it will be an active travel season, the one thing everybody has to realize is that from the last 3 months, everybody has already priced in a strong travel season. So it has to do better than what everybody is expecting. So that's the problem. At least with some of that's what I'm worried about, is that even though it's there, it's still everybody from the last quarter is expecting travel to be very good already. What will be the tell to short? I think after summer, just timing. I think after we hit another new high. I don't think. The question is, you have to ask yourself with oil, do you think 130.5 is going to be the highest we're going to hit this throughout all of this? So imagine everything going on. Gas prices go crazy. Everybody's worried in the world, the fertilizer, the transport, the China, whatever it is. Do you think 130 is the top? Simple as that. Would this be the top of the chart that brings us back down? So it's like, you see, so I don't really think it is. I don't think we went through all of that to pretty much top out in the first quarter and then never see another new high. And seasonally, it makes a lot of sense. Again, by the end of summer, that's where it is. Again, we put it up the other day. They were talking about it. Usually in May and June, you might get a little mini peak in the premium of oil. But then by August and July, that's where you start to see the summer effects. And with everything that we're dealing with, it's probably going to be one of the strongest summers ever. So economic activity may fold before it can hit a new high. Yes, but I don't. The economy cannot grind to a halt in 3 months. It's a boat crash, right? So like you're saying, if the boat crashes, will that say that oil could go down 100%? But that boat at this pace already, it's not going to grind to a halt within 3 months. Again, we're talking 3 months away from now. August, really, that's 2 months. I disagree. Probably the weakest summer, and you could hold that opinion for sure. I'm going based off of this is one thing that I believe, but throughout the last quarter, it's been confirmed. Go look at every travel company. Go look at every airline. Go look at even Uber has even talked about it. But everybody is, even the credit card companies are saying that travel demand is very, very strong. I mean, most people have actually already booked their summer trips, believe it or not. So I don't think everybody's like me and does it last minute. Most people, too, if you already knew you wanted to go somewhere, you booked that trip in February. You booked that trip in March, maybe earlier for some people. So a lot of it is it's good to go and the guidance is there. So everybody, you're entitled to your opinion. Feel free to be a contrarian on the topic. It's just going off of it. It's just even the companies themselves, the guidance over the last quarter is all very, very high. So that's why I'm saying I think the problem is going to be that it's already priced in. That's the thing. Yes, it is June. 100%. So summer's in 2 months. That's it. June has already started. Summer's already started. Again, end of summer's in 2.5, 3 months from now. Most people already have everything ready to go. It all comes back to the Ray Dalio video. I think the problem is it's strong right now. And then if it gets weaker or if it does good, but it's not, they're not able to guide further, then that's the problem. You're not allowed to talk about end of summer. I know, I'm sorry. I have so many things booked out for August, September. I think a lot of people do. That's why I look at prices even then, and the prices are high. But I'm like, geez, who's paying for this? But the fact of the matter is just a lot of people are already paid for it. Fall and winter. Going on a 7-day cruise in 2 days. Enjoy it. That sounds fun. I've never been on a cruise. Ba-da-bap-bap-bap. I don't know why that one's so stuck in my head today. I'm up 179 on Tesla. Is it an option? I mean, ghetto spread could be good. I mean, if we get a good non-farms and we could really run over stuff, it'll be great. But if not, the ghetto spread, take advantage of the premiums. Are the premiums up even more today? Because I know the drop, it could have killed it, but it might be a little decent. I did not buy Tesla for the long term. Yeah, State Department reports flag actions in Xinjiang, Hong Kong. State Department releases annual religious freedom report. What's up, 3 Flip? How you living? Good morning. It's still the morning. It's 8:30. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's 8:39. We're a little bit late, but we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. But ladies and gentlemen, we've been here for 2.5 hours. We got 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get her knees, do a push-up, plank the worm, anything. But get the body moving. Then, optometrist recommendations. Stare at object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Relax those pretty little eyeballs. Blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Oh, wow. Oh. Wow. That feels good, bro. You know what I'm saying? That feel good. Blinkety, blink, blink, blink. Oh, it's great. You feel good? Wow, relax those eyeballs, okay? Now relax the shoulders, too. Okay, stop scrunching up your shoulders. No one's attacking you. Fix that nerd neck, okay? Boom. Legs in front of you. Okay, chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. Oh, yes, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. Wow. I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it. No, you told me. Thank you. I'm going to take the compliments today. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. I've been working. I've been working hard. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Chest to the sun. No. I'm taking the compliments today. Thank you. Chad got ahead of themselves. They just kept complimenting. You know what? I just got to embrace the moment. You know, I've never been complimented on this. Okay? This is great. It's beautiful. Oh, my gosh. Thank you. Wow, you mean it? I look taller? Really? No, stop. I don't know way. I'm going to go. Hold on. I'm going to go measure myself real quick. I'm going to go stand next to my cabinets and see if I could see above the kitchen island. Hold on. That's crazy. Oh, my gosh. Stop it. Stop it. Now, I know I've been working on the posture a lot. Yeah, I've been working on the posture a lot. I'm good. You guys got that joke? Oh, my hands look big? Wow, really? Oh, no way. No way. This is crazy. Wow. Here, hold on. I'm going to put them up next to the coin. See. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. This is crazy. This is crazy. But relax the jaw. Go. Breathe in really deep. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. Oh, man. My arm hair's on point. Thank you. I've been brushing it lately, you know, just make sure it stands out. Oh, feels good. So let me get the Resistances. Again, today, pretty chill. We did nothing for the first hour. Then we had this little rally. We're getting towards the stubborn level of 412.15 or 412.50. So we'll see. Economic data was good and bad. Manufacturing was poor, but other metrics came in good. No other updates. OPEC said they're going to increase production by 50%. People like that. But then oil inventories had a draw, came back down, or oil came back up. And then we're right here. And then Microsoft lowered guidance today. So a lot of little bits and pieces. You know what I'm saying? A lot of little bits and pieces. Netflix is doing good. Look at that Netflix barcode in the morning, bro. That was crazy. Tesla going up. Mild Green Day. Feels good. Just a lot of little things here and there. Back in my day, you have to wait in the mail to enjoy Netflix. Oh my God, I remember that. It was still kind of dope too, though. We were like, wow, this technology. Gotta do these. I'm doing these like Y stretches with the resistance to stop the shoulder clicking. They were sending discs. It was exciting when you got to like, oh, you got to rip it apart, the little red and white one thing. It's crazy. You watch more movies that way? Yeah, because you wanted a movie, but we watch a lot more TV now if you think about it. Any of you do Gamefly? I wanted it so bad. Nah, I wanted it too, but nah, man. Netflix was cheaper. You got movies, fun for the whole family. Nah, Gamefly was too expensive. The YTWL, Yeah, that's exactly what it is. I do the backwards ones, then the Y ones, and then the T's, exactly. My shoulder clicks too. Yeah, if I do, it's just weak ligaments, and like you have to like if you do the resistances, it wasn't always clicking. When I do more of them, it helps out a lot. But if you kind of don't stay up to date with it, and then your chest gets tight and everything else, it messes with your shoulders. And then 4-12-40. The YMCA is good too. Yeah. Vonderland, Poland to reinstate dismissed judges by 2023. 3 conditions to be fulfilled before payment. What are your thoughts on Robert Kiyosaki? I think he's pretty smart. I like him. I mean, I like Rich Dad Poor Dad. Very good book. I think most of what he promotes is reasonable. XLE Pop. I mean, if XLV could come alive, that will be good. I mean, that's the healthcare. They're all guttered. It came back, 0.75%. Actually, this could be good. If we hold up this gain and everything is able to keep going up now, then you're going to get all the defensives coming up. Like real estate is about to go positive. Consumer staples are only down 0.1 right now. And then healthcare is still down 1/4 with utility. So if this continues and the value names come back up, it's going to turn from weird day to all green day. And then this will just make more sense now with people buying the risk on as well as not totally selling off the other stuff. Is it 30 push-ups, 60 sit-ups? Hey man, I know I need to do some sit-up routine. AMD 412.63. Microsoft still down 1%. AMD and Nvidia both 5%, 6% right there. Chip makers are absolutely killing it today. TSM's barely up, and same thing with Intel. But the big ones, AMD and Nvidia, they're really killing it. Apple is positive now once again. I think Google and Facebook. VLO's on the high. More energy plays. And then Pinduoduo. Where is that one? So we got 400 total if we sell out now. If I take the profit from here, how much are these worth now? $50. And then that's like what? So I'm already down 400. That'd be 60. So take off 100. We'd walk away with 300 net profit, and then we'd have the puts till February. VIX on the fall. The Navy SEAL sit-ups. I might have to get them. I have a routine I need to get in there. We're going to find out. Cup and handle across the board. I'm more concerned with the industries, but it's at least looking better. We're above 412.50 by a little bit, but hopefully it just doesn't come down and do the little dance here and then start chilling. That won't be good. Microsoft currency warning seen as a non-event. Microsoft shares are down 1.9. They paired its fourth quarter outlook, citing the impact of a stronger dollar. Analysts said the news wasn't a reflection of weak fundamentals. The red ticker stopped. Rally in credit stalls as market rethinks September. Swinging inflation expectations reflects traders' doubt. Copper jumps as Chinese reopening boisters demand outlook. Commodity currencies outpace peers as oil and gold gain. And then Brainerd pours cold water in September pause. I'm a bullish indicator. That's good. I'll take it. 413. Half a point above the level. So stronger we hold, the better. We were above this yesterday, right? Nah. We didn't get back to 450, around 413-ish, kind of when we started a dip. So watch around 414, 415. If we get any stronger from there, it could be very, very good. So let's find out. But you're like right at the cusp there. You're right above 412, but still 2 points below 415. UAV inbound. AC 130 above. I forgot what to say. GS will win tonight. I thought you were saying Goldman Sachs, but you mean Golden State. But Goldman Sachs is up now. Even banks too. Let's go JP. Let's go Habibi. And more discretionary runners. Uber leaps up 16. Uber is doing good. Again, 6% on them. Very, very big. Lyft is even up 6%. Pinduoduo again. That's a new high right there. Warriors in 6. Airbnb. HRCM. What happened? What is that? Is that a biotech? Would you ever add Apple or Microsoft, or are they too mature? I would if things come down, and that's why, where we end up by the end of this year, like we said, around that summer moment, depending on what happens, I would love to grab some of them. I mean, they're still pretty elevated. It's like Microsoft's really good. Same thing with Apple, but you're still paying a pretty penny, and especially with whatever else is beaten down. But I wouldn't say they're too mature if you could just get it at a better price. Like, honestly, it's like I'd take Facebook. Facebook has a lot going on. They're bad, but at least you could, I'd want to wait till I get it at a period where it's not as much premium embedded in there. Premium or real value, more or less. EQT nears $3 billion deal for Envirotainer. It's a foreign company they're buying. And then why is FedEx is listed in this? Yo, FedEx is a part of this for medical freight provider. FedEx is mentioned in this, and they're getting a pop. I don't know why FedEx is on that list with it, but they're moving. Balance sheet reduction equals bullish rally. I mean, nothing is really, even then, today and tomorrow, I mean, unless we get to 430, and again, I think 430 will be the top of any rally here. But at the end of the day, I mean, you only got one more day of the week. By next week, we are going to have the CPI. And then by June 15th, when they really start actually real money effect, that's when we have the problem. It's like, it's real money is pretty much going to stop showing up on the 15th. As of yet, even though they have the green light to taper, nothing is really getting tapered right now. The balance sheet is technically not being reduced. After June 15th, it will be. So there'll be real money not showing up. You will watch that be reflected. But even with today and anything up or down, it's going to stay tight simply because CPI is next week. So just keep that in mind. I wouldn't get too excited or frustrated just yet. Everything's ripping, though. High ticker is fully gassing right now. Crypto stocks rebound. Again, that EQT deal is related to FedEx. I don't know if you guys want to play it, but we don't have any other information besides that. HYG went positive. TLT went positive. Again, it was a little bit crazy there. CPI is consumer price index. Beyond hitting highs, 7%. Target to see if like Walmart and any of the like discretionaries that were down today. Yeah, Walmart came up. Coca-Cola came up. That's good. This is great. Consumer price. Yes. AAL flat with all the travel names moving. All the airlines, because again, the airlines gave good guidance yesterday, or Delta did, but remember it had a negative effect. For drip, you get a lot more drip for your money. That's the crazy part. So literally from March, bro, March was at 17, and then your drip comes in at 13. You literally got one extra share. I'm hyped on that. Super high. Not really, because I wish the stock was up more, but I'll take the free share. I'll take the free share. When is Abivi's drip? Actually, when is? We should even keep in mind some of the ex-dividends, I feel like. We got last drip on May 6th. Oh, no, so we already got it. Random big red on SPY. A little bit. Again, this is just the interesting level. 412.50 will be stubborn. So we're going to just see how that plays out. Yeah, bro. Abivi got one share. Drip May. Just already missed that. We've collected 11.5 shares over the last, 2-3 years on it? Not too bad. Not too bad for some drip, bro. Not too bad for some drip. Amber Heard is unable to pay ex-husband more than $10 million. You got a house for sale, Amber? I got you. Need more butter. Butter on upside, even downside. But today's kind of calm with it. Let's see where the levels are at. Most news has came out. I wouldn't be surprised for one more random piece of information, but even then, too, we'll even see where commodities and oils end up. I think right now the question is, does everything go positive? So real estate just went green. Energy just went green. Now only consumer staples, healthcare, and utilities are down, but they're all down no more than 0.3. And then consumer staples are about to go green. So, depending on this little move here, we were very close to everything being positive, which would eliminate some of the confusion that we were just dealing with earlier. EMB. I want to see the drip. I'm going to log into the long term. Will I cry? I hope I don't cry. You chat guy, you gonna hold me if I cry? It's okay, good. That's what I needed. The long-term chair, baby. You saw my password? All right, I have to ban you now. I feel like that's the only reasonable thing that I could do in my control. You know what I'm saying? Down 8% on the big one, down 2% on the small one, and then Colt Sister down 23. That's not too bad. Let's see. Show me some drip. Snapchat still plus 1.7. Oh my gosh. It's not too bad. That we're still what? Down 8%. And this one at one point we were up 300%? Uber, when was Uber purchase? Was 24.50. was the latest one we got in May. And then Netflix, down 15 on that one. I don't know. Maybe I grab more Netflix, actually. I don't know. I kind of like that one, believe it or not. And then Coinbase, that's down 70. That one's insane. Do we get any drip? We got 0.36 of drip on JP Morgan. Netflix is blue chip, I would say. I mean, I think it's arguable. And then April was last drip. Coca-Cola has been dripping nice, but we haven't been able to add to that because that play's been up. Coca-Cola went down. I would love to grab some more of that. And AT&T. AT&T came with, what was the other one? WBD. They're both down. Scammers. Walgreens. Drip was in March, so maybe that means their drip should be coming up soon. And then Abbey-Vi. We got 1.3 last time. Wait, what? Oh, I was like, that's a big drip. That was a purchase or no? Yeah, May 16th. 1.08. Lot of drip. Coinbase let Nas down, I know. It's okay. Uber let Jay-Z down. I don't know, so I know they beef, but with all the competition, don't you think Netflix is done? It sounds like the PHILO yesterday. You know what I'm saying? I feel like everybody's like really quick to call things over. You know what I'm like? You know, competition doesn't make somebody disappear, if that makes sense. So I think they're gonna do good. I mean, I use the product. I don't think I'll ever cancel Netflix just because I use it so much. So it's you know, I think it's good, but I don't know. It's not something you want to go too crazy from, but it could be decent. Changes their valuation. Yeah, but it doesn't change the company, right? And that's the whole point. Like even in 2001 and throughout time, even with what we've seen valuations drop and then come back up. The whole point is valuation is very fluid, right? That changes, but it doesn't change the company. That's the whole point with the whole Buffett thing and everything else. Is that, you know, it's looking at the company itself. It's just like buying a house. So it's like if I buy a house and somebody offers me $200,000 the next day less than what I paid for it, I don't have to agree with them, all right? But it's like you wouldn't sell your house and be like, oh, if somebody offered me less, the valuation is going to change. And then sure enough, 6 months, 12 months down the road, you might get another offer, but it's all about, you know, over time, what it actually is. So the company of Netflix, I just like it a lot. And, you know, we finally saw a chance to get it at 2019 prices or 2018. So I figured I would go with it. All right, 200 up 4 today. Bro, every tech company looks nuts. God bless you. I already unsubscribed. I unsubscribed 2 price hikes ago. Square popping off that. Off what? Square plans to bring tap to pay on iPhone to Square sellers. So Square and Apple news. UWMC. I mean, the dividend is very attractive. Like, very attractive right now. And if they could keep up that last earnings, I think they're going to do very well. But I don't know. It's also just a stability goes a long way in this market. Rivian, I have not seen Rivian. I wouldn't add Rivian to the long term. It's just not. I think I would rather take Lucid in a weird way. if I was going to pick one of the U.S. EV companies that's not Tesla. Otherwise, I would just get Tesla if you really wanted that exposure. What would be a catalyst? Just consistently good earnings, stock price leveling out, and enough time. Because that's the thing, too, with enough time, and if the earnings do good, you're gonna clean out all of the, excess shares and all that other bullshit, if that makes sense. So if that could happen, I'd be down with it. Pinduo. I judge companies by their CEO's energy. All right. I see you. Some CEOs are real. I don't know about the energy, but I feel you. If it's a good enough CEO, some people, it's very easy to be confident in a lot of people. It's like, there's some good CEOs out there, and if they've led the company to doing good, it could go a very long way. GOP texting Meadows says Trump could have stopped violence. Are? You love DSX? What is DSX? Diana Shipping. They look like they got killed in 2020 and then have been taken off. Could be interesting. But again, there is blue chip shipping companies as well, too. That's the question. It's like, do you go for growth or do you go for stability? But that one could be interesting. There's another shipping company I got put on too. I've only added the long-term UWMC to sister's portfolio, and then I have another like 4,000 or 5,000 shares between the other accounts, but I'm down like 50 or 60% on them. Am I more bullish on Meta or Snap for the long term? I think Snap can grow more, but I think Facebook is going to have more stability, and it has a way deeper value at this point, considering. What's Facebook's PE again? 14, which isn't too bad. Depending on what era you're comparing it to, but it's pretty decent considering how much they make and everything else. But I think Facebook has a lot going for it, and it's at a cheap price. But that cheap price does come at a lot of risk. Facebook is dealing with a lot of things. And if they don't handle it well, God knows what will happen. Or if they try to pivot to the metaverse and then the metaverse turns into a graveyard, that would be very, very bad. Zim, I traded and sold it, received a dividend and surprised. A lot of people were saying, apparently it's like real. Like you actually got it, like the higher dividend. But I don't know if it was like a special dividend or not. They taxed the Zim dividend 25. Still, I'm sure it's still probably like, what's it called? It's better than, bro, doesn't it pay? Some people are getting like 90. Apple to announce major changes to iPad software at WWDC event. To upgrade iPad software in a bid to satisfy pro users. What does that mean? They make software for safety? Safety soft? What does this mean? WWDC typically does not move Apple price. The monthly charges. Didn't they talk about that? Where they're gonna make the phones a service instead of a product? That would have been crazy. Monthly charges. They talked about, remember we went over that a couple weeks ago? It's like they wanted to do something to it. History, second week of June. That's when it is every year. It never moves the price. It's mostly developer products. I said I'm going to use last month deposit. This month, would you buy Airbnb and then value? It depends on the balance you have, yeah. I mean, the last time I saved up a deposit, though, I put 2 deposits towards value with JP Morgan. So it's up to you. You could split it 50-50. But just, I don't know if you're at 60-40, 70-30, 90-10, you know what I'm saying? So you got to kind of figure it out from there. Victor Hadley, welcome. That reminds me of Hadley. Have you any of you ever had what was it, Hadley? You Hatley. It sounds the same. The date shake in Palm Springs. Any of you ever had that? You saved me from myself when I unresigned. I love my career in investing. Can't wait to finish the real estate course. Let's go, baby. Amen. I'm still excited. I'm very excited. All the real estate, man. And hopefully we really are going to see who's about it. That's the best part. Let's see this. Let me check this. What's May 30th? Do I have any chip makers in the long term? No. I was considering Intel because the dividend, because it's low. I mean, if NVIDIA dropped more, that probably would have been the thing that we wanted. That one, because they pay a small dividend with everything. Am I going to play Chewy? No. I mean, we would have played it here after that whole little thing, the earnings. Would have been a good post earnings. I think it's still holding up. Maybe. You could always double check the premium because it's not like it's hitting a new high from here. But that would be a post-earnings play. Intel factory in Ohio. I think all of the Intel factories they're making. Aren't they doing another one? I think they're doing more outside of Ohio and then even TSM and like Arizona and stuff like that. Yeah, I don't know. The Chewies are up. They're up like 100%. So if you just go to like some of the shorter term contracts, you could take a look and get an idea. So it's like you still have some risk. You need it to move, but it's just all about playing the post earnings there. So I would wait a little bit. Usually I like if we don't get it in the first like morning candles there and get half of that gain, usually wait a little bit. If the stock could move more, then it could turn into a better play. Yeah, Intel, they're both building there, right? Both Intel and TSM. Yeah, Apple to upgrade software and bid to satisfy pro users. China invades Taiwan. Couldn't that clap most semis? Yes, we said that. If Taiwan, that would probably be one of the worst things that could happen in the world, is if Taiwan semiconductor gets clapped. So but I don't think it's going to happen. Especially just like at this point, we'll see how the whole Russia thing goes and all of that good stuff. Intel Divi is 3.3. It's good, but again, I'm pretty sure JP Morgan's paying out 3. We're getting like 3.3 at this price, or the price that we were at. China nears launch of advanced aircraft carrier. Satellite imagery shows. Okay. Okay, China. Okay. Airbnb new high, bro. What, no gasoline? No, okay. 121 actually is good. I feel like it hasn't been above here in a minute. The other day, I don't even think it got above 121 since May 9th. Again, I think our purchase was at 125, I think. 124.99 still on those last 10. Materials leading. Real estate course. Amen. Gasolina. Oh, gasolina, very important. Roblox was 30 that one Thursday. Yeah. I think that was post earnings though, right? Remember, then they sold off a little bit and then they came back up. Samsung's also building a plant in Arizona. Let's see, real below. Everything's, bro, if this turns into every industry going positive, it's going to be a nice day. Energy's green now. Just consumer staples are down 0.10. Healthcare, 0.27. Utilities, 0.3. Chad and Josh, hope all is well. Amen. I hope you're doing good, baby. Amen. It's a calm day. Today started off a little bit more aggressive, and then it calmed down. Do you see housing market crashing? No, I think we're going to get what we get now with things slowing down. I mean, I don't, and pretty much by the end of the year, I don't see real estate crashing. I think everybody needs to put a timeline on certain things, because obviously as we get into 2023, everything we've talked about here, looking at the markets, the rates, everything, it's like we'll see where the market's at 2023. But I'm not really expecting by the end of the year, I don't think you'll see a crash. I think you'll see moderation, which is exactly what's been happening, is that people are calming down. It's not the same. It's just not the same stupid marketplace, but the prices are still elevated, and that's why I don't think it's going to crash as much as it will kind of calm down first, and then we could talk about a crash. I mean, let me ask you guys this, comparing stocks to real estate. Oh, it's your birthday? Let's go, Neil. Horn! Where's the other chat birthdays, baby? I know we got more than one. Happy birthday to all of y'all. Amen. If you're spending it with the cult. Amen. But just imagine this. Like, did the meme stocks just crash? Like, even Snapchat came back down to $19 or $13. You know, it was up. But did it just, like, come down instantly? Like, you know, there's stages is what I'm trying to tell you. Go look at Facebook. Go look at Amazon. Go look at any of these companies. They all operated in stages, right? You have the rising up and then the crazy stage, and then it kind of moderated and then chilled out. Then it dropped. But this was 6 months or what? I guess, 3 or 4 months of staying at the same price. And again, look how much it moderated at one point, and then it began its descent. So I think it'll operate like that. I think Netflix had stages too. Netflix had a stage. I mean, think about it. It rocketed up here, and then again took 3 months to get you back to the first level of rallying, and then it dropped again. And this was a stage where it still dropped and then really plummeted. But as you pull it back, I mean, this was the run up. You see what I'm saying? So at one point you could say there's going to be a blow off top, but it will calm down to a degree. Well, all I'm saying is just that I think you calm down before you actually plummet and crash. Biden address on guns. Okay, I need to go to the bathroom.
To try to work through
Follow
some
me
of
on
these
Instagram
issues.
at the Trading Fraternity.
That they will get
I
to,
love
yes.
Turkey is also speaking with Russia on a lighter note here to maybe create a lane for grain exports to come out of Ukraine through the Black Sea. Is that maybe the path to getting parties back to the negotiating table?
I hope it will be. And Turkey is very important here because they are basically the overseer of the so-called Montreux Convention. And that really governs navigation in the Black Sea and through the Bosphorus Straits. So it's very important that Turkey be involved in any event. But Erdogan also has a good line of communication open with Putin. So I think he is somebody who can talk sense to Putin about the need to get global food shipments, global grain shipments moving again. I also just want to note that Zelensky's talking to the UN about getting a UN flag over shipments of Ukraine, having that kind of international focus here, which I also think is a good approach. So this seems to be moving this issue, and I welcome it because countries are starting to suffer.
I know before you were at NATO, Rose, you worked as Undersecretary for Arms Control at the State Department. How worried are you now that this war will trigger a new race, an arms race between Russia and the West?
I am worried, of course, and I'm also worried about other countries during this period because of all the nuclear saber rattling in Russia suddenly saying, oh, maybe I need nuclear weapons too. So what we call horizontal proliferation, I'm worried about that. But honestly, I have to tell you, one bright light during this whole crisis has been that the Russians are continuing to implement the New START Strategic Arms Reduction Treaty, meaning they are regularly notifying us about the status of their nuclear forces. So I do feel we have some predictability in that area, and I welcome that.
Rose Gadamuller, we thank you for your insights today on Bloomberg. Coming up, we'll get another look at what the markets are doing. Abigail Doolittle will join us with an eye on oil. This is Balance of Power.
Wow. Meta says vice president will depart mid-June. Oh, my gosh. Another one? Bruh. Is his stock reacting or nah? I guess what's her name was more important still. Facebook puts big pop on Apple. Kind of. A little bit of volume there at the top. Check gas futures. Didn't they come down today? Oh, wow. They climbed up? Bro, they dropped. Today was like a drop from the record. Damn, 416. So gasoline, I don't know what that means for the national average, but those are taking off. They got August. It's still pretty high. See, August is kind of hard. That's RBQ 22. Yeah, so even the later months, but damn. Massive decline is seeing these demand destruction. It's part of it, definitely. You're watching it all across the board. I mean, we've seen a little bit of demand destruction. The problem is it didn't occur because of high prices as much as it occurred because of Fed influencing demand with rates and everything else. SWBI is going off of the Biden announcement for the gun speech. Oh, they're shooting up. They're probably just going to raise the age to 21 for rifles, I think. New York's already taken that step. Oh, it's shooting up. I get it. I missed it. I don't know why. I didn't think anything of it. I just said, oh, okay. I love you. I love you too, man. God bless the positivity. I hope you're having a good day. With Hershey's, they braved so far, but they've had a couple rough weeks. They should be up. Maybe with some of the commodity stuff, and I think it was with the earnings. Has to be with earnings and all the discretionary stuff, but that may be a good pickup, but they still have a lot of premium, unfortunately. Joey Tribbiani. Friends, good guy. Good guy. Voting sex change in military should also be 21. I've heard that argument. I think that the reason is, I don't have a stance with it. I've stayed away from all of this in the middle of it. But I think people are, just because the last two like big shootings with a lot of casualties, it's literally just been 18-year-olds. So obviously it's like, and the back and forth, like I said, there's just been this argument of guns has gone on for so long. Like it's honestly head scratching that a lot hasn't really changed if you think about it. So it's like that would probably be the like smallest concession. So it's just the age be for making OnlyFans. y'all just going. You're gonna go after everything then, huh? That's. If OnlyFans led to mass casualties, I feel you. I think it probably kills the minds of a lot of people. But and I'm sorry if you run an OnlyFans business in here. No disrespect. I do not mean to hurt your business with my comments. But it's I don't. It's a little different. Yeah, arguments last forever. Amen. Amen. Yeah, you could risk your life going to war, but not drinking. So do you guys know why the drinking age is 21 and why it wasn't before? One, there's a lot of lobbying, but there's one thing that drinking ages are tied to, and this is back from like the 70s or earlier than that. Not Reagan. It's tied to one thing. There it is. JR, baby. It's tied to highways, believe it or not. So it started with like drinking and driving, and because back in the day, it used to be like you could go one state over and drink at whatever age you wanted, and then people would drive back, and then they were driving these Cadillac Deathmobiles made out of razor blades, and then people were just it was just a slaughter fest, bro. It was actually wild. And then pretty much how they got to do a nationwide like age mandate, because it was very difficult, they tied it to highway funding. So they said if you wanted all these highways and you want to make sure you got good highways and all that, minimum 21 drinking age. And boom, that's how we got it. So 20, that's why it has nothing to do with you don't have a right to drink or anything of that nature, right? But they it's a long time ago it's been tied into to highways and transit more or less, believe it or not. Yeah, bro, cars used to be nuts back in the day. It seems random. It does, but when you but that was their problem back in the day. Like, they were losing their children, they were losing kids and young people by just people were drinking and driving like crazy. Like, just, bro, imagine, bro, back in the day, they were wild in America. You don't remember, bro, any of the back in the day stuff, bro. Like, dude, they were like beating their wives if they didn't clean the dishes. Like, people were just on some shit, bro. They were like, yeah, cigarettes is hella good for you. So they were just like, they're like, I could drive, bro. And they would just go. And then how the cars were made, no safety standards, no seat belts. Bro, like have you ever seen the fenders on an old Cadillac? It literally, bro, people would like get into a crash and get decapitated simply because of the car designs. And then you mixed in alcohol and everything. Bro, it was crazy. Everything was a death machine back then. Yeah, you had doctors and cigarette ads. Yeah, Coca-Cola used to have cocaine. There it is. So why didn't they lower it now that cars are safer? That's it. I mean, this is why people love laws and politics. You get the right thing in there, it's great. And then now every auto industry, they want cars to be safer. So, and they lobby for all of this stuff because then it makes it harder to compete. Back when rock and roll was shaking up the world. Amen. Amen. Roblox, I still like it, but they're gonna have to go through a couple of good quarters. I think the long term is still there. It's just kind of like the Snapchat situation. You're just gonna be a couple quarters delayed before you get what you need to get. Markets are risk off for tomorrow's. Not necessarily, I mean, non-farms, but we'll see. It's seemingly risk on now. And now that if some of the safe havens come back and discretionaries and tech starts running and leading how it is, it's definitely looking like it's risk on. It was illegal to dance. No, that was just Footloose. Aren't like young kids on Snapchat. I think they have a younger demographic, but it's kind of everybody. I think Snapchat just has a very unique demographic, but I don't think it's going on anywhere. I mean, again, we've had this debate for years. Did you feel the earthquake in the Bay Area? I did not. I don't like earthquakes. They freak me out. Expedia's on the high. Expedia's up 5%. Jeez. I guess even Airbnb 122. So things are at least climbing, at least on the discretionary side. There it is. Consumer staples are now in the green. Healthcare is only down 0.1%. And utilities a quarter, so this will look more risk on. Maybe we get to 415 if everything goes positive. Google's on the high. Macy's is on the high. That's another discretionary name. They're up 2.5. If airlines go up, that could give a boost there. Josh Brown long on ChargePoint, CNBC. EV stock going in. People asked about it. They had earnings too. SWBI's dropping. They ran up there on the news that Biden's making a speech on guns. Snow's up 9. Back where we are yesterday when we opened, I think, right? Just above. We're right below the sell-off point. But this time now, because even yesterday the industries were very mixed. You had a lot more oil moves that day, and then it flip-flopped. So today is at least looking normal in the sense that you're getting led by the riskier stuff. People are taking more of the discretionary names, but then you still have a level of stability or demand coming into some of the safe havens. So that's at least good. AMC going. AMC to the GME, RDX on the high. How's Lockheed doing? Lockheed's down. They had CFO comments. Boeing's killing it. Los Angeles confirms first preemptive case of monkeypox. Google's up a lot. 2.7. 4% on Facebook. Amazon 2.2. Palantir. Oh, everyone loves Palantir. That's it. Microsoft's still down, but only 1%. Google's launching right now. I honestly think that's going to lead a lot. SPY 414.21. Didn't confirm that's a rumor for monkeypox in LA. Good to know. Metals, Aperam, Seda Way, steel tie-up. It's all foreign. No news at all today. I mean, we reacted good to the economic data that came out. The factory orders came in below, but durable goods came in above, and that was it. The jobs data wasn't good today, but some people are saying that's what the Fed wanted to see. So it's a very interesting thing, interesting dynamic. Other than that, nothing really. The thing it's just the risk-on attitude is continuing, and then now today you're getting support from the value names and the names that are safer. So this is just really everything going up. We're recovering from yesterday, but no real crazy updates. And then OPEC increasing production. That was very good news this morning, but surprisingly, the ironic part is oil is still up despite that. But oil's back at 117. It's hitting a new high. It hit as low as 110, 111 today. So $6, $7 move top to bottom. Redfin up almost 12. Again, a lot of the discretionary beatdown names, they're doing good in today's chiller, though. Now it feels a lot better. At least value is up, too. But we will see. If this continues, again, 415 is that next level where we were at the other day. Remember, we got even to, 417 almost, or 416? Screen's cutting out. If your stream is lagging or anything, we also have the Twitch, too. So don't forget, that's pinned up there. If you're really having issues with it, if you get cut out, you could always pull up on there, and you'll be good to go, Habibi. Good to go. Green on Airbnb. Let's go. It's a good move. It's getting back to that May 9th sell-off level. So, I mean, if that continues, that'll be nice. But let's see. But Expedia's up. Uber's up. Everything, like, even if it's been kind of beaten down, more higher PE, more longer duration, I mean, there's some 7-8% moves today. NVIDIA trying to make another high. Again, chip makers, they were leading in the morning, if anything. They were up 5-6%. Gold is up still. Yeah, I think oil's the weirdest. Oil increased production by 50%. OPEC dropped down $6, come right back up. Very, very wild. Very, very wild. Yeah, Google is killing it right now. I think Google gave us probably a couple of the points here. Yeah, another big pop on Google. Netflix 210, maybe. I mean, Netflix look at that barcode in the morning, and then it just took off out of nowhere. But it's like kind of in the earnings trap. You guys know what I'm talking about. Like after you have a big report, you're going to kind of stay within the zone. Like they got above it off after the last earnings, but then after that, it kind of just stayed for more or less literally top to bottom from the first couple of days of earnings. It stayed in that range. So I wouldn't be surprised maybe if it doesn't find a way to get back up here, it might stay in this for a long, long time, or at least till the next earnings. It's kind of in purgatory / hell. Oh, no way, bro. Oh, you guys want to see this one? Oh, hold on. It's very loud. You guys ready? Here's a Flintstones ad from the 60s. This is how crazy they were. Oh, I thought they were.
They sure work hard, don't they, Barney? Yeah? I hate to see them work so hard. Yeah, me too. Let's go around back where we can't see them. Gee, we ought to do something, Fred. Okay? How's about taking a nap? Hey, I got a better idea. Let's take a Winston break. That's it. Winston is the one filter cigarette that delivers.
Bro, they were crazy back then.
Winston's got that filter blend.
See, and this is why you have a generation, though. This is why everyone's like, bro, America's crazy. You see why? And then now you have the other extreme side where like, no, they don't want to be anything like this. You see what I'm saying, bro? It's a Flintstones. They like, yo, let's get away from our wives and kick it. And he's like, what should we do? Should we take a nap? Should we drink 64 ounces of water in a day because that's healthy? Motherfucker pulls out. He's like, yo, you want some Winston's, dog? Nah, trust me, bro. This shit hit. It's going to give you this tingly feeling, bro. Yabba dabba do, baby. Watch this shit, bro. You're going to be lightheaded as shit. You might pass out your first time. And then you hooked, dog. You hooked. Nah, but seriously, yo, you should try one. And like, what? Chewy is popping here at the high. Yabba dabba doo. Oh, man. Netflix, everything's going up still. Watch Google 414.50. It's looking good. It's looking good. A little bit. Again, some people may not like the lack of reasoning today because, again, confusion within oil. But sometimes it's kind of good, or kind of the fact, I don't know how to explain it today. Production is good. That going up is good, but oil going up, that's the head scratcher. But everything else, you had the data, wasn't too good, wasn't too bad, but you're not really moving off anything. And Microsoft lowered guidance because of a strong dollar today. But that was one thing we saw all day today. Even though we were kind of down in the morning, the dollar has been declining all day, especially here on that last leg. If the dollar keeps going down, I think the market is going to like it more or less. But remember, too, we have one more day of the week tomorrow, and then we finalize it all, and then you get into the CPI. I hate melt-ups. Yeah, the melt-ups with no news or no, like, it's just slow and steady. The premiums are hard, and then it's just the melt-up sucks because if you get any of the volatility and it drops back down, it makes the premiums a lot harder. But shares in this environment, again, even to the upside could be good. I mean, the first Pinduoduo one we did, that play's still working. So that's good. Yeah, I think so. I think the dollar weakening is probably that little thing supporting all of this. But again, the industries going up are great today. At least we have that. It's less confusing that everything's getting a bid right now. So at least it's spread out across the board. Solar's been relentless. I'm down on the Dow future, the NASDAQ one. I think I'm down like $800 or something, maybe 1,000. I was down on it 500 yesterday. And then I'm up 2,000 on the oil. I'm down 1,000 on it total. And then we got $400 on the Pinduo, and then the Costco's down as well. Where's Costco? Costco down 2,300 from the earnings. So the insurance is up, but I need more gains on it because I'm down on the shares. Those Instagram fakes don't give up. They don't. They really don't. SWBI going up. There's going to be a gun speech by Biden today. That was the first reaction. No place today. I don't think so. ENPH, Genco, SED. ENPH is usually not. Is it ENPH or EMB? No, ENPH is fire. I didn't know they're solar. JKS. I'm surprised solar. I think solar just had its earlier premium from a couple years ago. You would think some of them would be killing. Enphase is doing very good though. I think the utilities index is what's it called? I think the utilities index is like 2% Enphase or something. I've been getting wrecked. Take it slow. Slow down. Again, I'll call a timeout. If anything, and that's why, I mean, even with, it's like, I want to go crazy and go after a lot of plays and do that, but I'm also just with stuff ahead, it's like, let some things work, give yourself exposure to let some things work, but definitely, if you've been going on a bad run, slow it down, call timeout, then start back small, get some momentum, so then you could do your thing. Full port. I still want to do the strategy. I do want to make a full port account and try it. I admire your patience. It takes a lot, bro, especially on these days with things going up and crazy, and you have to sit through. I mean, I'm sitting here with you guys. Trust me. Like, I'm right there with you, and every single day I have been tempted to drop 10, 20 grand on one of these fucking biotechs and just try to get a quick $10,000, $20,000 flip. You know what I'm saying? But it's just like, anything could happen. And I feel like we've already learned having a little bit of the money's fine. I already have enough stuff that could work for me. I just have to to get the result, you're going to have to be patient. If you want to force it in this, you could do it, but it's just not like, if you haven't been seeing it's not hitting the same, or your average on the last quarter isn't looking that good, you chill. What am I waiting for? I'm waiting for stability. That's all it comes down. And I have a lot of stuff. I have a shit ton of equities. We have a bunch of leaps. It's not like we don't own anything. Like any of the days when it goes up, if I don't make a trade and get clapped on something else, I'm going to make money if the market goes back up. Most of our portfolios have equity. So it's, there's exposure. It's just what I'm waiting for is that I'm controlling my greed. That's it. I'm just controlling the little voice that's saying, go for the 20,000, go for the 50,000, just take 20 of the plays right now. Like it's because I could do it right now if I really wanted to, but again, the question is it going to really hit the same, especially if the premiums aren't attractive? That's why it's like, I'd be more willing to go crazy if the premiums were a lot cheaper, or the market was a lot stupider, meaning that everybody was just going to buy everything no matter what. You had wiggle room where you could have just bought anything. Go for the jackpot. On the right time. I mean, here and there, or if I play smaller, that's the best way to go about it. But that's what I'm saying, too. If you've even been getting clapped, just slow the game down, call a timeout, and get back into it small, build up the momentum. And that's something I'd rather be doing. Is I want to build momentum and string, a couple of things right next to each other. Greed is desire. Desire is good in investing. We're taught since we're little that it's bad. What is worse is fear, which is rob your soul. You really trying to be Martin Gecko, huh? He's a fictional character. I feel you, though. I'm not against greed, but I am against lack of control. Self-discipline, self-control. There's not a law against these, my friend, as Paul would tell you. So it's kind of, it's finding the balance. I think the amount of equities that I hold, I think I have enough greed. That's what I'm saying. I have a lot. It's not as if my desire is, again, we only have one cash deposit that we're holding, stuff like that, where you got to get the control in there. But that's the thing. It's like, if you have a lot of exposure and you can't recognize that could right there be the problem. Right, and especially as humans, a lot of times we have something and we don't value what we have. So it's, I'm looking at what I got, like I'm saying, there is exposure. I see opportunities and I like them, but I know my game plan. I like the big ones, and I know if I get enough momentum, I'm going to be able to start hitting with anything. So once I get the momentum going, that's pretty much where I'm going to go. But there's not been enough market dynamic to create that momentum. Nothing's lasted for more than a couple of days. It's when we could start to string together these moves. Again, I like the share strategy. We got a couple of them. We lost on one or two of them. I'm holding 1, 2. We're giving it time, but it's like, building momentum is very, very key in life. And that's how I'm kind of looking at it. What's my P&L? I have no idea. I just know I'm down. Down even on the year from it. Even with whether it's trading, the Robinhood is well below 100K now. It even came down to 70. And then the long term has dropped down to -8 and then -1 or -2 on the other one. But I mean, after fucking February, that's it. I didn't even, at that point, I don't even pay attention to it. Where, again, most of what I'm holding is going to be on the equity side. And then I know with enough momentum swung in our favor, we're going to get, everything back. And even the Robinhood, most of that is equity too. So I'm not really concerned with it. My pride is probably hurt by it, but, thankfully I don't really define myself by it. But that's where it's just, I'm trying to keep my head in the game. I think I'm staying focused with it. We know what we're looking at with the commodities, all that. I have made some good trades. I mean, that have killed it this year and have brought in some profit, and it's probably, balanced some things out. But even if I hit 20 trades right now and still make, if I made 100K tomorrow, I would still kind of view myself as negative on the year just because of the environment that we're in too. It's kind of hard to explain, but that's where I'm saying it's like even anything I've hit on oil, wheat, I don't really even count it as positive simply because so many equities are down and I have so much exposure within that. So I'm just trying to string together the good moves. I've been building a little bit of momentum, but we got to that is going to be a real big key. I think getting momentum, and that's all it is. I mean, you've seen the Colt. Get momentum, watch what happens. Usually when we start stringing things together, that's when we start getting, it starts looking really, really good. But it's like if we got to fight for it here and there, if it's the premiums are good 1 week, then 5 months of just straight awful premiums, the back and forth, you don't know whether it's a bear market rally or the rally of what it may be. That's the problem, because then you're not able to position ahead and then drive it through. You see what I'm saying? That's why momentum is key, because if we could position ourselves small, get in good positioning, good defensive footwork, but it's like if we're always defensive sliding back and forth and we're not able to stay ahead of the defender and build it's harder to lock things down on that sense. So that's what I'm waiting for, and that's why too, let them get tired. Again, let the market get tired, let a lot of things, let even the bad news get tired, and all of that, and we'll be able to do good. But that's why I'm saying call a timeout. If your momentum, if you are dealing with the problem of, oh shit, everything I'm buying is going down. Literally, I've read this comment so many times, and I can relate to it, and I feel you on it, but that's why I just call timeout and slow the game down, and then start back small until you get the mental. Everybody is saying, I buy something, and then instantly 2 days later, I'm down 30%, I'm down 40%, I'm down 50%. Slow it down and call timeout, because this is a problem people are having where it's just like, if you slow this down and get the momentum in your favor and get out of that mode of constantly getting clapped, this is how you're going to just call timeout and you'll be good. Not making back the losses is what bothers you the most. Well, you got to believe in karma. Is what I'm trying to tell you. It's just that do you realize that's the hardest thing in life for most people to digest? And it's not just money. It's hard for people. What bothers people the most is that they've done good their whole life and they see people do bad and get rewarded for it. You have to have faith and trust that you will reap what you will sow. You have to have faith and trust that with enough, if you are going to stay in the game, that you are going to equalize all of it. That, yes, can you believe we could win the game, or are you calling it over at halftime? That's really what it comes down to. But, I wouldn't stress with it. Take it into consideration. And honestly, we're going to talk about it today here with the PHILO. You'll realize it is quite liberating to get yourself outside of that mentality. Again, I don't say this thing to condemn you or make it seem like, oh, like you're down. Like I said myself, it's like I'm down. Even if I made a bunch of money tomorrow, that doesn't change my mentality about what we've went through, or the fact that, okay, that's not what it is. If I hit 100K off a fluke tomorrow, it doesn't change anything. For me personally, I'm still going to feel like I've lost because I know my equity has declined significantly. There's no way around that. So and I know what the market's like. I know that I haven't strung together my 18, my 20, my 30 plays that I know I have hit and I can hit, but the marketplace is just not there right now. It's not as if we're not doing good. It's just you're going against a very difficult opponent right now. call timeout, know it's going to come back. But if you're focusing on trying to make things back, you're focusing on the loss, you're going to get crushed right there alone. That's not what it is. It's like, we got another half. Well, let's see how they're playing. Eventually, they're going to slip. Eventually, the good is going to get rewarded, and that's all we need. And the market will do that. I guarantee it. Again, just like for a whole year of hot money, some people thought it would never go back to the normalness, but nah, it did, my friend. It very well did, and that's why, thank God, yes, we bought some growth, and some stuff went against us, but thank God we have our long-term plan. But don't forget, there was a good quarter, 2 quarters of 2021, hot money. We were buying some value. So it came back. We should have bought more. Honestly, is the main lesson when it's all said and done. But you're looking back at it, it's like everything is a cycle. So if you're now here, can I show you today? Let me show you today. This is today. This is the SPY chart for today with the industries. But do you know what it is? It's a circle. I love circles. You see what I'm saying? You guys are right here. I was right there with you, right? Right. We came from the bottom. We hit 1 TLT. We started the long term, right? And then it's going good. Then boom, you hit 2 TLTs. You made a fat bag. You were doing good. You got SPY puts during 2020. Then you kept adding to the long term, all your growth. You were on top of the world. You played from 2019 till 2021. We played almost every move perfectly, if you really think about it. Again, from long-term to short-term puts to whatever you could think of. Even then, we even had AMC at fucking $2 and $5 and sold it out at 38. Don't play with me. You see we were at the top of the circle, right? But guess what? It's a circle, dog. Eventually, we're gonna go through another cycle now where you go from on top of the world to, okay, it was slipping a little bit. Oh shit! Now some things came down. Okay, at least Airbnb, and then Roblox is still up, and then oh shit, Roblox ain't up anymore. Oh man, Airbnb. Oh man, even Facebook is getting, even Netflix, even Google. Oh my, even Amazon. Oh my, even Apple. Oh my God. Oh, it's like you get a little bit of wheat, you get some stuff keep you alive, right? But then what happens? It goes down even more. Now everything's in the gutter. Oh, now you can't even buy puts, your insurance play. We expired 1 week early to a $50,000 butterfly. Oh my goodness. But do you see what I'm saying? And now while you're at this part, what I'm trying to tell you, if you're worried about getting back up here and then the circle keeps moving, it's going to keep moving, dog. I hate to break it to you. The show keeps going on. No matter what, every day. We still going to be here. The market, ding, 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 ding. They still wake up. They still fucking scammy as hell. The show goes on. They're still doing it. But the point is, don't be looking. You're right here right now. We're like around right here, right? You're in between this one and this one. But the problem is, you're tilting your head backwards to look at right here. You see what I'm saying? Where you need to be looking at the new peak that's going to be set and the new stages. Because remember, this was 1 TLT over here. This was 2 TLT in puts. This was your long-term up 80%. Oh, come on. Y'all don't feel me. So stop turning your head backwards and trying to be like, oh, but I lost this. It's because you need to get prepared now, and we need to get this momentum as we're coming down into the circle to start running us back up. Are you following with me? This is just the daily SPY chart. That's all it is. I'm just giving you the visual and relating it to what a lot of us have been through here. And even some of you may be newer, depending on where you're at. You're going to have a different circle, but I'm promising you, just don't get caught up looking back or getting caught up with this. And you're like, oh, it's getting bad. It's getting bad. Just realize what quadrant you're in. And it's like, hey, if we're going through the down cycle, great. We need to start looking ahead. And now we need to get momentum into this. And that's it. This circle is just the philosophy on circles, that everything is a circle in life. Literally, the whole globe is a circle. Go look at a clock. It's a circle. Everything, the way premiums move, Black-Scholes model, it's a circle. Everything is just, it goes up and down, the good and bad. Nobody's life is perfectly linearly good or linearly bad. You do not just live a awful life and it gets worse and worse. Even the worst of lives have moments of goodness in them, and even the best of lives have moments of awfulness within them. So it's that circle, and it just keeps going. So if you could recognize where you're at with that and make good decisions off of that, you'll be good. This is all boiling down to, hey, Let's get momentum. If you feel like you're getting clapped, it's going against you, you're not getting that momentum, call timeout, pull it back. You could start small back into it, but get that momentum, and you're going to see it turn because, again, eventually it will. And I just, you could be as pessimistic as possible and say, no, it won't, or you're being delusional, but I just know it will. It will always turn around, but are you going to be prepared for that, and will you be in the right position to make sure you're taking advantage of it, or are you going to be so negative towards it where you miss that opportunity, or you're looking back at what has already happened, and then literally you're focused on the wrong side of the momentum of the circle. You're focusing on the top of the circle, but you're looking at it backwards instead of forwards. And that right there is a big problem. So yalla. But that's what I'm saying, even on this sense too, I'm just trying to get my momentum. That's it. That's how I'm looking at it for myself, where I'm like, all right, take it slow. I see a lot of plays. I get tempted every day, bro. You have no idea. You have no idea. Even then, I've been saving money. I got cash ready to go. I could go with the futures. I could go bigger on the futures. We've been hitting some of them. It's been looking good, but I'm just like, at the same time, I got to keep everything. You got to keep it in control. I just need the control. And I already know I know I have a lot too that could work, but got to get momentum. And I know with a little bit of momentum, it could go a much, much longer way. Because we've seen it. You have witnessed it. We will do better with a momentum than one hit every single time. It's all about momentum. The crazy part about TLT, we turned TLT into something crazy. The second TLT was not just about one play. That's where people really miss it. The point is, we did that with puts. We did that with other plays. We got to get a bunch of stocks on the bottom. Then we got to hold a bunch of different things. And then we hit 18 weeks in a row of 1,000% gainers. Just on the option. You see what I'm saying? We had but that was momentum. That was stringing things together. The Fed killed everybody's momentum. Simple as that. It didn't matter if you were trading a fucking NFT or if you were trying to sell used cars. The Fed has now gotten in the way of that. The momentum has now chilled out. Everybody, this is a reset to a degree where now you got to string together that momentum again. And this is now what is going to set things up. So keep that in mind, but go slow. I'm telling you, don't let the fastness of the internet or the Instagram or Reddit get you to feel, because again, people are going slow because people are saying, I know what I got. The big money, they have stuff and they got it. And now they're going, but they're moving slow. Trust me, nobody's going to move fast in this market. It's just too much. Again, enough momentum has been killed where you got a lot of time where we're just, take your time until the momentum is built. Don't let the past missing out on stuff think that it's going to operate the same way again like this. Where, again, it's not going to, hot money is gone. So you're not going to have to deal with hot money FOMO. Is one thing if I could say to encourage you. Again, the option premiums are so screwed over. Even when you look at it, like go look at the prices, it's just showing you don't even need to be early. Even if you were early or even if no matter where, even if your opportunity cost is low. Otherwise, you would have made a lot more money. Again, Chewy is killing it. You make 200%. It's like, that's great on a weekly, but was the opportunity cost that high? Not really. Look at the price from a couple days ago. Look at the price from a couple weeks ago. Everything is still a L. So it's like, that's opportunity cost. That's why whenever you go back and look at a play that you wanted to make, go look back at the pricing, go look back at what it was at. Would you have bought it at that price? What price did you want it? And then go compare it after the event, go compare it to today, and then you will see your opportunity cost. Go and really calculate it, and you're going to be like, it really wasn't that high when it's all said and done. Let's get down to business. We are not that far. We're about like 70 points or 65 points. It's like a good 15%, give or take. Yep, a third of Americans living paycheck to paycheck, or a third of Americans earning $250,000 say they're living paycheck to paycheck. How much is that paycheck, motherfucker? Hold up. I didn't even think of what is the size of that paycheck. Is that like 12 grand a month more? That's 144, bro. 20 grand a month? No, bro, that's crazy. Bro, 20,000 a month. 20,800 a month. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's still a little less. I guess before tax. Yeah, they get taxes, but then they probably, I don't know, that's wild. More like 13 with tax, but even then, I mean, like, you go buy a $1 million house, that's gonna cost you what? Like 7 grand a month for a mortgage if you bought it. And then I guess if you spend 1,000 on a BMW for a month, what do you live? You at like 8 grand? I don't know. I guess. They need it for Tesla. After tax, you're looking at 12 to 13. You say affirm the mortgage. They do. If you are W-2, the taxes come out right away. So that right there could make a lot of sense. It's called flexing in Miami. It's 12. It's just 12K is a lot. I mean, it's still a lot, but it does sound a lot different than 20,000 a month. Like if you came out with 20,000 net a month, and you're really like you're like, damn, I got $0 in my checkings account till my next $20,000 paycheck. I was like, come on, man, that's crazy. Like, bro, if your checkings account was at like $500 and you only like only have $1,000 left until I get my next paycheck, it's like, what? How? That's a lot of your house better be dope as hell, your car better be dope as hell, and you should still have money left over. Like even then, like, bro, you could do a lot with a couple of grand. I feel you. I mean, at times, I mean, if you could get there, I'm not. Hopefully, none of you take this as me like talking shit towards you. I understand, and this is something. It's just again, budget is very important. Where a couple of smart decisions, you could really stretch your money a long way. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm all about. Believe me. It's one thing even if it's a car, we got lease hacks. You can find stuff for cheaper. You can find ways to balance it and make the most of things. So hopefully, you don't take that as negative. If that is your situation, I'm sure somebody in here probably making 20K a month and is like, fuck. But you know what I'm saying? It's like there's ways to do it, and this is why Richest Man in Babylon, budget. They talked about this back in Richest Man in Babylon. You know what I'm saying? Were I ever poor? Was I? Yes, 100%. And I've gotten rich and lost everything. But I've had less money most of my life than having more money, if that makes sense. So it's not like bro, that's why I think a lot of people could kind of relate to it. Cause it's like, bro, I found ways to live off of very small amounts of money. Even my family, even my mom to this day, like my mom, bro, she don't spend, you would be surprised, bro. We went to my birthday dinner. Are you ready for this? A birthday dinner. My mom said she said haram for a $60 dish. She wouldn't order a $60 dish. I was trying to get her to try this because it was good. And then she got mad at me because I ordered a $100 meal. I ordered a $100 like lobster and like shrimp steak thingy. It was dope. I like it. I'm cool with food. I spend a lot on food. That's my sin, more or less. But even then, like she said, what do you mean, $100? You know, like even for her grocery, bro, my mom to this day, she has nothing to worry about. We take care of mama, and she won't even spend more than like $250 at a grocery store because of certain, and like that's where I'm like, where the way we grew up, you've learned to stretch a dollar very, very well. You know what I'm saying? So it's there. I can't see myself paying that much for any food. For me, I don't know. I like good food, and it was my birthday, bro. I spent $150 on it. I'm gonna do it. I run it up on there. I had to. I like the food. But it's smart decisions too, though. At the same time, it's like my parents didn't make that much money growing up, but it was like they also didn't really have certain spending habits. My mom did, my dad not so much. And then like you grow up seeing certain things, but it's like that's all this comes down to. Whether it doesn't matter if you could all be rich with any amount of income, as long as you have a job and some way to bring in consistent income. Every single one of you has the ability to create wealth. And it really starts with the budget. It starts with how you budget yourself, what you do. Again, at this point, even if I spend $100 on a meal, even if I have a nice car and do certain things, I will always be saving more money than anything. That has always been a big thing of mine. And I take my savings and I put it instantly into assets. And then now that I've been doing it year after year after year after year after year after year, it starts to compound. That's why one started with one crib, bro. It starts with one house, starts with one flip, one rental, and before you know it, little by little, you keep adding to it. You maintain that budget, but again, you have to live a certain way for the most part. Why? I've ate a lot of Taco Bell in my life, bro. A lot of Taco Bell. They don't feel me, but something like that. That's it. A lot of, exactly. Andre 3000. It's not about how much you make, how much you spend. Indeed. That mentality causes inflation of saving? Not at all. I think the mentality of living paycheck to paycheck, consumerism causes it. Because, again, people keep buying stuff. Eating Taco Bell right now. Be safe. Savings isn't good for there when unneeded money goes into assets. No, because that's the whole. You shouldn't buy assets that are unnecessary. Do you see what I'm saying? What is an asset? You want an income producing asset. You want an asset that is productive, the asset that could give you something. I've been literally, me and my uncle, man, Uncle Answers, like go listen to the earliest Uncle Answers song. That motherfucker was talking real estate for a long, long time. Every single house you buy, it's like you could rent it, you could flip it, you could turn it to an Airbnb, you could do certain things with it. You see what I'm saying? Again, stocks, you're getting a little bit of growth, but then you're getting certain value plays. It's like little by little, invest in a company, go give money to a business doing good so they could produce, make more money. You get to own into it. The whole idea is you're owning assets that are able, now your money begins working. So eventually you're not going to work. You know what I'm saying? That is the idea. Or then if you don't increase your spending and then you find ways to increase your income, that is how you will start generating a lot of wealth, because now you're not spending as much, but now your incomes are doing a lot of the extra work, but then you're not spending it all. That the big problem is, again, richest man in Babylon says it, your incomes increases, so does thy expenditures. Even back in the day, they knew this. Back in the day, people acted the same way. Every single one of us, it's phenomenal. We all know how to be poor, if you think about it. All of us know how to really grind, and you will live. It's a phenomenon of human beings. If you could go from on top of the world to having nothing, and you will still find a way to breathe, poop, to wake up. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're going to be a human still. Most of you will make it if you really, really think about it. But you'll find a way. But then on the reverse, as you start making more and getting more, you're going to bro, the door opens up, especially if you never had money or if you didn't have much disposable income, bro. It's eye opening what you could spend your money on. When you're when you used to go from, damn, $100 was like a big deal to then you get your first $50,000 a year job. Like we said, $50,000 is a lot of money until you make $50,000. Same thing with 100, 200, $500,000, $1 million, every single time until you make it. And then you're like, oh, I could buy this. And then little by little, you keep making more as you get older. That's usually how it works. Typically as you get older, your income increases, but most of us will begin spending it. Most of us will just buy more and more. You'll get a nicer car. You're going to get a nicer house. You're going to, again, because you'll have the extra money, but people don't realize it before you know it. You're living in the same exact life. You just got cooler stuff or you're eating a little bit better, but it's the same thing. You're working, you're getting money, but then you're spending the same amount where you're never winding up with extra to really change the thing, permanently or without continuous work. That's the key. 50K after a year is virtually nothing. But it's not, though. It's a lot of money. It really is until you make it, and then depending on your expenditure, you could find a way. I mean, like I'm saying, I think anybody can. It's not going to be as pretty. Like I'm saying, bro, Ohio is still cheap as hell. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of depressing. Be depressed. That's fine. Again, and some would argue, they probably were happier when they had less money. What do you think? Having money is not depressing? Okay. Look around the world, and then what's going to happen when you make $250,000 a year and you're still living paycheck to paycheck? That's why people get burned out. There's actually more depression from that because people work their whole lives, then they work up to this job, then they don't control the budget and they don't control this stuff, and then now you're 10 years into it, burn the fuck out, and now that's a really, really depressing. Trust me. Again, making money and then losing it all and then dealing with and then taxes and other stuff, that shit gets depressing. Trust me. Control thy expenditures. It's good. I can't wait to share today's PHILO with you. That wasn't PHILO. I kept ranting, but it was a good talk. I think we need it. Here, let me go get the cargo. Hold on. Let's do this. It's a good one. I think all of you will like the PHILO. I think all of you, if you liked what I talked about, even with that, you should stick around for the PHILO. And we're not even going to talk about Jesus, if any of you are worried about that. I'm actually going to share Confucianism with you guys, believe it or not. So, and I think it's really cool. I think it's, and a lot of this stuff, it kind of relates to this, especially the quote-unquote depressing part of the grind, my friend. Trust me, you'll love it. You'll love it. I love Jesus too, though. Amen. Woo, no Jesus. I'm going to have to ban you just because I don't want those vibes. You know what I'm saying? That's it. Because that's it. I don't like that. That's it. So it's good, though. I'm going to cheer. Now they'll cheer that you got banned. You see what I'm saying? So it's like contradicting, in a weird way. Because you don't want to feel that way too. So, but I love you. That's it. That's good. It's like you don't need to cheer for somebody's failure. That's the way I look at it. I think they kind of go hand in hand. So it's like if you'll cheer about something you don't like, it's fine if you don't like it. You could have said, oh, I don't like it. Or as a lot of people say here, I'm not religious, but, that's fine. Or I don't really vibe with it. That's all acceptable to me. But if you're going to cheer for somebody or something that is kind of a negative connotation, that's evil. That's the way I put it. But it's humans. We're all evil. Don't worry. Good and evil is made up of the same thing. So don't be condemned too hard, my friend. I thought you were Muslim. You say haram. We say haram a lot in my family. I'm Middle Eastern. I'm Arabic. You need a clip of that rant. It's a good rant. Josh, tell my partner he's supposed to talk to me during lunch break instead of using you as an excuse. I mean, to be fair, I don't talk to my girlfriend during lunch break. You know what I'm saying? She knows that I Monday through Friday, I tell her 30 minutes before open. Sometimes I'll see her, but I think y'all gonna have to figure that out. Y'all need to stop dragging Josh into your relationship because I'm volatile as hell. Sometimes I'm gonna snitch on you. Sometimes I'm gonna back you up. I don't know, but I'm just saying I'm not even the guy to ask about any. You know what I'm saying? Y'all gotta figure that out. That's it. That's what it comes down to. Is she cool with it? I mean, I would hope so. I love her, but we made this very clear from day one. With anybody, I mean, even anybody, even if I'm not in a relationship with them, any person I deal with, I make I'm very, very specific on my availability, when I'm going to be doing something, and you know exactly where to find me, if you're going to need me on that. So, super, super simple. That's why. Just set the boundaries, easy, and that's it. That's it. We got it. But that's it. I've been dragged into 2 relationship disputes this week, man. It's wild. Oh. Most people I know hate that. They do. People don't. I mean, it is what it is. It is what it is. Yeah, merch fixes all relationship problems. That's true. If you do buy your significant other merchandise, that can't help. 100%. Amazon going up again, Datadog 2. My mom always warned me about Colts. Amen. Amen. Legit question. How are you not overthinking what if she is cheating during the week? Let them cheat, bro. I don't give a shit. That's her loss, bro. That's her loss. If somebody you cannot worry about, it's just like people, if anybody treats you, if you don't want to like give somebody respect, that's fine, but it's not, I mean, be my guest. That's your life. I wouldn't, don't worry about it, bro. It's okay. You'll be good. I told you that, bro. I think she even bro, I told you, even my girlfriend even told, when I told her about even like the poem girl story. And even then, my girlfriend said she's savage. She said the same thing. She said, well, tell poem girl thank you. Because it's something like that. At the end of the day, it's like you should be thankful if somebody disrespected you and you put a lot into them, or you like cared about somebody and they did that. Like it's actually a blessing, and it's at the end of the day, who walks away with the W or not. I would rather know that, and then rather than worry about it, and accept it. It'd be chill. Amor fati. Would my mom let me have multiple wives? Now y'all just getting crazy. Y'all need PHILO. Y'all just delve this into a whole different. This just started going downhill real quick. Like, all right, man. So what about like concubines? No concubines. I know Solomon had like 500,000 of them. No. Okay. you got a little situation and you have to trade and go to school. I can't trust people like that. I mean, just don't trust people, bro. Just, you already know. You know what I'm saying? But just be cool with whatever. Just stop worrying. That's it. Have more, bro, live your life. Live your life. You have a relationship. You with somebody. It was meant to be is what's meant to be. You know, that's it. Don't spend your life don't be insecure about it. Sitting there worrying. That's fine. It's, you know, you'll be good, bro. You'll be good. For more relationship advice, please email tradingfraternity@gmail.com. No. I don't even, y'all should not ask me about this shit, though. I'm not good at this shit, like, for real. So, honestly, I could just tell y'all, just don't trip. And amen. And, you know, chest to the sun. I've dealt with a lot of people, but I don't, you know, just, that's it. Right. Is Lester? Mester? It's like, what if it was Lester from GTA, bro? That'd be crazy. If they had fed Lester, like, what's up? All right, we chilling? We chilling. Y'all ready for this? Do. All right, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, I hope you're ready for this one. Oh, yes. I hope you're ready. We're going to talk about Confucianism. I know you guys have probably heard me say this. You know, I told you I've studied a lot of different things and other beliefs. And, you know, this is how I've came to my belief. You know, so for my Christian people, too, I'll even explain some of it because I know some people hear some of this stuff and they're like, this and that. And I'm going to explain it to you because there's a lot of cool stuff and you'll realize some similarities. But really, there's one big thing I want you guys to realize, and it's just the underlying theme and concept. Honestly, I'll tell you right now, the thing about Confucianism that I love about it, this is one thing we're going to talk about a lot. It is, they call it self-cultivation. Okay? Self-cultivation. Oh, do you understand what that means, Chad? Have you think about that word, right? And amen, Jesus is Lord. That is what I believe. You know, I've studied all this stuff and I've came to my beliefs and you know very well what it is, right? But self-cultivation. Yeah, shout out to Cole, baby. Cultivate yourself. You know, the one thing I like about Confucianism is that it is a real, it's like the theme is really about the underdog to a degree. It's all about the underdog. Simple as that. It is not, oh man, I don't want to ruin it. Don't let me ruin it. Okay? But there is one thing I will tell you. Okay? There's one thing about it. There's one big thing that, like, I know growing up and when people hear about it, and it's funny, like, because people misinterpret this all the time. Rituals. So in Confucianism, they have a lot of rituals. And that's where a lot of people are like, oh, demons, that's a demon, it's a demon. And then the girls with the crystals, they got all these types of, you know what I'm saying? They'll get all these crazy rituals. They'll be doing rituals in their room with a flag behind their bed. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Anyways, But it's like a lot of people misinterpret this concept, believe it or not. Let me tell you what the ritual really is. The whole point about Confucianism and what Confucius would say a lot is that rituals were more or less these daily habits. They were these things that would, again, they would break that rhythm. Literally, Earl Nightingale and what we talked about with the rhythms. And again, remember or was it Earl Nightingale? Napoleon Hill. Remember that? The cosmic rhythm, right? Legitimately, a ritual is just a habit, more or less. And that was the whole thing. A lot of Confucianism, it talks about setting up rituals, aka new habits, to get the rhythm and to get things going, believe it or not. So this is why I was laughing this morning. And then they said it today when they were like, ba-da-ba-ba-ba. And they're like, I always think of the cult. So per Confucianism, do you realize everything we do would technically be a ritual? If looking at that culture and looking at this belief. But think about it. They say how important it is, because if you have a ritual and do something that sets you up, it's not to brainwash you, but think about it. If we do everything at a certain time, we all wake up at 6 a.m., we say the Pledge of Allegiance, we show up, even then, even without the cult, this is the problem. Do you see what? Oh, y'all don't feel me. Y'all don't feel me. Do you get what I'm saying? Everything is a ritual is what I'm trying to tell you. And now imagine, even without the cult, even if you weren't partaking in any of this, what ritual are you doing? Yes, your routine and ritual is very, very similar. Do you see what I'm saying? Do you know how many people, when they hear you, some of you hear this word ritual and you're like, okay, this really is a cult. Okay, this is very, very weird. Okay, some people, you hear ritual, you think, oh my gosh, demons. It sounds very intense. Oh, but I hate to tell you, even if you have no spiritual belief, you are executing a ritual every single morning. Some of you are waking up, whatever you do. That's why some people, it's funny because literally you could go pray to your crystals and do whatever it is, and then you don't even have a set time to wake up. You don't have any, think about it. What are you really going about habitually? That's your real ritual. Oh, so that's just that. But again, this is Confucianism. Funny thing to think about. Okay? But now let's talk a little bit. This is the big difference I want you guys to understand. This one, I love it. I love it. Have you guys ever heard staying true to yourself? How many people believe that we should always stay true to ourselves, right? Right? And that you should know who you are, and that's why if we don't know who we are, sometimes we have a lot of problems, right? Like you should know who you are, and your life should be compatible with those characteristics and like your personality, right? You know what you do in work, it should match with that. Even your partner, whoever you're going, you're like, wow, I should be like that. And then that's why when we get confused and we don't know ourselves sometimes, and then things happen and we don't know what's going on, it kind of messes things up, or then we got to find ourselves, right? You know, that's why people tell you, go take a trip, go travel around the world, go take a trip, take a personality test, talk to Dr. Phil. Word. So Chad, I hate to break this to you. I really do hate to break this to you right now. There's a very stark difference between that and some of the beliefs of Eastern culture. So in Confucianism, that is not how it goes. Believe it or not. That is actually the problem that we could see nowadays, if you think about it. See, in the Chinese culture, it's a little different. Confucianism, there is no fixed self. Oh, do you guys get this? There is no fixed self. It is not this thing that is hard to find. Think about it. That's what they say. That's why when they say there's no self, that's what they're talking about. They're saying you can't think about it. How can you define yourself? It's your personality. You don't know. All you have is characteristic traits. It's very difficult to know yourself. This is why a lot of us struggle with this part. And it's like, oh, I can't. And again, that's why people say, I can't do this. I can't work with this. I can't work with these people. It's not who I am. But Confucianism actually throws that idea out the window. You know, it's not something hard to find. It's actually much more tangible, believe it or not. In Confucianism, what you can become is more important than this who you are. Oh, man, Chad. This is why I've always liked Confucianism. Again, you know what I believe. But do you see that this is the difference between East and West culture? That's it. That explains a lot of behaviors of a lot of everything. Again, a lot of us would agree with it upon first listening. You're like, yeah, be myself and this, and it sounds good. And you've been talked about that and told that and everything, but that's not what they believe. They don't, to go after and spend your whole life chasing something that is fleeting and could change. And again, it's like feelings. It's more so what you can become. That is the most important. That's why they say self-cultivation. It's saying I could become this. Oh, man. So that's why there's no self in Confucianism. In the Eastern Chinese belief, there's no self. You don't have this self of who you are. Again, this is why you see people do certain things and they operate different than where we do. I mean, you don't see the same level of creativity, more or less. What they call it is a fragmented self. So believe it or not, like you're not this one whole person in their view. The view of Confucianism is that the mind and the personality is fragmented. That it's a mess, actually. That's what they say. That's why it's what I can become is what they focus on, because the inherent view is that humans are a mess. So they say you're a mess inside. Everything is a mess. It's all trying to piece it together and all of that. So it doesn't sound like, some of you may think that's bad, but it's actually, again, it's quite liberating, because it's saying that you are not stuck to becoming who you are. That's the whole point. So when you say, oh, I'm just like this. Oh, it's like I can't change. Honestly, it's like I got to keep smoking. That's just who I am. People treat me a certain way. I have to react like that. It's just who I am. I'm sorry. But actually, if you understand that you're a mess and it's fragmented, the whole idea is saying that you could piece it together however you want. Believe it or not, fake it till you make it. And some of that comes from this line of logic. Become who you want to be. So this is why I really, really like Confucianism. This is why I like this whole concept, and I hope you guys get it. What you can become is more important than who you are. That's the basis of it. But like I told you, I like the underdog. And I like what this is saying. It's saying if you see something, you could change it. The whole focus of it, and again, your rituals, you change your habits, you change your routine to become who you are. It's like, oh, I'm not the type of person who could wake up in the morning, try a new habit. They would call it a ritual. Get in the view of it. You see what happens. It's contradictory to my own belief system. Not mine. I don't think so. I go in line with this all the time. You could be the best of your abilities. I believe God is there. God chose all of us, but it's on our effort to put it out there. I've never believed I was condemned to who I am or anything. I misinterpreted what you said about staying true to yourself. No, you didn't. A lot of people said the same thing, myself included, the first time I came across it. We have just been indoctrinated in Western culture. That's the difference. The whole point is, the biggest difference between East and West is this right here. As simple as that. Are you going to be trying to find a fleeting self, or are you going to focus on the self of what you could become? Is who you are, your personality, are you saying that is more important than the personality and the best version of you that is potential and possible for you to create? That's what they say in Confucianism. If you're an angry person, they would tell you, set a new ritual and act positive until you get there, because eventually you will. The point is to say you are not inherently negative. Some people will find themselves and put themselves in a box. That's why I'm saying, to a degree, this is very, very liberating when you really look back at it. Some people could view it a certain way. So I like it a lot. And I think a lot of you can vibe with it. And again, it's just something to think about, for real. It does sound like hope. And it's weird because you wouldn't really equate that to something that tells you, don't focus on these things. Don't focus on your characteristics. It's telling you to improve them. But it does come out a certain way. But I hope you guys are getting this, because the whole aspect now is self-cultivation. The whole idea is to work on that future, and what is more important is who you are going to become, and working towards that and cultivating habits and getting in there so you could become like that, and so you could get to the max potential that you actually hold. So yes, some things may not be true to yourself right now, but does that really mean that is who you are and you are stuck as that person? Confucianism would disagree and tell you no. So Chad, I hope you could all make this decision and think about it. Do you want to be the best version of yourself? Or does everything have to meet a certain thing that we can't even define? Again, isn't that crazy? A lot of us can't, we don't even know ourselves, man. Even if we do all the things we can possibly do to know ourselves, it's a lot easier and objective to see what you can become. I know all of you with 24 hours, a little bit of hard work, bro. Again, I've seen it in the chat. I've seen what people can become. You all witness it. You got people sending transformation pictures of their body, because guess what? You know what it could become. As you got people working, they're doing jobs, stocks, school, everything else. Really, they could do all of it at this date because it's what you can become. That's the difference. Because guess what, bro? We deal with a lot of stuff in this world, and you're going to see a lot of stuff. You're going to feel sad at times. Things will clap you. You go through negativity. It don't matter, but will that change the potential of who you can become? It does not. And a focus on that, oh, man. That's good. So, like I've been telling you, I've listened to this stuff, I've read a lot of it. There's a reason why I believe what I do believe. And there's just something about this with the underdog. But this concept goes across many things. Napoleon Hill has said things like this. Earl Nightingale. Go back to the Bible. Again, go back to a lot of different things. But you are not condemned, my friend. That is one thing that Confucianism will tell you. You are not stuck to be who you are because that's who you are. We are all a mess. We are all fragmented, and that is what it says. But the question is, how many of us are going to focus on the potential we have to become better and make that the goal, and are going to be willing to change the habits of ourselves to get there? So I think it's motivating. I think it's inspiring, and I think it could wake up some of the stuff we deal with. Again, just different cultures. It's crazy to think about. We live in the West, bro. We got a lot. We have a lot of blessings. That's why we think about this stuff, and that's why sometimes it feels really confusing and all of that. But it's one thing I've always believed in every single one of you guys: the potential and what is there and what you could actually become. I've been telling you, you're gonna do great things. That is way more important to me than whatever you think you are right now at the age of 19, 20, 30, 35, 40. Oh, come on. Because imagine what you thought 5 years ago, 10 years ago. But from day one, we could really be like, yo, I got talents. I have knowledge. I got information. Man, I got 2 hands and I could work hard. What can you do with that? And go look at all the people in this world and what they've done with it. And you could probably see yourself in them. And that's the self I'd rather see. So I hope you take it, Chad. I hope you love it. I hope you focus on that future self and maybe get a new habit out of this. Again, they say that the ritual can upset a lot of things because you take a moment out of your day, you step aside and put your time into something, it'll break a current pattern and get you to do something. And then the more and more you do it, the more and more you get into it, you're going about it. It's good. And hopefully some of you realize, again, some of you have been with the cult so long and you've seen it. If you're going towards habits that are going to benefit you, that are transformative, that are going to get you pushed in a way, that's little by little, it creates the monster, a good one. So I'm excited about it, man. And I'm glad I could share this, and I'm glad it could kind of connect different philos. And again, it doesn't matter what you believe on this one. And I think it's interesting because, again, I talk a lot of Jesus. This ain't Jesus talk. So I really I wonder how this hits for some of y'all. And you could really just see, bro, we live in a blessed Western culture. We see other people and we try to understand it. It's just like things are different. We could focus on what it is and condemn ourselves, or we could focus on what we could become. And that right there, bro, it's changed generations. It's changed a lot of lives. There's a reason why this is from ancient culture. So I hope you run with it, Chad. And I hope you take it to the bank. But that is your philosophy. Make sure, guys, are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. Make sure you subscribe. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts, boot camp, and real estate course. We love you. God bless you. Let's get some movement in here. You know what I'm saying? Let's get some movement. CRTD. I feel like we saw that the other day.
Hey man, I love y'all. It's a coat, baby. 2020. Ay, yeah. I ain't start a movement, I just got my people moving. I asked them what you doing, or the why you do it. We was moving hella clueless, but we did it like we knew it. You can see it, I don't prove it. If you beat me, I ain't losing, huh? I don't want the shit, you can have it back now. And if you want the drip, you can never back down. I navigate the road to wealth and pass the map down. It's kinda hard to hear the hate, cause I hit clap. Yeah, I ain't start a movement, I just got my people moving. I asked them what you doing, or the why you do it. We was moving hella clueless, but we did it like we knew it. You can see it, I don't prove it. If you beat me, I ain't losing, huh? I don't want the shit, you can have it back now. And if you want the drip, you can never back down. I navigate the road to wealth and pass the map down. It's kinda hard to hear the hate, cause I hit clap. Yeah, let me start this with a thanks and a fuck you. It don't matter what I say, it's no I love you. It's not about what's coming out, but in your heart, fool. So I ain't care how you talk, I won't judge you. Cause they judge me, they said I must be a new religion or a color or a country. A dummy or a junkie, I'm humbly getting money. I'm different, don't be grumpy, I'm only showing love, G. So you should just chill, for real. I do this for my people out there trying to stack a meal. I ain't wanna be a leader, but I'm ready to be killed. Cause I cannot wait to meet them in the planet we're revealed. Damn, I told you that we different. Ain't slow but come up quickly. I know that don't sound sexy. I know that you're a little tempted, but this your intervention. You pay with playing time while they pay you no attention. I ain't start a movement, I just got my people moving. I asked them what you doing, or the why you do it. We was moving hella clueless, but we did it like we knew it. You can see it, I don't prove it. If you beat me, I ain't losing, huh? I don't want the shit, you can have it back now. And if you want the drip, you can never back down. I navigate the road to wealth and pass the map down. It's kinda hard to hear the hate, cause I hit claps. Yeah, they talking, but let broke do what broke do. If I'm shopping, only cribs and a whip too. But it's still the same Jordan shorts from middle school. I ain't flexing, I just show what priorities do. Got the wagon, no coupe, you getting mad at my fruit, cause it ain't happen to you. I look around at the room, these people trying to be cool. Like what this shit mean to you? Ain't got a lot of class, but they still acting high school. So tell me this, who you trying to impress? And if you don't achieve this, would it leave you depressed? And if they don't like you now, why you want their respect? And if you got one life to live, why you do it for them? So please tell me this, who you trying to impress? And if you don't achieve this, would it leave you depressed? And if they don't like you now, why you want their respect? And if you got one life to live, why you do it for them? I ain't start a movement, I just got my people moving. I asked them what you doing, or the why you do it. We was moving hella clueless, but we did it like we knew it. You can see it, I don't prove it. If you beat me, I ain't losing, huh? I don't want the shit, you can have it back now. And if you want the drip, you can never back down. I navigate the road to wealth and pass the map down. It's kinda Coke, baby. Yeah, man. Is it Coke? 2019. Holla at me. Hey. Stop it with the talking, I ain't got no animosity. Called it when I profit, you could say that shit a prophecy. The topics that you talking make me think you doing comedy. I shop it on the market every morning like a shopping spree. Yeah, see, I love it when they doubt it. Ain't rub it in their face, they could read up all about it. Can paint a perfect pic, I don't need the perfect palette. They be coming at me sideways, but still I kept my balance. God gon' get the glory in the story that I'm brewing. Sorry, I'm not sorry, I believe in what I'm doing. Yo, guys, I'm pretty godly, let me see him, let him prove it. I got mountains that need moving, round them lions and they drooling. I've been through a lot, these the lessons that I taught. See, I got a lot to teach, cause I had a lot I lost. You tryna eat with me, I'ma ask you what you brought. Nothing in this life is free, everything still got a cost. At your party, what's on my face? It's a coat, I'm sorry. Fuck your gang, everybody want the money, but don't want change. You don't gotta love me, I'll be okay. Yeah, they talking and they barking like I care if they believe it. Honestly, you right, bro. You think it, you gon' be it. I'm not trying to fight, bro. I'm on the turn to cheat shit. Hold it, go the light bulb. I win if I'm defeated. Yeah. What's the plan without the work? What's the blessing without curse? Been depressed and I've been hurt. I've been stressed and I got burnt. I've been tested and I learned. I've been tempted, I discerned. Love them blessings but hate church. I've been knows a lot. Thought they supposed to help the flock, but they always talking guap. Thought they supposed to show the loss. Just because I say it, fuck, I can't believe in God. That sound fucking crazy, like they teaching Islam Ron. Saying bombs is jihad. Don't use peace, use your arms. Use my speech, I disarm. Words stronger than the sword. Learn the mindset from the Lord. Man, define him by his wars. Progress ain't the final score. If you hate this, bless you more. At your party, what's on my face? It's a coat, I'm sorry. Fuck your gang, everybody want the money, but don't want change. You don't gotta love me, I'll be okay. Yeah.
Progress ain't the final score. Man, define him by his wars. Oh, let's go, baby. Shout out to Cult. Market does like it. 415. We are back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back. We are not, I think we're past yesterday's highs, maybe. We're like right up towards the open. Yesterday's high was 416. So we still got like another point or like 3/4, but not so bad. No real news right now. A Fed Mester was talking. She said needs to get rates up, says consumer spending is holding up. And then she said can't say today how high interest rates are going to go. So, again, I think what's her name was more cold water on everything. But, again, everyone's liked it so far when the Fed people have spoke. I mean, they've all came out. They're pouring water on this whole September idea, but it's, the market's taking it pretty chill. OPEC agreed to pump more oil by 50%. But surprisingly, oil went up today. We'll see for the multiple day effect, but that will definitely tell us a lot. Brainerd, yeah, she's the one. But Mester, those were the quotes I just said. And then don't we have George? I think Esther George too today. Yes, it's huge news. But in a weird way too, I don't know if it's like finalized also. OPEC operates a little weird in that sense, like of where we get the updates and all that. So just keep that in mind. You may get a little bit more back and forth with the OPEC stuff, but for the most part, it does seem like it's there. Yeah, it's bearish for oil, but in a weird way, it doesn't seem like it's going to be that big of an increase. I don't know how they're going to do it, because if it excludes Russia, it may not be as big as we suspect. But for the most part, I'd say 80% is bearish for oil. But that's why the reaction today is quite fascinating. But it's only one day, so we'll give it some more time. Rheinmetall, Leonardo. They make binding bid for Leonardo. It's German. What is the volume even at right now? 42 million and it's 11. Might be a little bit more or less. It kind of looks like this. I feel like we're right here. And then we get the CPI. I think this one was the minutes. It looks good, though. If you get a bounce from here, it'll look really pretty. But we find out. It did. It's melt-up mode for sure. But it is still kind of small. I mean, NASDAQ 2% is good, but Dow, that's the weird part. But It was the good part is everything is green now, except for utilities and energy. But now a lot of the more defensive names caught a bid with this, and that's what we want to see, because if anything that's doing good like discretionaries flip, we want to see those names come back up, or at least be able to hold up coming into any sort of reversal. So we'll find out. Wayfair climbs the most after positive Yippity data. Yippee data. Wayfair leads the sector overall with 16% market share and commands nearly 2 times the market share of its closest competitors, Home Goods and Bed Bath & Beyond. There was a data, so some company like that does data. Where are the fibs? I don't know, though. That one level, that 381 was one of the Fibonacci's. I'm not even a Fibonacci type dude, bro. But, like, it shows up, dude, at the right times, dude. I was like, oh, dude, happened to work. Difference between Total View and NYC Open Book. Is it for, like, the quotes or, like, routing? I think, like, for level 2, when it shows that, it's just where you're getting it from. I usually go with quote montage, so you just get a little bit from everybody. But otherwise, you could, like, there's just different exchanges. So I don't know if Total View might be, I don't know if Total View is a company name or if it's the montage. A slingshot reversal. It is, but just, I mean, here's the crazy part. We're literally right where we opened yesterday. So it's like all these moves are happening. Everybody's getting dramatic. But, like, look at the last couple days. This whole week, we haven't done shit. Like, when it's all said and done, even since Friday, if you really think about it, since Friday, early weekend, everyone going off for summer, end of May, beginning of a new month, we really haven't done much. So if it continues up, then we're, now we're talking, but then the next level from here is like 420 to 430. But, if it's moving at this pace, that may take a little bit longer of time. V-shape, about Doc, and did you bring that up earlier? I haven't looked into them, though. Digital Ocean. It's a cool name. Tesla dailies moved 1,000. Fitch reverses gas and electric's outlook to positive. Affirms ratings. We basically moved sideways. Yes, there was little events, though. That's the thing. Today was sprinkled with a bunch of stuff. Again, even the Microsoft news in the morning, the little OPEC stuff. We still had economic data. Again, random companies with updates and guidance here and there. And then we're still coming off the China stuff from 2 days ago. So it's like, but today still had a bunch of little stuff sprinkled in on all of it. Brainerd and what she said, again, more, even the last 3 days, that's definitely something we picked up on, is that all the Fed people are making it clear that September does not mean there's going to be a pause, which is interesting because a lot of people were saying that September comment last week led into the rally. So now they're walking it back, but the market doesn't really give a shit. Stocks tend to fall on jobs data, and will probably do so going. And the dollar going down, too. That's key today. But stocks will be in for a rough time after jobs data on Friday. Trading patterns show MSCI index has fallen in the half hour after each of the past 6 employment reports, whether the figures beat or missed. According to Market Impact, the dollar spot has risen 6 times. Treasury yields tended to climb. The message is that healthy jobs growth adds to the case for Fed tightening. The irony is that good news on the economy can undermine equities, but that may be the main theme tomorrow. Interesting. DJ Esther G. Let's see. Oh, why would this load? So they only look at the first 30 minutes. So there's only been, out of the last, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Out of the last 12 non-farms payrolls, 6 hours afterwards, there's only been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 out of 12 have ended up positive. So the other, 7 have ended up negative. So February, 6 hours later, 2 months ago, or 4 months ago, we ended up positive 1.1. June 2021. Where's that pink? Which one's which? Yeah. June 2021, we ended up 0.5%. July 2021, we ended up 0.5%. And then August 2021 was positive. And then September 20, all the positive ones were up. So let's try this year, and I'll get you guys the picture. So everyone was negative 6 hours later in 2022. So all of this year, every non-farms has been negative 6 hours later, except for one of them in February. And February was a big rip. The average is down 0.1%, so not too big. I am Dizzle with the move. Let's see. I'm going to go to 30 minutes is what they were talking about. Every time after 30 minutes, it's been massively negative. Snow is ripping again. So here's 30 minutes after the release, but that's by the time we get to opening. So again, 6 hours lets us know for the whole day, but every single one, even February, was negative. You're driving through Dublin, and you pass the huge building with snowflake on the name of it. Like Dublin, Ohio, or Dublin, like Ireland. Global ship lease raises $350 in debt offering. So pumping now and sell off tomorrow, depending on the data, because again, good data could end up being negative because of the Fed. I mean, the bad jobs data has been coming in, so maybe, like even today, didn't look too hot, but depending on how bad it is, it's like everyone's going to be like, oh my gosh, the economy. It's a very awkward state. Do you see how, in a weird way, it might end up being bad no matter what? Dublin in the Bay Area? They got Bay Area Dublin? That's crazy. I'm just picturing Cutlass Supremes with like potatoes in the background. You know what I'm saying? You know, they get those like in the lowriders. They get they'll get those like neon lights in the back. But I'm just picturing like a potato. You know, and then yeah, they're like Dublin, and then Conor McGregor walk out, and then he like waddles on over. I'll kick your ass. I'm like, what? This is crazy. Dublin's bougie. Dublin. Yeah, Roblo shredding. A lot of stuff. A lot of growth names went like absolutely crazy today. Brought to you by Tesla. Drive your lowrider while charging. They should make Tesla lowriders. Lucid, they didn't go up. Strong AF today. Dublin by San Ramon, one of the richest counties. It's weird, I've never heard of it. Apple going up, 415.32. The melt up continues. Is Google still killing it? Is Microsoft about to go Oh, bro, Microsoft's positive now. Bro, down 3%. Puts go up 1,000%. Oh, my gosh. I wonder what the calls did. Calls went from 40 cents to 250, and they're still red on the day. But so that means they're cheaper than yesterday. But if you got them at the bottom, they absolutely killed it. 275. FOMO's hitting in. You said go green. You got leaps. Amen. Amen. That's a good move. Bro, that's a big turnaround. Again, they guided lower today. Severe 0-day vulnerabilities. Yeah, someone was posting that earlier. I think it was you. If you got it at like the super bottom, you could have made some on some of the Facebook ones. And then you had to go for a weekly, like expiring tomorrow pretty much. You could have got these at like 30 cents and then they went to $1, but they're still down compared to yesterday. Visa, Safaricom, Kenya start multi-currency payment partnership. So-called M-Pay Global Pay Visa card allows users to make online payments outside of Kenya. Ooh, tell me when to go. Ooh, Jesus Christ here, Dredge. What? Ooh. I used to like E40 a lot. Yeah, Datadog went crazy. That one kept coming up throughout the day. 18%. Bro, some of these are crazy. Crypto, accepting crypto, news reiterating. Or crypto, Chipotle, accepting crypto. Crypto, accepting crypto. CMG. Up 1. 415.49. RPTX halted. Is it? No, it's not. Apple, Microsoft, they're all going right now. Bro, even, I think like Uber's up like 7%. Bro, there's a lot of big moves today. Snowflake up 10. MDB, Amazon, all of it, bro. Who buying? Bull market is boring. It's not as bull. I mean, we're at the same place as Monday or yesterday and the day before that. Argentina wheat planting 6.5 acres versus 6.6 prior. Illumina is presenting at an oncology research. They're saying they're going to give data out at one of the conferences. Long-term close to breaking even. Let them work. Let them work. Some stuff staying pinned, though. Like Airbnb's doing the pin once it gets up there. Uber's climbing a little bit. A lot of SPY puts. I mean, tomorrow's Friday. We'll see again. We went over the most people now. The big event's going to be tomorrow for the jobs data. But like we said, there's a lot of people kind of pricing in a little bit worse. more or less. A lot of people are thinking that the jobs data, even if it's good, it supports the Fed going down. If it's bad, then people are going to worry about the economy. When does TLT start moving upwards? I would give it till June 15th. I mean, it's liable to move at any time, but with the exact catalyst with the balance sheet reduction, it looks like whenever there's going to be a bond auction or one maturing, after those dates, we'll start to see the effect. So it depends, give or take before. Sometimes people get priced into it, but just little by little, it's hard. I mean, it's not easy to know. I'll tell you that much. Bonds are very tricky, especially now and trying to understand it with everything. So it's easier said than done, but that's why it's like know what to be on the lookout for. Keep an eye out for it. If we start seeing it move abruptly, maybe some people start pricing it in, or depending on the data, then we go from there. I mean, ever since the beginning of the month in the tapering thing, they've been giving up the rally, and this rally was helping some things out. So we're going to see how it plays out, but it's very, very hard to put your finger on it. IPOF. Is the dollar still dropping? Yep. That's a big part about today, too. Again, especially with some of the confusion we had early in the morning. Definitely watch out for that. If I own bonds, I would sell before the Fed starts selling. There's just common sense. It depends, though, because when do you think the economy is going to slow down? So it doesn't make common sense unless you have an answer to that question. If you could answer that question, then the common sense will dictate it all. But at that point, if you don't, when do you expect the economic activity to finally contract and doing all that? So if that's what you believe, then that gives you your answer of when to really sell. Because again, otherwise, that's why people are holding them. Because if economic decline happens faster than inflation, messing up everybody's stuff, then the bonds actually might end up, more people will buy than the Fed. But vice versa, though. So it's like, you're right. If the Fed starts selling, and then inflation is still a problem, and we still believe we got another, year and a half, then boom, that's it. Was my first flip bought off market? No. It was on market, but the real estate market at the time was very slow. So it was like, what? Was it 20? I think it was 2011 or 20. Yeah, it was like 2011, I believe, or 2010. And at that point, people didn't want houses. It was a couple years after the crash, and everybody was still scared. So it was actually data. I was looking at the mortgage applications, and then I remember Lending Tips brought some mortgage application stuff. He was working at the bank at the time, and we just started noticing we're like, people are buying houses again. Like, people were terrified still. But if you looked at some of the data at that time, it's like there was a big, big uptrend. And it was an on-market property. It was listed for a long time, and bought it and flipped that one within like a month too. And it just started going even crazier. My mom's selling her house, going to rent for 12 to 24 and has put me in charge of the cash. That will be from the sale. Just don't gamble it, honestly. Is the plan to get her another home or what? I would set aside the money for mom's rent, but honestly, go put it in like a municipal bond or something. But I wouldn't, I don't know. It's hard to say because I would keep it in real estate, or maybe if you want to buy a cheaper property that could rent, but I would go, yeah, if you could get a muni bond, hell yeah, super chill. No taxes. You could put, they limit the amounts, but yeah. Boeing names Ann Schmidt as interim communications chief. Boeing chief communications officer is leaving. So I don't know if it'll have a big effect. You have a Boeing departure, but it doesn't look like they're doing anything. Oh, wow. Costco's at 482. So there you go. It's eating in. Remember, I was down a little bit more. I'm down more on this, but this is going to wake the calls up. So that's good. That's great, actually. That's really great. Best place. Yeah, call your bank. Ask them about municipals because municipals are tax-free and they're a little bit safer. You could check on the short terms, but a bond could be very, very good in that case. But yeah, call your bank and see what options they have. Or you could even call your broker. What made the market? There was a lot of different things. It's just kind of a melt up. And now today, the defensive names that have been getting sold off, they're going up while everybody, now this is feeling more risk on. And that's part of it. There was bad news from the Fed. Economic data was so-so. Very bullish news out of OPEC and increasing oil supply, but that one's debatable. And then what else was there? I think there's one more thing. Municipals have minimums. That's fine. Usually they have maximums. So usually there only be a couple. The supply available won't be that high. Talk acquisition talk from Citi. Why would Talkspace and Citi? That one's weird. I don't see it on. Oh, yes. That's old. Takeover talks won't be well received, Citi says. That was from a couple days ago, though. Yeah, Talkspace approached about takeover, no deal reached. Remember, that was 5/26th. So it may be the same news reiterated, or there may be an update, but that's, keep your eye out for that. Bro, Costco ripped today. Facebook is up 6 now, back above 200. Bro, all of these actually went ham. Netflix is now up 6. That's disgusting. Bro, so many names are up like 6%, and the SPY is still like, it's only up 1.5%. Bro, Google's up 3.5%. Amazon's up 2%. You would think we'd be up a lot more. Yeah, bro, look at all of these like big gainers, but then it's like you're only up 1.4. Like what? It's good for a lot of companies, but you would think this was bigger. Like, bro, you would think that this looks like a 3% day. If you have 40 to 50,000 in student loans, does it make sense to pay those off before pursuing real estate? Are you talking about real estate agent, buying a house, flipping? But the base logic is very simple. If you have if you have the interest rate, can you make more money than the interest rate with a reasonable amount of safety? So if your interest rate is 5% or 2%, can you make more than 2%? If you can, don't pay it off. If you can't make 5% safely, pay it off, or you could pay a portion of it. That's something you could always pay off half and half and do 50-50, but it really depends what you're going to do with the money. And I think a lot of people learn this lesson is that you could have an idea, but the question is safety. The last thing you want to do is have the debt. You have the money to pay it off, but then if you go and try to outperform interest and then you end up losing your principal, then we got a problem. And that could easily happen. That's what happens if you don't do it. You're more likely to do that than not, if that makes sense. So you're more likely to end up losing the principal, still having the debt, and just being out the money you had versus not. So it just depends, though. But like if you could, again, if it's a low interest and you're going to go put it into a dividend stock that doesn't move a lot, you go and put it into a REIT or God knows what you're going to put it into, but something with safety, then you'll end up being good. happen to you? It happens to a lot of people. It's a very common money mistake that occurs. Or the other mistake people make is the reverse, and then they go and they pay off the debt, and they sell things and they do stuff to pay an arbitrary debt amount, and then they have no more debt, but then they don't do anything with it, and then they end up missing out on a lot of other, the opportunity cost was a lot higher. So I've seen people sell their homes just to pay off debt. I've seen people sell equity in their home, sell the home just to pay off debt, and the debt was only a couple $100 a month. Interest was very low. They pay it all off, and then they have nowhere to live. Then they start renting, and then after 2-3 years, they didn't buy anything with it. They didn't do anything else with it, and it ended up actually they would have just been way better off holding the debt for a little bit and then investing that money into certain things, or even keeping the property and finding a way to pay it off at a later time would have been better. So that's why a mix of both could go a very long way. Control your debt, pay some off, but don't go too nuts. Debt breaks people. I mean, yes and no. All about how you handle it. But debt is also, it feels good too. Once you get it out. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Bro, there's no, some of y'all, that's the thing I could always support. Because it's some of y'all will become a whole new person once you pay off your debt. Or once you do it, it's it just feels, it allows people to move a little bit better. It's a good feeling, and it's just I don't know. It's very good for the mental. I don't know how to explain it more or less than that, but it's not always as bad. I mean, everybody's path is going to be different, but just understand what makes it good, what makes it bad, and just keep in mind how you have many ways to handle it, and it's not really just one way to solve the problem. But if you have a plan, a goal, those will always work out very well. That's the thing, because if you just pay out debt just to pay it off, it's not going to be good. But if you have a plan and there's a strategy, and it's hey, this is why, why do you want no debt? If you could answer that question and you could have a plan of what you want to go about, I want to invest, I want to do this. Okay, well, if you're going to invest, what are you going to invest in? What's your plan? Have a plan of what you're going to invest in, and know what you're going to be buying and investing before selling or paying off anything, because then it could tell you the answer right there. Because if you're I want no debt so I could invest, okay, what are you going to invest in? I'm going to put 80% of it in AMC because I think movie theaters are the future. I'm going to slap you in the face, and you shouldn't do that, because literally now you're saying, I'm going to pay off my debt, put the money into, my plan is to make more money on this. Or you're saying, I'm going to keep my debt at this 5% interest because I can make more than 5% on AMC. No, that's too risky, because you could end up losing 40% of it, 30%, and still have the 5% interest. Okay? So it's just the plan itself will help you out. Are government loan possible to be forgiven? Yes and no, but I mean, at this point, it's I feel if you have a student loan, y'all aren't willing to bet on, I would pay $100 a month until Biden potentially cancels it. Why not? Shit, man, let's see how low that, if I say the lower the approval rating goes, don't pay off your student loans. That word to the wise. That's the best way. Or depending on what happens with the midterms, don't pay off your student loan. I mean, if it's going to be $100 a month, $200 a month for it, whatever, and then there's this possibility in the next couple years that they're going to just okay, here you go. I mean, why would you at that point? So, especially if the interest, if you remember, you don't pay interest if you're still in school. If I could rent for $800 a month, but buy for $2K, Would it make sense to rent? Oh, hell yeah. I would rent all day at that price. And then I would go buy a house and then get the cash flow to make more. I would go buy a house in Ohio that gets me $1,300 a month in cash flow with the down payment you would have probably spent to buy. And then boom, now you own a house, you get equity at a lower leverage rate, and then it pays for the rent and it could probably pay for a car. Literally, if you're $800 rent, you get a cash flow property, $1,200. I could get you one for $150,000, $150,000, $10,000 down, or $150 cash. You get $1,300 a month. You're probably gonna walk away with at least your rent paid, and then maybe a Honda Civic or something. I don't know the price. I think Honda Civics are expensive now, so I don't know. Have I eased up? I haven't bought real estate in the last 3 months. I bought one. I have one property in the last quarter that I've just been in escrow on it, or it's a new build I've been waiting for. But ever since the house flip, I haven't bought anything. I've been kicking it. I've been looking, but there's been no good deals. Wait, no. There's another one. I have another, and then I grabbed one in North Carolina. I forgot about that one. It's in escrow still too, though. I remember the person was gonna back out, but that one was a super cheap property. I bought that one less than $100,000. It was a good one. But I've been slowing down dramatically, I would say, but not really. Kind of just going at my own pace. But I'm not forcing anything. I'm a lot less like even houses I would have bought 6 months ago at certain prices. I'm going a lot lower on it. He forgave one institutes, but lots of them were set up. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, they forgave the Corinthian universities today. But what the hell is a Corinthian university? Is Paul the professor or what's going on? You know what I'm saying? The Corinthians. Mm. $150K house with $10K down gets you $1,300 a month. No, I say cash flow, but if you probably do 20% down. You might. I mean, I did a couple of those last year. I did that Ohio one for $160K. The Chad got like a $10,000 wholesale fee for that one, or $5,000 I think. And then I did 20% down, and it rents out for about $1,350, and my mortgage payment is like $600-$700. So I cash flow. So you get $1,300. I think cash flow is like $600-$700. But if you bought it cash, you would get that. And I said the down payment you would put on another house. Like if you were that $2,000 a month house, I'm assuming your down payment would be a little bit higher or a little bit lower than $150. But if you have $150 saved up, you could turn that into just straight cash flow. $150K home VA loan, you don't need any cash. Maybe closing costs, but they might be able to, I think they roll it in there on sometimes. You could get the house for like $3,000 probably, less. Maybe $2,000, $3,000. And then if you have anybody, agent does the commission, you'll be good. I don't see how student loan forgiveness is not buying votes, because once you give it to me, I don't have to vote for you. You know what I'm saying? You have any leads I can make calls for? I've been driving for dollars with gas. Hit up lending tips. Get involved in the cold real estate. But definitely. Are you local? How do you do a $25K in savings? You just take advantage of other loans. You could do 3.5% down, other things. Again, right now, the money in real estate is going to be finding a deal, though. It's like a couple months. Bro, I'm telling you, 6 months ago, 3 months ago, 12 months ago was a lot easier. But it's like right now, if you find a money deal, they still exist. Right now, it's like easier and harder to find a money deal, because now the market's slowing down a little bit. More people are going to be willing to take a quicker deal. Now when I tell people, hey, I could give you cash right now at this price, and you don't have to worry about selling. You don't have to worry about interest rates going up, how long it's going to take. Don't worry about repairs, and I'm still going to give you a good amount of money. Most people now, is the worse the market gets or the slower it gets, the longer it takes to sell a house, the more attractive that offer becomes. So then it's, people are going to be really, really about it. But then again, it's like, you got to be careful, because now when you're buying a house, your future projection of what it's going to be worth, that is coming into question now, simply because it was easy, bro. 2021 was easy in real estate. You knew if you bought it, it was going to go up. You could have bought it and sold it the next day for the person who is trying to outbid you, realistically speaking. So, but that's not the case anymore. And that's why that's why you're seeing price cuts, because people came into this year fucking wild, bro. Like, people are like, literally, they bought the house for $1.5 million in 2021, and then they listed it in the middle of 2022, and they're like, I want 2.5 after a year. They want $1 million after a year. Again, I'm not one to talk. I did that after 30 days, but still, but then what started happening, the market, the interest rates doubled. Now the prices are going up. People slowed down, their stocks dropped, their crypto dropped, that's down payment money, whatever, all of these things started going down. And then now they're like, okay, I'll take $2 million. They lowered it $500,000. They still want to make $500,000, but they just lowered it $500,000. You see what I'm saying? And then then it takes longer. And then now other people look at it, and then they don't realize in real estate, nobody wants the house that's been dropped in price in this market. Simple as that. Because then you're like, shit, why would I, they're like, he's going to go lower, this person's crazy, and then it starts like its own little cycle. But that's the problem. It's just harder to go about doing it. So if you could if you could reasonably factor the future value, that's the key. But key is, it's all about in the deal. If you could find a money deal right now, you could do it with any amount of money, and I will help you out with it. Again, we had one guy, I don't know, there was a good deal he sent. I said, I'll take it. I said, you should do it yourself, though. And if he went ahead and did it, and, we'll tell you, just get a loan through here. This is how you could go about taking advantage of it, whatever it may be. Or if you need a loan, you want to split it, you want to wholesale it. But you need to just find a good deal, though, at this point. You really need something at a good price, and you will be hooked up. You could do it with any amount of money. So, and it's like I said, it's a blessing and a curse right now, because people are going to be more willing to sell deals now, but at the same time, if you don't know how to turn over that property quickly, or you don't have a good assessment, or you overestimate what it's worth, you will be the one holding the bag. And in this case, that's just going to mean it's going to take longer for you to reach break even or your desired profit. I can't sell my home for $329, 3-bed, Northern California. Shoot me an email. We had another Chad like that. He tried to sell it to me, and I told him, I said, I'll buy it, bro. He wanted to sell it to me for half the price, and I'm pretty sure he already sold it. Literally, a Chad emailed me. It was like a NorCal like weed property type thing, and it was dope. It was a big property, massive acreage, good comps, and he was like, I need to sell it, and he said, he's like, Josh, I'll go as low as $250. And this property was worth, I said, bro, it's at least worth $470, $500, easy. $650 during that market, we could have got greedy with it. But I told him, I was like, can you wait 30 days? Can you wait 60 days? And he said, yeah. And I said, okay. And then I said, let's let a Chad agent list it. And one of the guys shows up on the real estate call every day. He reached out to me about leads the week before, and I just said, boom. I said, hook this Chad up. Get this property sold. I think it's worth $500,000. Again, I'll buy it if it doesn't sell, but go. And then he listed it for him. The house sold, I think, the other day, or a couple weeks or a couple months ago. It sold around like $495 or $460, I believe. So so if you got time, email it to me. We got a Chad agent up there. Just let the Chad agent list it at the price. If you can't sell it, work out a good deal with the Chad agent. They'll hook you up. Again, you guys are both in a cult. You know what I'm saying? So then you guys could work together. And if not, depending on if you really want to fire sale it or just not selling and it makes sense, I'll buy it, if anything. You know what I'm saying? But you could, if you got time, you could stretch it. That's what I'm saying. And anybody in this market, even when people are coming to me now, I'm telling you, listen, you could still get a pretty penny for your property right now. However, it's going to take you longer. If you want to wait it out to get your money on it, you're going to get a higher amount. But if you don't want to wait and you don't want to deal with anything potentially getting worse or whatever it may be, then you sell it right now. Go sell it at the discount. Boom. It may end up becoming profitable for you when you look back at it, because you're like, okay, I was able to take the money, protect myself here, put it in here, yibbity bobbity boo. So you'll be good. But if you can, email it. I'll put you in touch with the same agent who sold that one. He already has one of the it's like an agriculture type thing under his belt. So I think it would be a good mix. I'm up 100K on my house in San Antonio. Should I sell or rent? If the house went unrented, would you still be able to afford it for a year? That's it. If the mortgage payment's $1,000 a month and you could rent it for more easily, but let's say that doesn't happen. Can you afford $12,000 a year to throw money at that house with nobody in it, making no money? And if you can, I would keep it. If not, then you got to think about what you could do with it. But simple as that. If you could keep it for a year with, assuming the worst case scenario, I wouldn't sell it. But if that's going to be a problem, then you should consider it. So no, you can't. Then maybe I would sell it then, because otherwise, I would want to keep it, but that would be the problem. How about 6 months reserves? And then, or maybe you do cash out refi, but even then, that's going to add on more leverage or anything like that. So, but I would lean towards selling if anything. But if the budget is super tight, then I would assume that would free up your budget and allow you to make a move now where you could be put in that situation where you could get a cheaper home or anything like that. What's up, bro? Excited to learn, start making real money, getting by week to week and working into the grave. All you do. All right, man. Be excited. It's going to be slow, though. That's it. The long term is what we talk about. We're trying to build our momentum here till the market hits us with the amazing plays, and then you're going to get real estate on the side. But, I mean, if you're willing to control the budget, save, get the long term, and little by little, I mean, before you know it, I think a lot of people can attest to it. A lot of changes will come about through it. But, prepare for the worst, accept the best, and things will be good. And then at the very least, I could guarantee you'll learn some stuff on how to manage it and grow it. But slow and steady will always win. When should I buy my second home? Just start running the numbers. I mean, what can you afford where it's reasonable? And like I'm saying, where you could put yourself in a position where you can afford the property for X amount of time if things were not good. You're up $300 on your house, rolled debt into the mortgage, got $100 out to buy 2 properties. And then if the other properties went up, but now what you could do is you can make free properties. So literally, that's actually what I did it with the, do you guys know the free share strategy? You could do it with other things. So you could do it with houses. Like literally, if you took out the leverage early and you ran it up like really good and you got multiple houses with the leverage now, you could even consider selling certain things to pay off one of them, and boom, now you got a free house in Monopoly. Once you get 4 houses in a hotel, you're set for life. That's how it works. That's richest man. That's rich dad, poor dad. But you could do that. You'll be great. I did that with the cars. So literally, I did the free share strategy on the Lambo, but with the G-Wagon. So pretty much, I crashed the Lambo, put 10,000 miles on it, 12,000 miles on it, sold it, and with the profit from that, by getting early in on the G-Wagon, I paid off the G-Wagon, and now the G-Wagon's free by using the Lambo. With the right leverage at the right time and at a good thing, boom, you could do it. So keep that in mind. That could be a strategy if you want to go about being safe and secure throughout any volatility. Because again, once you get one income producing something good paid off or that will hold its value, then boom, you're good to go. You suggest being patient or keep skin in the game. Are we talking real estate or stocks? High leverage housing gives you chills. Yes and no. I mean, think about it. In the last 6 months, every asset class got absolutely destroyed. But real estate's still up. Jobs report is tomorrow, and we went over it. A lot of people are thinking it might be bad either way. Charting total U.S. personal savings. Isn't it funny, bro? He has to use Roblox too. Red line is the all-time low at 1.5, set in July 05 at the last 12-month rate of depletion of savings. Could hit that level between September and December this year, borrowing time. Yeah, I mean, again, we're talking about that. That's what I'm saying. I could agree with that 100%, and it just makes sense with everything else. Real estate might come down, though. Shouldn't you wait for a lower price? I wouldn't try to play the game of it's not going to go as low as you're going to think. If it does, it will slow down. But the key is I'm not worried about real estate going down, but what you need to shift your mentality in real estate is you're not going to buy it today and sell it for 10% more in a quarter. That is out the window now. That's all. That's where it's going to come down to. It's like I'm trying to tell people that, again, you have to find balance. Again, we've been talking about reserves now for a long time with real estate. I've been saying that before any of this shit in the market happened. It's always just be wise about everything. But it's not about wait till you get a better price, but just don't buy it. If you're buying it assuming you're going to buy it and be in an instant equity position, get that idea out the window right now. That's more of a danger than buying if something you're like, okay, I'm going to hold it for 5 years. I'm going to live in it. It's at a fair price. It's not overpriced. It's definitely cheaper than where it was at the beginning of the year, so on and so forth. Then that would be good. BlackRock Fink says the market is recalibrating itself. Here's an interview. Let's see.
Be with us for a number of years.
This is Larry Fink,
and it's the type of inflation that
BlackRock
I don't
CEO
believe the Federal Reserve has the policy or the tools to do much with it right now. And I'm personally not blaming the Federal Reserve for where we are right now. But I believe most of the problems we're living with today are more policy generated and supply generated. Demand right now in our economy is equivalent to the demand that we saw pre-COVID. And so we're witnessing all these supply shocks, and that's creating these attended price increases. And so it's more supply driven. It's been aggravated now, obviously, by COVID and lockdowns in different parts of the world where we are manufacturing goods. It has been further aggravated by the Ukraine Russian war and where we have supply shocks. But I have this fundamental view that much of the inflation has been generated by some very large policy shifts in the United States.
And I want to talk about exactly what caused it, but just before that, we have Jamie Dimon talking about a hurricane, potentially. Are you saying something that significant? What's the chance of recession? Not so much this year, but in 2023 or even 2024?
Well, I think Jamie said one outcome could be a hurricane. It may not be that. So, I know that sounds so perfect for the media, a hurricane, but I could see scenarios where it could be quite bad, another downward draft of significance. And that's going to be dependent on earnings going forward. But I could also see a scenario where we're going to be muddling along for the next year or two, right around this level. and maybe up 5%, down 10%, but we're going to be in this range-bound area until we have better information. I mean, the one thing I will say with total certainty, we're going to be living with more uncertainty. And so with that in mind, we are going to have bouts of fear, which is going to bring down the markets and a little more confidence going on forward. But we have not witnessed huge asset allocation changes by our investors.
Well, I was going to ask about that. What are you seeing in your funds, for example? Are people buying bonds again, for example, in your funds?
Oh my gosh! In the month of May, we had the biggest increase in ETF bond purchases. I mean, we had.
So that's what we were seeing with TLT and all that. Again, that was like a little bit of part of the rally.
Credit or all that. So you were certainly seeing a revaluation of how far interest rates need to go upward, and so that's also one of the big trends. I mean, I would say 30 days ago, many people were calling for a deep recession, and now people are mitigating that. Obviously, there are views that we could have a deep recession or a hurricane, but that's just one of the outcomes. I mean, I think there's higher probabilities of outcomes that we're going to be more range bound with a lot of volatility.
Certainly, there's uncertainty about exactly what happens with the Fed. Maybe not so much on rate increases.
This is Larry Fink, BlackRock CEO and chairman,
which actually started this week.
This week.
What are those consequences likely to be in your judgment?
You better find new buyers. I think the marketplace does not understand the dependency of low rates was on the QE purchases, the trillions of dollars at the Federal Reserve. But let's all be clear, between Japan and China, they own close to $2.5 trillion of U.S. treasuries too. So there are big owners and big players, and obviously what will be the future clearing price at rates with less QE and now a reversal of it? Do we need to get up to a 3% 10-year to meet a lot more demand? And so much of this we're all going to have to see. What are the consequences? If the demand that we saw in intermediate treasuries in May carry on, QE may not be, the reversal of QE is not going to be as big of a problem. If we have that fear that inflation is going to be longer and higher, then obviously we're going to have to reset all that, and we're going to probably have higher rates. But I'm a belief that we don't have to have much higher intermediate and long rates.
For our global television, radio, and YouTube audiences, this is a simulcast with, of course, Larry Fink. He's the chairman and CEO of BlackRock. Let's go back to something you raised, Larry, and that is inflation. Not just what it is, but what has caused it. Because we've been told in the past, for example, from Chair Powell, that he's got the tools he needs to take care of it. Right now, the data don't necessarily indicate that he's taking care of it yet. Do we have the tools?
Well, first of all, I'm a strong believer in Chair Powell and the Federal Reserve doing the right thing. I have great confidence in his abilities to assess the market. So he may know a lot more than I do, so I'm not going to be judging him. I believe the problems of inflation are not Fed-related as much as policy-related. So I believe inflation is really based on some big macro policy changes that are now, that had good intentions, but the unintended consequences are more inflationary. For instance, post-World War II, America's foundation of economic policy was based on consumerism. We built this entire economy post-World War II with a belief that if more Americans can have more things, then we have happy Americans, and we built a whole geopolitical platform around that. And then with the fall of the Soviet Union and we had the peace dividend, we were able to accelerate globalization and building things. And that's one of the fundamental reasons why we had deflationary pressures for the last 30 years, that whole movement towards supply chain navigation and lower prices. I would say 10 years ago, the rise, whether you call it nationalism or the rise of this belief that we have to focus on communities that have been devastated by globalization. We need to find ways of creating better jobs for more Americans. That in itself is inflationary when you move away from the cheapest price ever to another area. And so that's a fundamental change. We changed our immigration policies, and I'm talking about legal immigration, okay? Our legal immigrations, that was changed about 5 years ago, where we've reduced the amount of legal immigration. If you look at the rate of increase of immigrants, legal immigrants in the United States from 2000 to 2017, and the rate that we are growing immigration in the last 5 years, we're down 2 million. 2 million new entrants to the United States legally. That is very inflationary when we have full employment, when we have these jobs. Think about all the need for workers. What is that going to mean when we start implementing our infrastructure bill, when it's going to take up quite a few new jobs? Where are those employees going to be coming from? It's going to create rising wages. And if you look at earnings, many companies are saying rising wages are a part of their degradation of their margins.
And maybe to add to that, we're also going through an energy transformation globally.
Totally.
And that can't be free.
And I've said in my letters that energy transition can be highly inflationary. And I've always said that an energy transition must be fair and just. And we can't be just mitigating supply. We need to be finding solutions. So we have a strong view on that if we don't find a way to be working with the hydrocarbon companies, with the energy companies, making sure that we have adequate global supply of hydrocarbons at the same time, move technology to create a more decarbonization platform and pathway, and it's not going to be a straight line. It's going to be lumpy like what we're seeing now. So that is also inflationary. And let's be clear, the $7 trillion, I want to underscore, $7 trillion of fiscal stimulus during the COVID years is beyond any stimulus we've ever seen in fiscal policy in our history of a country. So you add all those things up, it was a foundation of inflation. And then you overlay the Russian-Ukraine war and the supply shocks, and then you overlay now COVID and the lockdowns and what it's doing for supply chains. All of that is adding on. So getting back to the Federal Reserve and your question, the Federal Reserve does not have tools to fix supply problems. The Federal Reserve's tools, like every other central bank, is to reduce demand through higher interest rates. As I said, I don't think we have a demand problem. We have a supply problem. And so if they believe they have to change demand, that will put us into a recession. And I believe we need more time. So I'm under the belief we're going to have a 2-year period of time of elevated inflation. But I do believe as we reconstruct our supply chains, we find better sources of energy in the interim, as we create more decarbonization technology, all of this in 3 or 4 years is going to work itself out. And when you talk to the energy complex today, they believe fair value for gas, for oil, is about $70 to $80 a barrel. Right. And so we've seen this before. We're in this transition, and I do believe within a few years we'll be back to $70 to $80 oil.
Given all of that, is it realistic to have a 2% target on inflation? I mean, or are we actually encouraging?
This is a good interview. I like this.
To do something that will drive
BlackRock. He owns all of us.
Given there are fundamental factors that push that number above 2%, should we be really rethinking? And what does that mean for investors if we're looking at a 4% inflation world?
Well, I think we are living in a 4% or higher inflation world for the next 2 years. Investors are going to have to look beyond this period. The question is, what will happen in 3 or 4 years? Is this going to be a short-term pop? I mean, you even heard one of the governors yesterday talk about, we need to raise rates a few more times, and then I can see in a year we're going to lower rates. Okay, and so in my opinion, we need to get to a 2% level just to level set and let the data determine where it is. But I do believe, because this is supply generated and policy generated, not as much monetary policy generated, it's hard for them. If they overshoot, we'll definitely get into a recession, and then they're going to have to ease very quickly, and we still may have the supply problems. And in all the conversations I have with business leaders around the world, and I've had a couple meetings in the last 2 days with some significant CEOs of major international companies, and they're all talking about the supply problems, and they're also talking about the need of labor, and they're all seeing this problem, and it's a real big issue.
One other thing that you've been outspoken on, and that's environmental, social, and governance, ESG investing, and it became quite the vogue. At the same time, now it's getting a little bit of tarnish on it. For example, on some of the greenwashing allegations that we saw, certainly with the DWS, but also the SEC going at it. What do you make of greenwashing, and what should be done about that as a problem?
Well, I could tell you what we've done. We've always believed this could be data dependent, and so we've been very aggressive in building out analytics and data so we could look at and review and judge companies through the lens of better understanding of how companies move forward in a decarbonizing world. We overlay satellite imaging and technology to understand how physical climate risk can impact an asset, a piece of real estate, an office building, a factory. And so we believe we cannot move forward without a proper taxonomy. And I do believe the SEC has to be focused on that. But importantly, let's be clear, clients in Europe are actually more aggressive on moving towards sustainability, not less. Europe right now today, they have the existential problem of Russian dependency of gas and oil, and they're moving away from that. Europe actually said we're going from 2050 to be net zero to 2035. And so in actuality, they're accelerated their decarbonization process. At the same time, Europe did change their taxonomy. A year ago, their taxonomy said gas was brown. Magically now, because of the problem, gas is green. And David, I've always said the energy transition is not brown to green. It's going to be from dark brown to medium brown, the medium light brown, the light brown, and on and on and on. We may develop new technology to leapfrog a couple of those shades, but I can't see that technology yet. But let's be clear, to do this transition, and the problem is some environmentalists are saying, Larry, we don't have time to do that. Right. And there lies the debate. Do we have time to go from dark brown to medium brown to light brown? We could all debate that. The question is, do politicians have the time to allow that? And there lies the construct that we're living in today.
And what's the best way into this problem? Is it through government regulation, standardization of these standards, or is it through things like shareholder initiatives? I mean, you said you're not going to back as many, I think, at BlackRock as you have in the past. We're going into the proxy season now. Do you anticipate backing any of those ESG issues?
So we're almost done with proxy season. In fact, in the U.S., we're done. We still have a few more in Japan. What we said, we're not going to be as prescriptive as last year. We're almost at the same level we were last year. I think the biggest change in proxy season this year, more and more companies are volunteering information. So there were much less issues in proxies this year. We worked really well with companies around the world. There was only a few companies where there was a large disagreement. And so I think people are, once again, are conflating the facts. The facts are, we said, and I've always been loud on this, we are not going to support Scope 3 at this time. Right. And the reason why, I don't want to be the environmental police. I think it's wrong to ask the private sector to tell all the entire society we have to move forward. And I have no problem in doing Scope 1 and 2, but we've always said Scope 3 is forcing big companies, banks, and asset managers to be the environmental police. And I've been loud about this. I've spoken about this at COP26. I'm against this. A lot of people got angry at me. But I believe there are some strong merits. But let me be clear. The energy companies and all the attending companies, they're moving. And they're moving with a deep understanding. And there's not an energy CEO who does not believe we have climate risk. And they all, they may disagree in the speed in which we could fix this. But I was with a bunch of energy companies recently, and they're all trying to focus on how do we create carbon sequestering? How do we create carbon capture? This is going to be a big thing. And every energy company is focusing, how can we make hydrogen cheap enough to be a major source of energy?
One last one, Larry. You spend a fair amount of time talking to our leadership in Washington, as well as other capitals around the world. Right now, I think it's fair to say the Biden administration has got a challenge on its hand when it comes to the economy. It's not getting a lot of credit, whether it should or not. If you were to give them one piece of advice about what to do right now that could make some difference in the short to medium term, what would it be?
Fix immigration, for legal immigration. And I think we all would have said that. If you talk to all the business roundtable, the U.S. Chamber, I mean, we have to be really focused on things like that. We can build America back. But if we're going to build America back in a non-inflationary way, if we're going to grow America, we're going to have to do that not just with our own. We're going to have to allow legal immigration. We could bring, we educate over, a few million young people every year in advanced degrees in America, and it's harder and harder for them to get a green card in America today. We need to rethink about, the foundation of America. The foundation of America was on immigration.
Not catch and release, catch and keep. Right?
We're educating and letting them go.
It just sounds so weird when BlackRock talks
really
about
great talking to
it.
you. Thank you so much. That's Larry Fink. He is, of course, the chairman and
I'm just
the
saying,
CEO
so wait, what are you trying to say, dog? Oh, dog. All right, man, I feel you, but oh no. It was good. That was a very good interview. I mean, that was very nice to hear. He brought up some really good points. I mean, I think the best part, again, it's something you've heard about what he was talking about with like supply and all of that. But it was more or less just what he was saying. He was like, the last thing, if they tighten too hard, take us into a recession, and then we still have the supply problems. He was talking really what we were talking about earlier, again, where just like he said that he called it the foundation of inflation, right? He said $7 trillion, nothing the world or country has ever seen before, right? You've probably heard that a lot here, but he said a lot. There was a lot of different quotes. And again, talking about demand versus supply, and again, seems like the Fed is lower demand, but if we're gonna have to deal with the supply side for quite some time. That was good. I like it. He's always been insightful, right? And again, he owns everything, but he says we need more immigrants to work. That was it makes sense, but I don't. This guy owns everything. They need more made in America. I think he just said we need more people to work for us. That was quite plain and simple. And I don't even think it wasn't even politics, dude. That was just like capitalism immigration. Dude, he literally like, I don't know. I was like, all right, I guess we're immigrants, I guess. Amen. He did not say anything about housing, not really. They were more just talking demand and supply side. That's really about it. And that was a good post on the, what's it called? What is it called? Scope 3. And he was saying he's not down with it. Again, Scope 3 is it's saying that companies are responsible for emissions from assets that are not owned or controlled by them. So it's Scope 3 environmental stuff. So it's like if you partner with a company that has bad environmental stuff, even though you can't tell them what to do, but you support another company that is bad on the environment, you would essentially get hit on your ESG report card for the environment, pretty much. Does that make sense? So it's just Scope 3. It's just literally, it's whatever, like, so if Apple's, one of their products, they don't have high good emissions, Apple is essentially responsible for what they're not responsible of. Scope 3 sounds good. It is, but it's pretty much, it's cancel culture tied into policy for anything related to the environment. Does that make sense? So it's like if you could do everything right, but if you support, if you like Dave Chappelle, or you partner with Dave Chappelle, you would be responsible for whatever Dave Chappelle said. Why are we grinding higher? No news. Again, there's a lot of stuff sprinkled throughout today. Talk is on the high. Remember, there's been a lot of back and forth with the buyout stuff. They just gapped up. No Lulu play. I wanted to, but I think it's pretty hard to get a direction on it. It's either they're really going to beat or not. The calls were cheap in the morning. It's going up, but it's kind of at the same level from the discretionary clapping. What time is it? Power hour. Wow. 5.5 earthquake in the Philippines. Will the oil company go down because OPEC is producing more oil? Yes and no. I mean, the big thing about the oil announcement today is that increase in oil, it was kind of already priced in the sense that they said they were going to do that in 2 months. So they pretty much raised the production schedule 2 months ahead of time, and then That is assuming, though, that Russia would not be a part of it, meaning one provider or a multitude of all of them will be coming in, most of them. I feel like I've seen a lot of earthquakes. I don't want to tell you. I was thinking about it the other day. I was like, there hasn't been a weird earthquake in a minute. And I got worried. I was like, ah! So I don't know. I feel like we haven't gotten any of the headlines. I remember around like July. It was like July 4th a couple years ago. There was a fat earthquake. I was getting a massage. While it was like a 7.0 or something, or like a 6 point something. It was huge. And I remember, bro, I was getting a massage, and I just thought the person was getting into it. And I was like, okay. I was like, this is a little weird. I was like, why are you shaking the table like that? And why are you bumping into me like that? I was like, hold up, bro. Hold up. I was like, this is a little bit aggressive. And then, nah, it wasn't there. That's it. Happy ending. Y'all are nasty, okay? Stop. Do y'all just like, what do you think I'm like hanging out at like a truck stop? I feel like there's a very, very small portion of the population that goes to that level. That's why I do sports massages, okay? I am an athlete who plays 0 sports, okay? You understand? Benching 215, all these push-ups, all these back, bro, curling them 40s, them 50s, it ain't easy, you know what I'm saying? So that's it. I'm just saying, but y'all just that's like, what? What's wrong with the truck stop? Nothing's wrong with the truck stop, but if you doing nasty things at the truck stop, I'm just saying the certain things happen in certain, just occupations, more or less. I feel like that one's related to, that's it. That's the only time I've ever seen that. Or I've ever, like, where it's been like a norm. Y'all say it normally, like, nah, bro. Nah. Again, sports massage. Try doing back and tries and chest and buys. Like when you do chest, your buys are fresh. No, I haven't. I actually haven't. I've only done chest tries, back biceps, and then just legs. And then that's it. That's what it's called, sports massages. I don't know, maybe you're just old. I don't know, man. Like nowadays, bro, if you really wanted to get out there, bro, and just, I don't know, maybe I just got too much game out here. I'm just saying, but I love my girlfriend too. So, hey, man, that's it. Some of y'all that's it. Y'all either old or y'all just, the internet made y'all have 0 game. And now y'all have been reduced to certain options, I guess. So it's okay. It's okay, though. A little bit will get you in the gym. We could change that. And I'm fat and lazy. I don't know, though. You could still go. I don't know. It just depends how ambitious you are. Like, I'm telling you, some of y'all know that's in nowadays, right? Some of y'all, like, dude, some girls they like the fat guys. So some of I'm telling you, you're in a niche market. You can pull it off. Trust me. Get a little bit of confidence out there. You'll be good to go. And the 5.5, again, that's the same news. Work out every day. Nah, I do like 2 or 3 days in a row, take a rest day, and then go from there. And it depends. Some days I don't go if if work gets too crazy, or if I have to do something. Like, it just all really depends. Another one. We haven't heard it in a while. Do you want to? It's a slow
people
day.
Using these tests, if you followed me for the last 2 years, you know I'm a huge believer in making widespread testing widely available.
We'll wait till what's her name gets on. I don't know who this is. He's been talking for like 10 minutes already. Biden is a failure trending on Twitter. I don't think, dude, I just know. It's so crazy. They only just show you what, like, if it appeals to you. Does that make sense? Like, bro, I guess not. It showed up at number 11. I was like, because I usually don't see these every time. And then I like, have you ever like looked at, like, do you have any political friends, like, who are like who are really extreme? Like, do any of you have good friends that you disagree with heavily on politics? Anybody? Like, but you guys are still friends. Like, you're a good person, you know? You still got love, but like you know what I'm saying? Like, they're total like Trump supporter or total Biden supporter. All right, look at both of their phones if they let you. Ask them to go on YouTube and then ask them to like and go look at like their Twitter. And bro, they just tailor it to whoever it is. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's so weird to think about, because like when people tell me certain things and I look at it, I'm like, well, mine will show me this type of stuff, but then like I've seen other people's and I'm like, what? Yeah, like like you'll be surprised. Like, you would genuinely, like, even YouTube, like YouTube will promote you. Like, if you are a full-blown like, conservative, even YouTube will promote you like mad conservative shit. And then if you're like super liberal, YouTube will promote you mad liberal shit. It's the same thing with all of them. It's wild because like you think it's one or the other, but it's like, nah, like, trust me, it's everything. It's crazy. So just keep that in mind. That's why if you ever want to see it, take a look at it. Like, just like if you ever have the chance to see somebody, like, be like, let me see your YouTube. Let me see your homepage. Let me see your Twitter homepage. You know what I'm saying? And you'll see. It's nuts. TikTok will just, nah, bro. TikTok is just attack. TikTok is there to attack you. Trust me. I'm telling you. TikTok will figure out everything about you. And then it will push stuff. And then if someone, the same, like, watch, like what, that one guy who asked today, he was like, how do you trust your girlfriend? And this and that. Like, I'm telling you, if that guy's on TikTok, I guarantee you, your TikTok is showing you like 20 videos. And it's like, your girlfriend cheating on you. She cheating on you. This is what's happening because she cheating on you. And even the fact that we said it and it picked it up through your phone, you're going to see one of them today. Oh, TikTok is a weaponized for sure. They will go after they know exactly what it is. You're going to see someone be like, I hate this. I hate these people like this. And then TikTok going to show you 10 of them. And then it's going to show you another one. And then it's, oh, trust me. Trust me. And then it's me like, have you dealt with a narcissist? How to know you're dealing with a narcissist. And like, what? This is crazy. Oh my gosh. This is crazy. I'm telling you, it's wild. It's wild. It sucks, though, because TikTok is entertaining as hell sometimes. But that's why, bro, I have different phones for shit. And that's what I've noticed. Like, even it doesn't matter what I click on, and I'll notice. And then after, like, seeing some of my friends, and I'm like, let me see this shit. And, like, it's wild. It's wild. So, yeah, welcome to the algorithms. Welcome to the algorithms, my friend. My YouTube don't know what I am. I got Graham Stephan next to Belle Delphine, besides a MAGA rally hype videos next to Bernie Sanders speeches. Hey, man, that's good. That's good. My YouTube is kind of like that, but then it just all depends what we get on there. Here's my YouTube homepage because I was getting the thing. It recommends me so that I don't accuse them of silencing me. They're like, see, we show you, Josh. No, you don't. No, I know exactly what you're doing. Stop it. Stop it. Then they're like, here you go, White House, Washington Post. They like, you like, Uncle, this is my mix too, actually. We could go. They give me good mixes sometimes, honestly. Hold on. See, they got Enslow. Is it all Uncle? Okay, they froze me. Oh, they froze me. Oh, then there it is. And what we got? Debate on Crucible, forgiving student loan debt, calming, healing music, White House, and then Diamond. See, this is what they give me. And then top news. Just see there, I got a little bit of mix. We get the co-real estate in there. They know I like movies. I like wholesome movies and Friday. They know I like that sci-fi shit. I like some of that gangster shit. And then I like Animal, Lion King. And, these are some good movies right here. Some wholesome shit. No Jesus, though. They know I like random stuff. That's it. This is good, man. This is good. Then it's we get some Joe Rogan next to United Nations, next to Tonight Show and Post Malone. They are kind of confused. Then Deep Focus. What is turbulence? A pilot. Like, why is this all? I'm kind of interested in that. You know what I'm saying? Space Coup. Japan's top tuner was arrested. Oh, I thought that was Bill Gates, bro. Yeah. And Young Thug's birthday recap. See, I got a lot of random stuff, bro. A lot of random stuff. Okay, and then here.
Today, President Biden and Vice President Harris announced the launch of the White House internship program, and that for the first time in recent history, we'll pay our interns. Since the beginning of his administration, President Biden
you have to
has
in California
committed to
or you'll get sued.
And opening doors by waiting to launch the White House internship program until receiving the statutory authority from Congress to pay interns. President Biden was proud to sign bipartisan legislation earlier this year that provides this authority and funding. President Biden and Vice President Harris know that for too long and too often, unpaid federal internships have been a barrier to hard-working and talented students and professionals, preventing many of them from contributing their talents and skills to the country. Paying White House interns will help ensure that those who receive internships at the White House reflect the diversity of America. Starting today, prospective candidates, as well as college and university administrators and faculty interested in the program, can visit whitehouse.gov/intern to learn more about the program and apply for the fall 2022 session starting on Monday. As the President conveyed earlier, we welcome the announcement today of a continuation of the truce in the Yemen conflict. The last 2 months in Yemen, thanks to the truce brokered in April, have been among the most peaceful periods since this terrible war began 7 years ago. Thousands of lives have been saved as fighting receded. For the first time in 7 years, Yemenis are able to fly from Sana'a to destinations outside of Yemen. We have also seen additional fuel ships moving through the port of Hudaydah, helping ease Yemen's fuel crisis. The parties to the conflict have now extended this truce for another 2 months, and it's important that we work from here to make it permanent. This truce would not happen it would not be possible without the cooperation, the cooperative diplomacy from across the region. We specifically recognize the leadership of King Salman and the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia in helping to consolidate the truce. The Omni Sultan also played a central role in hosting and facilitating dialogue. Egypt and Jordan
what the hell is an Omni Sultan?
To flights from Yemen over the past month.
That's crazy.
Thereby enabling a key component of the truce process. The United States will remain engaged in this process over the coming weeks and months. Ending the war in Yemen has been a priority of this administration, and we urge all parties to move expeditiously towards a comprehensive and inclusive peace process. Our diplomacy will not rest until a permanent settlement is in place, and we will continue to support regional diplomacy to de-escalate tensions and deter threats to our friends and partners in the Middle East region. As the President continues to prioritize reducing costs for families, making historic investments in our infrastructure is a critical component to strengthening our supply chains, moving people and goods more effectively, and ultimately lowering costs on everyday items. This is part of transitioning to stable and steady economic growth for the years ahead. Today, the Biden administration announced over $368 million in grants to modernize and improve rail infrastructure across the country. And Secretary Buttigieg is in Michigan and Mitch Landrieu is in North Carolina to highlight the impact these investments will have on local economies and regional supply chains. Thanks to the bipartisan infrastructure law, we will see funding triple for the critical rail infrastructure program to $1 billion a year for the next 5 years, which will help strengthen critical links in our supply chains that were weakened by the pandemic. This investment will allow trains to get goods to market faster and cheaper and make it easier for Americans to travel where they need to go. Two final important announcements that I wanted to make here. As you know, our dear Amanda Finney is leaving us. Though her official title is Chief of Staff, Jen long ago gave her the honor, the title of Mayor of the West Wing. If you know her, and I know many of you do and adore her as we do, you know that Amanda shines thanks to her charisma, her humor, and ability to simply get things done. Whether it's leading our team of wranglers or hiring the best of the best to join our team, I don't know where we would be without Mayor Finney. She is leaving us to serve as Deputy Director of Public Affairs at the Energy Department, and they're so lucky to have her. Amanda has been the heart and soul of this team, and she will be truly missed. We love you, Finney, and we wish you the absolute best. What a time, as you would say. What a time. What a time. Amazing. We get that a lot. Amanda-isms. Okay, one last announcement I want to make. Brittany came into our team very recently, actually 6 months. Feels recently, but it's been 6 months. We will be bidding her farewell, our dear Brittany Kaplan, who is returning back to the Department of Commerce after completing her rotation as Assistant Press Secretary here in our office. Brittany's kindness, professionalism, and know-how have been apparent from day one. She's one of the nicest people that I know, and she has become an integral part of this team since then, stepping into the West Wing press office and taking on tough topics like the 5G, you guys remember that, and corporate mergers is no small challenge, as she knows, but Brittany has done so much, earning praise and respect from across the White House. Brittany will be returning to Commerce, as I just mentioned, at the repeated insistence of Secretary Gina Raimondo. I have a story I'll tell you maybe at drinks. I've told Brittany this story about how I was told by Gina to make sure to return Brittany to her many times. Anyway, and why, and it's abundantly clear to anyone who has worked with you, Brittany, how amazing and how much of a star you are, and it's been exciting to see your accomplishments, and thank you so much for spending 6 months with us. I know every day I'm going to be doing these little goodbyes, but I promise we will have a press shop. Not everyone is leaving. Let me make sure I went through everything, and that is it. You want to kick us off?
Perfect. I have two questions. On the speech tonight, I'm wondering why there's reason to believe that things will be different in Congress, given that we haven't seen action repeatedly.
So let me just say, as you guys know, the president is going to give a speech this evening at 7:30. He's going to renew his call for action to stop the epidemic of gun violence that we've seen in Uvalde and in Tulsa and in Buffalo in just a few short weeks. And in too many communities across the country, we see gun violence tearing up our communities, tearing up families. And so reducing gun violence has been a top priority of this president since his first day of office and throughout his career as a senator, as a vice president, and clearly as a president. He has been crystal clear that Congress needs to act. The president has done more through executive action, as you've heard us say, than any other president in his first year year, in their first year in history, and the president has directed his staff to continue to explore additional actions we can take, but we can't do this alone, and it's time for Congress to act. Your second question?
Okay, on vaccines for those under 5, can you tell us, is the president satisfied with the pace of the FDA review process? We've already had questions about the frustration among parents.
Yeah, I mean, Dr. Jacques talked about this and the frustration of parents, and we know parents are incredibly eager to get this done. And FDA is working rigorously through this process, and it's an independent scientific process, so we do leave it to them, and it is the FDA authorization to get this done. But we know many parents are eager to vaccinate their youngest kids. It's important to do this right, to do this in a safe way, as Dr. Jha was talking about. And so, but the most important thing that we want to make sure we come across, which is why we had Dr. Jha here, is that the administration is preparing. We are prepared. We're working with states, local health departments, pediatricians, family doctors, other health providers, and pharmacies to get ready, as we did with kids that between 5 and 11. So we want to make sure that we get this done swiftly, but also safely, and also follow CDC recommendation.
Yesterday you noted that the president, given his history in the Senate, knows well how negotiations over gun reform work, and that that giving talks a little bit of space, you think, is sometimes a good strategy, that can help members come to common ground and work through some of these issues. But that hasn't worked in the past, not on this issue, right, given what we've seen in the past. So why pursue that same strategy now if it hasn't worked? Why not have the president play a more direct role in these negotiations now?
So, I mean, look, the president has been very involved and very direct, and he has done it multiple times throughout this past year and a half, year and 6 months now. And he's done it at his first joint address. He made sure that he talked about gun violence and made that a priority in that speech. He did it in the Rose Garden when he announced some executive actions on a comprehensive plan from the federal government, from the White House, on how to deal with gun violence and do what we can. He did that in the State of the Union and made sure that gun violence was a priority. So he's been involved, he's been engaged, as you just stated. He's been doing this all for a good part of his career. And I stated this yesterday, but our legislative team has been in close contact with the Hill since the tragedies in Uvalde and Buffalo, including through dozens of phone calls with leadership committees, with jurisdiction, and with the members who are involved directly in negotiations. Look, he's encouraged. He's encouraged by what we're seeing on the Hill. This is the first time in a very long time that we have seen this type of bipartisanship, and he's done this before, as I mentioned. He has beat the gun lobby before, and so tonight you'll hear from him. It'll be basically making sure that his voice is out there and calling to action, and making sure that the American people know that he is still continuing to speak on their behalf, and making sure that we get some action taken.
The legislative team is making the calls, is obviously playing a central role in these negotiations, but why isn't the president picking up the phone and making those calls?
Like I said, he wants to give it some space. And he's had conversations in the past with groups. He's had conversations with congressional member in this past year and a half, on being very clear on Congress acting. He's going to take this opportunity today at 7:30 this evening, as I just said, so that the American public could hear him directly. But we have to remember the things that we are calling for. When you think about
looks like a bunch of materials and steel on the low, MPX,
when you think about,
STLD, CLF.
Weapons. These are items that are incredibly popular with the very constituencies that these congressional members represent. When you look at even NRA members, when you look at Republican voters out there, Americans out there, these are issues and items that we're talking about that should be easy. It should not be difficult to do. We're trying to save our kids. We're trying to save families. We're trying to make it safe for people to go to grocery stores, so our kids could go to elementary schools or to school. And so this is what the president is calling for.
And just one more on this. You've said you're looking into possible additional executive actions that the president might take. Do you have a sense of how long that process may take, when we might learn what options are on the table?
So the president said this, not just myself, but he said this, that we can take, we're going to take executive action where we can, and we're continue to explore new steps. We can build on what we've already done. I just want to make sure people also know what we've done, which is stemming the flow of ghost guns, which are the weapon of choice of many terrorists and criminals, and which are increasingly being found at crime scenes, cracking down on gun trafficking, including through a zero tolerance policy for gun dealers willfully selling firearms illegally, as well as DOJ's gun trafficking strike forces around the country, and giving cities and states historic funding to keep cops on the beat and fund gun violence prevention programs. We announced $10 billion so far, with more money on the way. Look, we have a team of 13 policy staff working on gun violence at the White House, in addition at numerous staff across agencies, and we're constantly looking for what else we can do. But again, tonight's speech is going to focus on what Congress needs to do and Congress action, because the president cannot do this alone.
Is he going to outline specific actions that he'd like to see, Corinne, like you mentioned, the background checks? What's he going to say in terms of specifics?
I don't want to get ahead of the president, but he is going to make sure that he continues his call to action when it comes to Congress, and I don't want to get ahead of the president. But he'll be very clear, and you'll hear from him directly.
What role did the U.S. play in persuading OPEC Plus to increase capacity?
That is a decision that OPEC Plus makes on their own. That is not something that we decide on or that we are involved in. As you know, you've heard us say this before. But we do welcome the announcement today. We welcome the important decision that OPEC Plus made to increase supply by more than 200,000 barrels per day in July and August, based on new market conditions. That's the analysis that they make, right? That's for them, again, to decide. This announcement brings forward the monthly production increase that was previously planned to take place in September. The United States will continue to use all tools at our disposal to address energy prices measures.
Does this development, coupled with the extension of the Yemen ceasefire, increase the chances that the president will visit Saudi Arabia?
I don't have anything for you. We don't have anything for you on any trip or plan for the president or any trip to announce today, but I can assure you that what the president is focused on first and foremost is how his engagements with foreign leaders advance American interest. That's as true with Saudi Arabia as anywhere else. Just as he has engaged recently with leaders of ASEAN in Asia, and this week with the Summit of the Americas as it's coming up next week in Los Angeles, the president will look for opportunities to engage with leaders from Middle East region, and I just have nothing to announce for you today.
Good. Thanks, Corinne. I have a question on formula, but just to follow up, so can you say whether or not the president will call for anything new tonight when it comes to guns and what he wants to see Congress?
I mean, his focus is going to be on making sure and asking Congress to take action, because he cannot do this alone. I do not want to get ahead of the president's speech. Everyone will hear from him at 7:30.
But he won't talk about any specific action that he wants to see Congress take.
I'm not going. Well, we've talked about that. We've talked about the actions that he wants to see taken. I just spoke about them, which is expanding background checks. He's talked about that. We talked about red flags laws as well. We have talked about banning assault weapons. These are items that the president has been very clear on, has talked about, and also when you think about this, the banning assault weapons has led on, especially when he was a senator. So that is not new. We have made that very clear in all of the remarks and speeches that he has done on gun violence in the past year and a half.
I mean, specifically, but on the executive actions, you said you were exploring what he can still do, what still is left. Have you identified anything specific that
I don't have anything to announce, but the president has said himself, we're going to explore where we can to see what else we can do on executive actions. I don't have anything imminent to announce.
And on formula, did the president have any conversations with any cabinet secretaries or the FDA commissioner once he was confirmed in February about the formula shortage before April?
I don't have any meetings to read out specifically on that for you. Look, as as you all know, the president spoke to this yesterday, as more abnormalities were seen in supply and sales started to decrease in April, and because people have asked about this, senior White House staff made the president aware of the problem, and this was in April. I don't have any calls to read out for you.
Which senior White House staff made the president aware?
So as you know, the president deals with issues on a regular basis, and that boils up to him. And it's just there's no specific person that I can call out to you, but it's the regular way that we move forward through the regular channels. I don't have a specific person, but that's kind of how it goes on any issue, not just this one. It goes through regular channels, and senior White House staff usually brief him on different issues.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks. The speech tonight wasn't on the schedule originally when the day began. Was there something specific that prompted the president to want to speak tonight? Was it the shooting yesterday in Tulsa, or was he trying to say remarks before he went out of town for a couple of days?
No, the president has been wanting to have an opportunity to speak to the American people about this epidemic that we're seeing with gun violence. He wanted to make sure that, again, there was space for negotiations, giving space in Congress to the folks who are leading that conversation, and he just felt tonight was the right time to do that. But he had been wanting to make these to have this speech.
I know you haven't disclosed exactly what he's going to say tonight that he wants out of legislation from Congress, but is he going to specify exactly?
No, but he has. But he has. I mean.
What he talks about tonight?
Well, I'm just saying that he has laid out what he wants from Congress. He's been very clear. He did that at the State of the Union most recently. He did that during his comments when we talked about the executive actions for gun violence to reform to comprehensive gun violence recently during the Rose Garden, his first joint Congress address to Congress. So he's done it many times, calling for Congress to act, and he's listed it out. Because he wants to make sure that that his voice is still out there, and that the American people know that he's fighting for them and speaking for them.
Yeah, why? You hear me?
This is, as we have said many times, this is a priority for the
What's
president.
up?
And so this is what we're going to see this evening. That's why we're doing it at this time.
Corinne, so continuing on that topic, I'm still a little confused. So on the one hand, you've said that he supports and wants an assault weapons ban, universal background checks, and red flag laws. That's not the conversation that's largely going on up on the Hill. The Hill, to the extent that there are discussions, members on both sides have said they are not engaged in active negotiations over an assault weapons ban or universal background checks. It is much more modest than that. So I guess the question that we're all asking is he going to, and I think you used the word renew at the beginning, is he going to repeat his demand that Congress pass a universal background check bill, a ban on assault weapons and red flag laws, or is he going to lend his voice to the more modest gun control efforts that are actually underway on Capitol Hill? Those are two different things, and I don't know that you can do both at the same time, or maybe you can do one and say, but if that doesn't happen, I'm happy with the other one.
I guess we think we can do both at the same time, right? The president has been very clear in laying out his key priorities. He has done that for a year and a half. Expand background checks to keep guns out of the hands of criminals. Renew our ban on assault weapons and high-capacity magazine. Pass a red flag law, which, by the way, is being talked about, right, in Congress. Confirm Steve Dettelbach to lead ATF. That is something that we have talked about, and Congress is dealing with that, and we are very optimistic that he will be confirmed. So those are just listed out a couple of things that are very much a reality. Look, the president has been very clear. Congress needs to act. They should pass legislation so president can sign it into law. We are seeing something right now that is encouraging. The process is still happening. Negotiation is still happening. We do not know what it's ultimately going to look like. But That doesn't mean that the president can't call out his key priorities. That doesn't mean that the president can't list out what he thinks is that needs to happen so that we can actually deal with this epidemic.
So we should expect him to repeat that demand.
He's repeated many times. I think. What I'm saying is I don't want to get ahead of what the president. No, but no, I haven't. I said he's going to call Congress into action. He has talked about these things over and over and over again.
Bro, they're just trying to get it out of the new girl. They're literally
when you guys
like, yeah, you did. You already did it. Might as well say it.
Preview on the speech.
Come on, you already said
many
it.
Times we say,
let's go.
We want the president to speak for himself. That is not new. That is not new here. That is exactly what I'm saying. But you know his key priorities. He's been talking about them.
I just have a question more here on strategy. You said the past couple of days that the president wanted to give space for Congress to work through the negotiations on their own, and that he would only get involved when he felt it would be helpful. Tonight he's giving a speech in prime time. Yeah. Does he think it's now time for him to be helpful in these negotiations, or is there a risk that his insertion into this moment could be potentially counterproductive and hurt the ongoing negotiations that don't seem to be finalized?
Look, it's a good question. Our Office of Legislative Affairs has been in close consultation with the negotiators on the Hill. So they were aware that the president's going to give these remarks. We talked to them. We had consultation with them. We consulted with them about giving these remarks. So that is not an issue. That is not a problem. The president wanted to make sure that the American people heard from him directly. This is a speech that he has been wanting to make, and that's what he's going to do this evening.
And so there is a careful consideration here about what he might say to not interfere with any
No, I'm not saying that. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the president's going to use this opportunity to speak directly to the American people. That's what he's going to do tonight.
Just one more on baby formula. I know you got a lot of questions about this yesterday. I'm wondering if you had an opportunity to speak with the president since his comments yesterday when he said he was not informed about the situation until May. Has he expressed any disappointment in his staff for not bringing this issue to him earlier? Are there any concerns about the information flow in the White House that, given the manufacturers told him very directly they knew this would be a problem in February and he didn't know about it until months later? Has he expressed concern about that gap and how that squares with the whole of government approach you outlined yesterday?
So just so that we take a little bit of a step back, Abbott is a major manufacturer and has been clear to the American people that they had shortcomings. They made that clear very, very recently. The FDA administrator has spoken to this as well. He said the FDA moved too slow and has asked Steve Solomon to lead a review into what happened. The White House took urgent actions as it became clear.
Okay, one more question. I just want Peter. There's been no Peter.
Actions were not
I didn't think this was going to take this long.
It's hard
and I keep looking over at the clock and I'm like, oh my gosh, the day is almost over.
At a historical pace.
What is happening?
Operation Fly
Welcome to the melt-up mode. Are we going to close at 4:17?
Millions of bottles from 3 to 4 weeks to 72 hours. These are incredibly important of what we were able to do. And 80 million safe bottles being imported and counting. We understand that there's more work to be done. We understand what families are feeling. But we have to remember how this started. We have to also remember what the FDA administrator said as well. He has spoken to this. And so this is something that we're going to continue to work on.
Right, but that doesn't answer the question about when the president was informed and whether or not he is satisfied with the staff not telling him about what has become a major problem.
Well, he spoke to when he was informed. He spoke to that yesterday, which was in April. And you're asking me about the process and is he disappointed? Look, again, I'm telling you, the administrator of FDA spoke to this. They moved too slowly. He said that Steve Solomon is going to lead an after-action review on what happened. And when the shortages emerged and actions by the FDA and USDA did not suffice to prevent any consumer impact, the White House led urgent emergency administrative-wide action with FDA, Fly formula, as I just mentioned.
But that's the FDA administrator, that's not the president. Those are two different
No, but I'm
individuals.
telling you the process. I'm telling you what happened. I'm telling you that the FDA moved too
nice to
slowly.
her.
I'm telling you that this happened on the side of Abbott. And this, what FDA tried to do at first was they called out Abbott for safety concerns, right? The most important thing here is that we have to make sure that babies have safe formula. We have to make sure that American families feel comfortable. So FDA did their part here, but he also admitted that they moved too slowly. And once
She just said
we
she's
saw that
women-splaining?
the supplies were not meeting the demand,
I've never
we
heard that.
acted. We took
I've never heard
urgent
that
action.
before.
So that is the way that it happened. And that is the way the timeline was laid out. And so that is. You may not like my answer.
All you have to
but
say
that
is it's pretty
the way
clear
that
and
we
just move
see it
on.
in answering your
Come on, get to
question there.
Peter.
Go ahead.
Is the president
Damn it, I thought it was
expecting
gonna
his
have
audience
Well,
tonight should
Jen.
include those negotiators who are working on, members of Congress who are working on this? Is he directly trying to speak to them, or are you saying his audience is the broader public?
I think, look, I think the speech that he's making, yes, it's to the American public. Why we're making sure that we're having it this evening so they can hear directly to the American people. But it's also a call to
Come on,
action
Peter.
to Congress as well.
You got 2 minutes.
but
2
again,
minutes. I'm
we
ending
have
at 45.
been in constant communication. Dozens of calls have been made with members in Congress, including negotiators from the Office of Leg Affairs, and that has been happening for the past couple of weeks. So we have been communicating with them and making sure that we get a sense of what's happening and how we can be helpful.
Have you seen the president's text?
I've seen draft of the remarks, but
Coca-Cola.
this is for the president.
Value names are starting to go up right now.
I do not want to get ahead of what he's going to share.
Everything is green except
and what
energy.
message he wants to send.
So utilities and
Following up on
healthcare
what
bounce
Michael
nice.
says, I'm trying to get a sense if the president is trying to help close a deal and get something accomplished with Congress, or if he's going to restate what he could say on any day, a position he's held for decades, or if he's trying to get this moment to produce a legislative result. Because really nobody's talking about banning assault weapons on Capitol Hill at the moment. So is he going to speak more to the specific elements that they are currently negotiating?
So when it comes to right now, as you all are asking me,
Bro,
the
they're
president
trying to
has
get it out of
defeated
her.
the gun lobby before. He's the one who was able to pass.
They would never do this with Jen. Do you see how people act? If this was Jen, they wouldn't. They miss Jen with all of this. Bro, they've asked her the same question 4 times.
The president is continuing to press Congress to act, and he's giving them the room they need to find common ground, but he can still speak to this and speak to the American people. But as we have said, the president is going to continue to stay closely engaged on this, to speak out, and he's going to use his bully pulpit, which is what he's doing this evening, to press for action, just as he's done throughout his presidency. Just as he's done at the State of the Union earlier this year, just as he's done when he did his first joint address to Congress, and he's done this many times. And so this is just another opportunity to use the bully pulpit to talk about the actions that he wants to see, and also just talk directly to the American people. He thinks this is an important moment to do that.
Can we ask you to go back on the issue of who briefed the president on baby formula? To say there is no specific person is not a satisfactory answer. When you have senior assistants to the president, there's a paper trail, I'm sure, about briefings to the president. There's a domestic policy council. There's a chief of staff. At some point, we need to know who would have been the most likely person to talk to him.
I think what I'm trying to say, there's so many issues that come up that is presented to the president. As you know, you've covered many administrations, and there are just regular channels
all right, we have to end it. We have to end, dude.
that
Come
go
on.
to the president.
Just one more.
Evasive to not have the most senior people in the White House willing to say, I had a conversation with the president about it, or we talked about it in this context or that context. And we're also all reporting on the consumer side of it, of what you're doing, putting out and trying to get information. But we're also trying to understand the information flow in this White House, and it's important for us to get that answer, which is why we're going to keep asking it until we get that answer.
No, you have every right to keep asking. That's why I'm here. Look,
she's
really,
so nice.
He's briefed on countless priorities.
She's such a sweetheart, bro.
He is the president of the United States.
Honestly, she's so nice. It's a hard job. I like her because she's nice. That's it.
Staff And that is just the process that we have. I'm not going to confirm who it was. I'm just letting you know that there are regular channels that we use. You know, it's senior White House staff that when elevate issues to him when the time comes, and they're just regular channels. And that's what I have for you to share there. Yeah.
Thanks, Karine.
Yep.
There it
The
is.
president thinks that Congress must act immediately to end this epidemic of gun violence. Is he going to bring any of the key players from Capitol Hill to the beach with him tonight?
Oh, okay. So I don't have.
She ain't used to Peter, bro. Oh, damn. She reacted how we react.
I mean, he's beaten the gun lobby before. He has.
Why not invite these lawmakers who maybe haven't beat the gun lobby and say, this is how it's done?
But it's not his thing. It's actually fact. We saw he did that in the Senate during his Congress days, that he beat the gun lobby.
Look, that he has a lot of legislative experience. I'm asking why it is that you can say he wants to give these negotiations.
Do you want to go to the beach with the president tonight? Is that what you're trying to tell
Oh, there
me?
you go. Hit him with the joke.
Look, well, that touche on that. The weather, it is pouring outside like cats and dogs. It is not great.
But
Look,
if people are dying every day, why
Absolutely.
would this president then say he wants to give it some space and let somebody else?
But you're also going to hear from the president tonight. And it's not that it's not that he hasn't been involved. He has been involved. I just listed out all the conversations, not conversations, but speeches that he's made. I just listed out the executive actions that he's taken. But I want to make sure that that it is very clear that the president has indeed taken action. He cannot do it alone, so he's asking for Congress to act. The American public is going to hear from him tonight. I don't have any meetings to preview or to lay out for it. I'm not telling you it's not going to happen. I'm just saying I don't have anything to preview for you today.
And I get you don't want to preview anything that's in the text tonight, but what law could anybody, president or anybody, that would guarantee that somebody who really wants to get
4/16/22. Watch for 4/17.
Well, they're having.
We're higher than Monday
right
now,
to
or
talk
Tuesday.
through what the options are. Look, I mentioned the red flags.
We're about to be.
Right? Red flag laws. If enacted, that actually we have seen across the country in different states where it has been helpful. But look. We are
1 minute,
gonna give them
30
some
seconds,
space to
30
see
seconds
what
till
they
10-minute
come up
rig.
with. The president, the most important thing here is the president wants Congress to take action and to act.
But, okay, you got Chicago, for example. They already have plenty of very strict gun laws, some of the strictest in the country. 47 people shot there over the Memorial Day weekend. 9 of them died. So which law would have prevented any of that?
All right, well.
Do we think that all these people in Chicago who are shooting each other are legally buying their guns?
So here's a couple of examples for you. I was just talking about the red flags law. There are some examples here of how they've prevented tragedies. In California, a study showed that California red flag law has assisted in the prevention of 21 mass shootings between 2016 and 2018. Florida, since passing a red flag law,
there it is, new high on the week,
there
maybe.
have been notable cases of the law intervening in multiple cases of potential violence. In Connecticut and Indiana, for every 10 to 20 preventions under the red flag laws, there was one fewer death than would otherwise have been expected. So when it enacted, it does help.
10-minute rigged is bullish.
That we can do.
Check the volume.
And one of the things that the
president
talks about with expanding the background checks, if we're able to do that, we are
62 million, it's a little bit
more
lower.
Guns out of the hands of criminals, and that is incredibly important. So there are things here that can be worked out, that can be done, that is not going to prevent every tragedy, but will take us to a better place so we can protect our families.
Okay, so my last one would be, you guys at the White House had some very hard headlines this week about inflation and about baby formula. If there's nothing new that you can point to in this speech tonight, did you just schedule it to get people talking about something else?
People have died. People have died in the past couple of weeks in particular. We had 19 kids die in Uvalde just recently.
Oh, she could play the nice card well. Yeah, come on, Peter, you asshole.
And killed them, plus their 2 teachers. We had people doing everyday things on a Saturday, like some of us do, go to the grocery store, and 10 of them were murdered. Just last night in Tulsa, we're learning of people who were, again, killed. So this is not about politics. This is not about partisan politics here. This is something that
Bro, that whole room got quiet real
since
quick.
He was a senator. This is very
It just got so
important
serious.
and real for the president and for the grieving families that he has met with, sadly, in the last 2 weeks. So this is an opportunity again to call for action, to get Congress to move, and you know, it is disheartening to hear that this could potentially, or if I'm hearing this right, could be used as a political tool, and that's not what this is. This is
Yeah,
not about
everyone's
politics.
looking at Peter, dude. They're like, what?
What's the president?
Bro. No, she handled that very well.
Go ahead, Ed.
Oh, look, bro, that was good. Honestly, I liked her answer. I like her better than Jen. It's a little different. They were bullying her at first. So, again, I was waiting for Peter. He just had to end it on the dick note, man. Why did he just be like, come on? Bro, she was oh, she was being so nice, too. Yeah, that was the Uno reverse, man. She was like, yeah, I can't believe, like, why would you, Peter, come on, man. Peter, bro, like, what the hell? How you going to do that? Like, she's doing, bro, that first reaction, though, she was like, oh, wow. Okay, but 7 minutes left. The melt-up is here, baby. Okay, 10-minute rigged is taking us up here. There has not been any news. Again, even then, that gun control thing that they're talking about, it's brought up Smith & Wesson. Everybody, Smith & Wesson, they're talking about it. And that's moving it. We're going to hear from President Biden here after hours regarding that. Other than that, the only catalyst coming into tomorrow is going to be the non-farm payrolls, and we're running up into it. There was a couple of economic data points today, positive OPEC news, and Lael Brainerd kind of negative, but market didn't really care. A lot of growth stocks. The difference between yesterday and today, we're going to talk about this on the watch list. You have everything up right now except for energy, so things are doing pretty good. And then, yeah, you got Lulu, after hours, and a couple of other things. Pinduoduo 52. I kind of want to sell it out. I mean, the Costco's are coming back here, too. So, again, we cut half the loss on Costco because the options now are coming back. Pinduoduo, I have $400. And then we got, like, what? There's $100 extra here, though. I think I spent more, though. I spent $400 or $500 unless I make money on the puts. I bought Ruger while she was speaking. SWBI is the gun play. Again, S&P is totally heartless. Anytime there's been something with guns, even sadly the shooting, the stock has gone up. So any like speech related, those gun stocks, they can be a play, but I haven't touched any of them. You guys do your thing on that one. But there is a high correlation between gun talks, gun events, and the stock price, but it will eventually fade, more or less. I bet on both sides. They got earnings coming up. 417 printed. Yep, there it is. So this is the highest we've been all week now. We went from negative week to positive. Again, we started off the week pretty good, but now we're getting back up there. 418, 420 would be the next range. And then if tomorrow could melt up into, I don't think 430 is out of the question. Something with AMC, no buy sells. You may be lagging on there. No, it's been working. It looks like it's been moving. And then 5 minutes left. JP Morgan, is this ripping? No, we need this higher. But banks at least went up today. That was good. Long term looking juicy. Hey, man, hopefully we get a good rip and things chill out. Again, Larry Fink, people were talking about it. Things may get a little bit more, may take a little bit longer. Again, you even had Michael Burry. He brought up August, September. So we were even already said, he said August to December. Equity offerings. Again, couple earnings today after hours. Lululemon. What else? EV. Burry deletes his tweets. I think Burry is kind of like a rapper. You know what I'm saying? You know how like some rappers how like they'll post on their Instagram and then they'll delete all the pictures. Eventually, I think he's like, honestly, he kind of reminds me of Kodak Black. I feel like he's just really misunderstood. Honestly, I think the similarities to Kodak Black and Michael Burry are a lot more than you think. If you really look into it, you'll be surprised. So ASON's After Hour, CrowdStrike, a lot of people are on that one, and then Restoration. Kodak Burry. There's Crowd, Lulu, Restoration, ASON, Okta, STNE. I don't know. I feel like Restoration might kill it. They're actually not up from the highs. Higher end. They've already gotten the beat down a little bit. But those plays are not cheap. And then Okta might move a little bit. Bro, volume coming in heavy right now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please stow them in overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the hour with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal, the trading fraternity terminal in the description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 5 p.m. Pacific time. And then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m., 6:10 out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 76 degrees and sunny, looking like a beautiful day out there, especially if you bought the dip. So hopefully you enjoy that. We are no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate your guys' business. If you're interested in your Colt Rapid Rewards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully you have a wonderful evening. 1 minute! Oh, let's go, baby. Oh, that was nice. Oh, that was beautiful. Oh, bring it home, baby. Let's go. Get ready for the GGs, but this is the time, ladies and gentlemen. This is the time to bring it on down. Come on down. You got non-farms tomorrow. Again, it's going to be a paradox because good news could equal bad news, and bad news could bring back some of the recession fears, okay? So keep all of that in mind, but we need to bring it home, wrap it up. You had OPEC. You still got earnings after hours. A lot could happen, and then we end the week. It might be the second positive week in a row, ladies and gentlemen. So wrap it up. Less than 10 seconds left. No place today, actually, too. So we're gonna see. Oh, there it is. Ding 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 ding. Oh no! Let's go, baby. Oh, we did it. We made it. We did it. We made it, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, I need a GG right now. Hold on. Where's my track? I need this. We need it. We nearly did. Oh, let's go, let's go, let's go, baby. Shout out to Colt 7. How do you feel? It went up today, too. Oh, let's go, baby. Shout out to the chat, baby. GG, everybody. Let's go. I don't care if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. We had a lot of good talks today. I need a GG. If you really in the game, you really working on your craft, I need a GG. Other people, good attitude, bad attitude. Remember, GG will cure your sins. Oh, they don't feel me, bro. Come on, baby. Oh, who got the good sportsmanship? Let's go, baby. Show West out to judge. There's a lot I don't know, but I know some love. Let's go. Let's go, baby. GG. Amen. Amen. Come on. Sportsmanship. Come on. We were in the heat of the battle. You need a GG. Everybody gets crazy. The market goes up. The market goes down. Let's go. I want to say what I want. I get paid for my thoughts. I want to pay for my thoughts. Oh, let's go. Why am I so hyped? There you go. I love seeing the GGs. I love seeing the GGs. All my lurkers. All my real ones. God bless you, baby. Hey, man, that's another 7. Another 7, baby. Another 7. Ah. Cut that. Oh, man. Oh, man. How do you feel, Chad? That's the day. Don't let me get too crazy. I love you. God bless you, Chad. That is the day right there. We did it. We made it. So congratulations. How do you feel? I know I've been asking you this. I'm sorry. At least, bro, I probably ask y'all, how do you feel more than your boyfriend and girlfriend? Okay? Hey, your parents don't even ask you how you feel as much as I ask you this. I really want to know, Chad, how do you feel now? Again, yesterday, back and forth. How do you feel about the world, the market? How do you feel? Just tell me how you feel. How you feel. Tell me how you feel. If I'm doing it, are you happy for me? Oh, let's go. GG, bro. You made $4. That's good, bro. And it don't matter if you made money or lost money. We in the game, baby. I'm telling you, we had a big talk about it. I just hope you're ready for it. You know what I'm saying? I hope you're just ready for it. We got to get the momentum. That's fine. I'm going to take my time because it's fine until we get the momentum and then hold the line as the AMC. Hey, what that? What? Oh, wait, you just said hold the line. Let's go, baby. Nah, still broke. You ain't broke. It's pushing you to the new version of yourself. Trust me. We had good talks today. Trust me, baby. Everybody, let's go. If you still in the game, you still here. Amen. I mean, you made it farther than most. I'm telling you. Some people, oh, it's amazing. So you guys feeling good, though. It's okay. A lot of good feelings. I'm learning experience. I feel normal. That's good. You psycho. You're a psycho. You look at that. You know you're a narcissist. I'm just kidding. That's good that you feel. That's good. Control the emotions. You know what I'm saying? That's why, baby. I hope you focused on the future self, the potential of what you can be. You know, we all fragmented. The internal is a mess. You know, that's what the Confucianism would say. Oh, man. Let's go, Chad. Man, let's go. So, Chad, I love you. God bless you. We close very strong today. I think tomorrow's going to be a fun Friday. Let's do it. Should we just save it then? Should we just go crazy tomorrow? Nah, we can't do it. I was telling you, I want to find the momentum. Should we just go every Friday we go crazy? That's it, because I didn't even trade that much this week. I was chilling out a little bit today, but should we go crazy? I could go crazy. I don't know, man. If we get a little bit of melt up, should we go, oh, they want some crazy? I'll think about it. Pray for me, and I'm going to pray. You know what I'm saying? Let's see, though. I don't know. We need a... Oh, I can't wait to work out today. You guys want to work out, or you're going to go on a walk? Go on a walk if you haven't worked out. Let everybody work out, please. Please, I need everybody out there. Just move that body, baby. Amen, amen, amen. Yeah, Oceans tomorrow. Yeah, I'll sleep on it. You know, I'm just real excited. Once I get a couple sets in and then I think about it, we get a little bit of biblioteca in there. I'll figure, you know what I'm saying? We can find it. It'll just take some, I feel you. I got to sleep on it. You know, we got to push some bench. What is today? Biceps back? On the way to the gym. Let's go, baby. Oh, Chad. So God bless you, okay? Listen, man. I love all of you. For real, I really hope you guys got today's PHILO. If you missed it, you should go back. We'll talk about it. But even then, it really don't matter, even if you don't vibe with the PHILO, because I hope you guys know if you interact here every day, especially with a good attitude, that's love, man. Okay? And y'all are here and you support every click of the video. You like the video, but especially every single positive comment, every single person that comes in here to contribute, whether it's news, a good question, facilitating a discussion on finance, keeping it on topic, whatever it may be, baby. You know what I'm saying? It's beautiful, and I really appreciate it. So I don't know if some of y'all know it. We have a love relationship. You just haven't realized it yet, baby. So it's all love. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. It's amazing that we've been doing it for this long and that I could still end the day super hyped after another 7 hours to be able to tell you how much of a blessing it is with some people who've been riding here for years, baby. They don't feel me. They don't feel me. They don't feel me, bro. Oh, I know some of you do. Some of you feel me for years. Lulu, popping. Restoration, popping. Oh, that look good. This look good, Habibi. This not look like Mickey Mouse rally, Habibi. In the morning, very big Mickey Mouse. I'm morning this mother. It's a Mickey Mouse rally. Doesn't make sense. How does the tech go up? They sell at the safe haven. What do you mean? But the market risk off when the safe haven down. This makes no sense, Habibi. It's Mickey Mouse. Now, this is not Mickey Mouse. This is good earnings, Habibi. I misjudged you. It's a good. Wallah, come on. It's fine. Habibi, look at this. It's very good. Very, very good. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my good. Wow. I'm hyped, baby. So God bless you, Chad. But for real, I love all of you, all the members, the non-members, everybody on the stream alerts. Again, thank you for supporting. And for real, I hope you guys understand how important it is that you're here. You know what I'm saying? That you showing love and actually playing in the game where it's just, it don't matter. We don't care. It's all free, bro. It's all free. You don't got to buy the stream alerts. You don't have to have a membership. That's why I'm so grateful for the people who have supported for so long, because they know me damn well. And they know we waking up. They know we in the game. And we still going to get the fast news. We going to do whatever it takes, up or down. At least we going to work, baby. But you know what I'm saying? They in the game. They support. They know it's there. But really, it all comes down to your attitude, man. You will get what you want out of this. If you are able to come into this community, plant good seeds, be a part of it, contribute, you know what I'm saying, and have a good attitude. Again, if you could approach with the Eastern culture of Confucianism, bro, for real. All my people out there focusing on who they can become and what is possible and not getting stuck within this intangible aspect of the self. Oh, come on. Ready to work on the craft to get better. Oh, to push people to more. Let's go. Amen. 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 You've been watching. God bless you, bro, for real. I don't know if y'all know how humbling that is to hear. And I see it because I know, again, I see people with 2-year badges, 3-year badges. Again, a lot of you guys coming with these comments. So hopefully we could even bring more. I hope I could bring you more service over the years, even right now. That's why, man, we got to stay focused, keep the balance in check, do what we need to do. We got to work hard on it. You guys got any questions? We need to get creative, ideas, be smart, think about the future, all of it, baby. So I just hope we could do more, because I'm telling you, it's so humbling to hear that, and it's amazing, and I'm just glad to be around it. And again, even the PHILO, bro, like I even said with the PHILO, that's one of the best things that I've seen is that it's who you can become, right? And I've seen that in a lot of the chat, bro. You know that? So I'm excited, man, and I can't wait to see where all of us take this. So let's just keep it going, bro. Keep focusing on it and just keep showing up with that love, man, and keep showing love to everybody else. You know what I'm saying? And that's it. That's it. And that's it. We still gonna work. We got a long time, bro. That's it. A lot of you, if you made it this far, whether your badge reflects it or not, I'm just telling you, the goal is to be like these old-ass people on CNBC, where you going to be in the stock market long enough, you going to look like you already dead, but they going to be like, you been what? And you been in the game that whole time. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I don't know if they feel me on that. You know what I'm saying? That's how long that's what I'm saying. Some of y'all with it. I could just imagine who you going to be. It's going to be the best version of yourself, but he going to be like 90, straight up outlined like a damn skeleton. Like, you going to be like, damn, and then you're all going to die. I won't even understand you, but I'll be like, he dropping dimes right now. You know what I'm saying? Some of you going to have 18 baby mamas like Charlie Munger. That's your life, though. You know what I mean? That's up to you. Amen. God bless you. You want to take the Solomon route? That's up to you, bro. But listen, I'm just saying, we in the game, baby, and keep it going. The long term, where we're gonna take it. So I'm just super excited about all of it, baby. You know what I'm saying? Hey, some of y'all vibed with that little thing too much. Y'all were like, facts. Amen. Amen. You're going to speak worse than Biden, but you were going to be in the market the whole time. You would have been having that long term the whole time. You imagine what you've already learned in the last couple years, and just imagine what that future you knows and what they've lived through, and they've been through it. They've been through a pandemic. They've been through stagflation, inflation, transitoriation. Some of y'all got to see a trade war. Some of y'all got to see a repo crisis, the first China collapse, the Brexit. Oh, the European crisis. Some of y'all saw y'all, come on. Nah. Y'all feel me? You see what I'm saying? So I'm excited, bro. And I'm honored that I know that I'm going to be with a lot of y'all through all of that. And that there's going to be some people here just riding the whole way through. And I can't wait to see what y'all make of it and what you become. Because I will always bet on the future self, especially if somebody wants it. You know what I'm saying? That's the whole, in the PHILO too. If you got today's PHILO, it don't matter what you believe, what your background is. I'm just saying, anybody who has that ability to say, what I can become is more important. Oh, you know what I'm saying? I bet on them. I bet on them all day. All day, baby. Place your bets. Place your bets. Oh, man, I need a water now. I need a water. Oh, man, I hope they feel me. Oh, you guys like it? You feel good? Amen. The best is yet to come. I hope you feel good right now, and I hope you got energy. I don't know why, bro. I'm telling you, slow day, that bell ring, I went, woo! Oh, I'm hyped now. Okay, so you better take this to the gym. Go take this on a walk. Better take this into your job, wherever you got to go. I need excitement. I need 120% effort after the bell, okay? Can we do that? Oh my gosh, the kids table it's not even the kids table anymore, bro. It's like it's turned into like Plato's cave. It's like the philosopher's table, I feel like. I don't know. It's like they've impressed me too much, bro. I don't know how to explain it, baby. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's mad love, bro. It's mad love. I'm impressed. I'm impressed with, again, the future. Who would have thought? Who would have thought the kids table would have shown? Oh, yeah, you don't feel me. Who would have thought, huh? Who would have thought? Who would have? Exactly my point. Oh, my gosh. What you can become. What you can become. Oh, they could have sat there and they could have been like, we on Twitch. That's just who I am. I'm just a troll. I'm just a gamer. Oh, I'm just not. Oh, my gosh. They don't feel me. Wow. So, Chad, I love you all. Thank you guys all again, especially all the people who really just going above and beyond, again, with your effort, your energy. I love it. I hope I could give it back to you. I hope you vibe in the same way. Let's go. Let's make some moves. Get ready for the rest of the market and everything. But I love you, okay? And God bless you. And let's go. I just hope you locked and loaded. And shout out to, look at, man, I need to get you a positive message, bro. Oh, they still showing up, baby. Amen. Amen, baby. Amen, baby. We did it. We made it. And it was just, hey, man. So God bless you. Thank you for liking the video. You didn't have to. You know that y'all ain't have to. Y'all ain't have to do it. You're running it up. Y'all do a lot. The Twitch does stuff. Y'all do stuff y'all don't have to. I appreciate it, for real. You know, we get so caught up in the day and so many things, but it's beautiful to see, bro. For real. God bless you. Amen. Amen. Lulu, I didn't check the earnings. I know Restoration did. They did good, I think, but we'll see. But Chad, second link, Nightly Watches, the main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. Okay, God bless you. Shout out Cole Real Estate. Amen. Amen. Get on the watch list or you can miss it. It's fine with me. You're going to have people ahead of you. You do what you need to do. But if you need a recap, it's there, and we love you. Third link for that membership badge. God bless all the members, baby. God bless all the members. Y'all making the badge look good, and especially if you made an effort to make the badge look good. You know what I'm saying? Unity, baby. Do you guys want a fun fact? Do you know what a fun fact is? Do you know what a university is? Oh, do you know what it is? Do you know what a university is? Have you ever thought about the word university? Does anybody know what it is? Oh, they don't feel me. That's why I could say you in cult university. That this is it goes back even for the Greeks. This was how you would go about. How can you have unity when everybody has such diverse qualities and have people be diverse? It's unity in diversity is university. Wow. Unfortunately, that's not always the case. But isn't that interesting to think about? Exactly. Because again, it's contradicting. How could you have unity and diversity? But that's what they tried to bring together. That's what they tried to put together. That's why colleges back in the day, that was the logic. That's why they say if you are you could become educated and come from a different background, but we could find unity under education. Kind of like what we do here, where all of us could be very, very different. And you may not like this, you may not like me, you may not like that, but we could all come together under the stock market. Oh, they don't feel me. The education. Oh, my. Ain't that something? Ain't that something? So, Chad, God bless you. God bless you. I don't know how that even came up. Someone said unity. I said, I was right. I said, you just started. It was good. It was good, baby. It's good. Costco, are they giving more guidance? No? Or is that they killed it today, bro? I was like, oh, let's see. But Chad, I love you. Check out the third link, membership or merchandise. This is great. And remember, follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. But if they're trying to ask you about trading, so if you follow me, you're going to get fake accounts. And if they talk about anything besides this beautiful, breathable merch, then you're definitely talking to the wrong person. So don't get scammed. But you won't get scammed if you're looking for breathability. Okay, it's breathable again, and like this is me too. I know we try to make it more comfortable. Some people get weirded out because I call it a cult and don't show my face. So nice to meet you. This is me. I have a beard now. I didn't, this was like you can see my little stubble there, and my hair it's weird because when my hair gets longer, it changes colors. So I just grew my hair out more, and then it changed colors a little bit. But other than that, bro. Nice to meet you. But I wear this a lot, bro. It's good. I just had it on this morning, and then I started sweating because I scream a lot, and then I had to take it off. But, check out the merchandise. It's good, right? He's like, you joking? I don't know. I don't know now. I don't know. Oh, yeah, I forgot to show you here, too. I saw this. This just came up. We have some cult memes for you. This one's a good one. Someone made an album. Omni Sultan Answers, Big Money Rug Pull, featuring Saki 3 Chainz. Very good. Y'all went in on Omni Sultan. And then Battleborn. Battleborn sent me, he's out in Vegas. Is that yours? That's it. I'm trying to see you. Lynn, you were just saying your boyfriend was saying something. Now I'm going to snitch on you to your boyfriend, Lynn. See, Lynn? You better watch yourself, Lynn. Yeah. Now, look at that now, how the tables have turned. Okay? But if you want to see me, this is me. Nice to meet you. But buy some merchandise. Okay? Amen. Amen. If Lynn was on, bro, if Lynn didn't have headphones, she's clapped right now. That's it. Someone's going to come in super just, what? What you just say? What you say? Yeah, big snitch vibes. I'm just saying. What do you mean? I'm just trying to, that's it. That's it. We guys just, yeah. Like I said, stop involving me in y'all relationship stuff. Okay? That's it. I don't know. I'm just the innocent bystander. Damn, son, where'd you find this one? I'm the same build as you. I'm a little more swole. What size do you go with? I wear large sweatpants. Honestly, my hips don't lie, bro. Like, I know it sounds weird, and that's if you want to make it weird. But, like, bro, I got hips for days, bro. I don't know. Like, I'm built like a fullback. I don't know why God made me like this. He made me so short, but then he made me, like, wide at the same time. I'm sure there's a purpose. I'm going to talk about it once I get to heaven with him. We're going to talk about it. But I got large, bro. I'm like, it depends how much I eat, too, bro. I can run, like, a size 32 to, like, a 36. It really depends. You know what I'm saying? But, same. Then, yeah, I go with the large, and then I go with the medium shirts. I go with large sometimes, but then my European girlfriend got me wearing, like clothing that fits me now. But then I don't know. Because I used to just wear large everything. I didn't give a shit, bro. I'm telling you, I would just walk around. Bro, I used to, if y'all saw how I would wear some stuff, bro, everything was just large. I didn't care what it was. My Jordan shorts would go below my knees. I was like, bro, honestly, I was looking like a little cholo everywhere I went. I ain't gonna lie to you, okay? You could call me Josh Cholo. It was great, though. I was very diverse. But, like, I wear, like, a medium shirt in the merch and then large in the sweatpants, though. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Nah, for real, though. Like, I'm telling you, bro, I'll take a picture. I'll wear some. Bro, I put on a pair of my, like, basketball shorts when I have a pair of large Jordans, and I haven't been wearing them, bro. Like, I don't know. She got me wearing these, like, honestly, I've been wearing some short shorts lately. I don't know what it is. I was like, oh, I didn't know shorts weren't supposed to go past your knees. You know that? Chad, this is fashion, apparently. Okay? I didn't know this. Like, bro, apparently, like, shorts aren't supposed to go past your knees. This whole time, I was like, what do you mean? I'm like, nah. Like, that's the whole point. It's like half of a pant. Like, doesn't that make sense? Like, apparently, it's supposed to, like, go up to your knee, but, like, a little before that. They are. No. Well, apparently not. I mean, from fashion, Rule 36. I don't know, bro. They were like, no, bro. Nah, you should see, bro. Oh, yeah, my 2001 drip is amazing, though. I feel you. Mm-hmm. That's crazy. You call them pom-pom shorts. I'll take a picture or something. Try 5-7 inch inseam shorts. It'll change your life. What does that mean? I don't. I'm down if it's help, but what does it mean? I need you see like this is like me in stocks. Like I feel you. I'll be like, okay, that shit sound dope, but like, what does it mean? You know what I'm saying? Like but I need to know what it before I ask somebody. Can I get a 5.7 inseam on the short, bro? And I don't want to, cause I'll ask them for sure, and they're gonna look at me weird. What does it mean? Let the kneecaps breathe. I didn't know that was what you're supposed to do, bro. I did not know. You try and dress like an 80s basketball player? No, bro, I'm telling you, you'll see it. I'll put it. Maybe I could include it in the watch list today. I don't know if you want to see my short selection, and you can see I could get you the old ones, and you'll see what I was really wearing, and then I'll show you some of the new gear, or then just stuff that would fit me, or I'll just wash it till it shrunk a lot. Okay. Anyways, you guys distracted me. You said a lemur? What? Objection, hearsay. Show it. I need to know the thigh to short ratio. It's good. It doesn't have to. I know some of you are worried. I feel you. I was worried too. When my girlfriend was suggesting it, I was like, I ain't going to wear that shit. But I realized there's in between. There's in between cholo and there's in between frat boy. That's what I've learned. There's a perfect middle that you can achieve. And it's hard for us short guys out here, but it's possible. Okay? It's possible. Okay? I'll show you. It's not. There is a middle ground. Okay? I'm telling you, it works. It's cholo or I feel you, though. I used to think it was cholo or nothing because that's what I was on. You'll see it. I'll show you today. You'll see it. It'll hit, though. It'll hit. So no more dickies. You can run with the dickie. Was that what is this, the car video? I forgot we had this. Where was I? Biden to visit Saudi Arabia, meet with Crown Prince. Did you ever match your shoes with your shirt? Oh, I've done some crazy shit in my lifetime. Bro, at one point in my life, I've wore 2 G-Shocks. I ain't gonna lie to you. I could probably find a picture. At one point in my life, legitimately, I would match my shoes to my shirt, and then I would have 2 G-Shocks with matching colors. I remember this was even during the black and yellow days. Black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow. You know what it is, black and yellow, black and yellow. Bro, I liked black and yellow. I had these black and yellow Nikes. Oh, yeah, basketball shorts underneath the jeans. No doubt. I was ready to ball anywhere. Don't matter where I was. I was ready to go. Oh, no, bro. I would wear these black and yellow high top Nikes. High tops, too. High top Nikes with the straps. You know what I'm talking about? Black and yellow. Then I'd wear black shorts. And then I wear a yellow shirt. And then I wear a black G-Shock. And then a yellow G-Shock on the same wrist. Oh, you had no idea, bro. I'm telling you, this was before it was cool with rappers and diamond chains. I'm telling you, nah, bro, we were doing some crazy shit. You have no idea. Same wrist, bro. I'd mix it up. I put one on each wrist every now and then. I was wearing 2 watches in like 2010, 2011 probably. I think it was like colleges right before. Oh, no, bro, I was crazy. Like nowadays it's fun. I just grew up in the wrong generation because like for real, because nowadays people would have been like, oh, that's dope. They'd be like, that's dope. Nah, bro, that's dope. They'd be like, yo, nah, bro, I like it. You're really confident with yourself. Back then they just made fun of you. Okay, it didn't. I grew up. I was just a couple years early, man. I'm telling you, if you put me in with this nice ass generation, they would have made me a fashion icon. I would have been Kanye. But better because I just wore crazy shit, bro. I'm telling you, I was a crazy Again, I told you what I did to the Honda. What do you think I would, bro? I'm just saying, bro. We had a lot of things. We had a lot of things we were trying to compensate for. Okay, being 5'6" out here. Okay, 5'6", and that was before we even got the bag. You know what I'm saying? That's it, man. I'm telling you, they don't feel me, bro. Now dudes wear fanny packs like necklaces. Bro, I'm telling you, I would have been a stunner. That's it, man. That's it. The fake Jacob. I wanted a Jacob watch for like 90% of my life, dude. You know that? I wanted to be like the FABOLO. You went, bro. I wanted, bro. For some reason, I needed to know the time in Japan, New York, and bro. Now I pull it up on a Bloomberg terminal. It's funny how that played out. But shit, bro. I wanted a Jacob watch, bro. I still want one. I'm not gonna lie to you. You know what I'm talking about? The big circle with the triangle with the geometry. Oh my gosh. Guilty of the over-the-shoulder bag. I like it though. I like the over-the-shoulder bag. I'm not even a hater on it. That's what I'm saying. It's like I vibe with it. But now that's it. That's it. I remember I went to go see. I wanted to see, bro. You know how much that Louis Vuitton fucking fanny pack is. I saw it back. This was like 2 years ago maybe. This was during the pandemic. This was before there was a line. And I remember, and I asked them how much it was. Bro, you got me. I was like, are you kidding me? Bro, it's like $3,000 for that shit, bro. I said, nah. You know what I did? I bought an Adidas one for $19.99. It worked just the same. I'm telling you, it worked just the same, and I don't even give a shit about it. Oh, you have no idea. Yeah, you could wear it over your shoulder and everything. Bro, $19.99 from Foot Locker, bro. I said, run it. And I got socks. You know what I'm saying? And I got socks. Bro. And I kept a long-term deposit. Amen. I got the champion. Oh, I thought you said you got the camping one. I was like, this guy walking around with a fucking tent. I said I didn't know that was in fashion, but maybe I might start seeing that. Maybe I was like, this guy really pulled. He was like, I just walk around with the tent bag, and I wear the tent. And you get stores a lot, bro. Tents and cargo pants. Fucking cargo pants. You know how many pockets you have? Oh my gosh, talk about utility. Don't get me started. The economics in me. Anyways, bro, I don't know how we started ranting like this. It's not even Friday. Okay, so I love you. Final thing, just fill out the prayer request wall. Let me pray for you. Okay, clearly prayer goes a long way. I'm telling you a little bit about myself, and you get to learn. You get to learn how it is. Prayers changed a lot for me. Otherwise, I would still be rocking 2 G-Shocks. So thank you for those who prayed for me. Thank you to my mom. And I hope me and my mom always, we're down to pray for you and support. It's not that deep, man. Again, we were talking about Confucianism today. We really want to see people strive for the best, go for the best version of themselves, and we just want to root for you. And that's all it comes down to, put your jersey on our back. Simple as that. If it can't flow through you, it won't flow to you, baby. So make sure y'all pray for all the other Chads in here. Pray for everybody, and just show up with some love, man, and keep the love flowing. And just, I hope man, y'all got people out there that are really praying for you. You know what I'm saying? Whether you filled out the prayer request or not, but especially if you did, I really hope you guys realize, man, it's one thing I've always said, bro. Like, if I didn't have my mom praying for me, I had nobody else praying for me. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. Ain't nobody in my life was praying for me except mama. I know it. That's it. Mama was the only person, no matter what, every day I would see her, she would say, I'm praying for you. That's it. I'd be like, Mom, weed should be legal. She's like, I'm praying for you. I said, Mom, fuck law school. She said, I'm praying for you. It don't matter what it was. She said, stop saying fuck. And I'm like, fuck. And then she's like, I'm praying for you. Even today, she'll be like, she'll kick me out of her house if I say the F word, but she'll still tell me, that to this day, if I accidentally slip up, she'll just kick me out. She'll be like, get out of here. I'm like, you just said it, but she didn't say it, I was like, you wanted to say it, Mom. You wanted to. What? But nah, you see what I'm saying? But she's still praying, bro. So it's good to have, bro. I'm telling you, I don't know. I think it just hits differently, bro, to just know that you actually got somebody. There's somebody out in the world, bro, like wishing for your success versus praying on your downfall. You know what I'm saying? Let's go, baby. So get it how you fit in, man. If you still not comfortable, don't be shy. You don't want to fill it out. It's all love, bro. We still praying for you, Chad. Keep praying for all the Chads in here. Anytime you see something, even if you don't, I know you see a lot of the same names in here, bro. And there you go, man. That's family. You can tell. Some of these people have showed up more to your birthday than other people in your family. Do you know that? You know how many times the Chad has showed up to people's birthday? Huh? And y'all still don't think this is your family? Are you kidding me? Like, y'all know that, bro. Y'all ask me about my birthday the whole time. If I ask my dad my birthday, I don't even think he'd know. He say, when were you were born eventually. I don't know, Habibi. When? You were born sometime. He say, what? He said, are you a Taurus? I'm just kidding. What if my dad, I would trip out, bro. If like one day my mom or dad started asking me about my astrological symbol, I would have been like, what? I said, this is crazy, bro. This is crazy. You know that? Bro, even then, like at one point in our life, like we celebrated my sister's birthday wrong for like 7 years. Y'all don't understand the Middle East, bro. I have one guy. I have a good mentor. I love this guy. And bro, no lie, he don't even know his own birthday. This is no exaggeration. Because he came here from another country, and he was like, bro, the birth certificates were, like, fucked up. I had to get over here. He was like, he got a new birth certificate. Bro, he have no idea. So, like, literally, we don't know if he's, like, 65 or, like, 75. No lie. Like, nobody really knows. It's kind of crazy. But, yeah, it's nuts, bro. Mm-hmm. It's funny, though, like, we straight up, though, like, I'm telling you, for, like, 7 years in a row, we celebrated my sister, and then once she was, like, old enough to, like, realize her own birthday, we were like, oh, yeah, that's not your birthday. Oh, that's crazy. So, yeah, you know, but we celebrate all your birthdays, bro. We love y'all. You see, it's family, so pray for the people, bro. That's my point. That's my point. Let's go, baby. Hey, man. Hey, man, they don't feel me, bro. So, Chad, I love you. Okay, have a wonderful day. Have a wonderful, beautiful day. Read the books. Have a wonderful, beautiful day. Wonderful, beautiful day. A wonderful, beautiful, glorious day. A wonderful, beautiful, glorious day. That's beautiful. Anyways, I love you. Read the books. Richest Man of Babylon. Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. Okay, my friends? It's a very, very good book. Lead the Field by Earl Nightingale if you're feeling a little bit extra, okay? But I love you, Chad, and just don't ever forget why we here. Why we strive for the better and best version of ourselves and focus on what we can become and understanding that we ain't condemned to anything. Oh, they don't feel me, baby. Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Woo! Hey, man, Chad, you feel it? Feel the vibe. Feel the vibe, bro. It's good. It's good for you. So, I said, hey, what do we have? What do we have? I want some. I kind of want diamonds. Which one do we hit? We hit diamonds. Oh, we have Wuhan. Someone said viral. Why diamonds? I want diamonds. I'm looking taller. Thank you. I'm kind of slouching over because I need to take a dump. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes, never mind. Honestly, bro, we listened to it today, but bro, this song even hit me different today. I was like, ooh, you know, honest, bro. I'm telling you, this, I just hit different for me, bro. I'm serious, bro. I don't know. It hit, no. This, we already played it. World wars are crazy. Well, we could go viral, but this.
Stop it with the talking, I ain't got no animosity. Called it when I profit, you could say that shit a prophecy. The topics that you talking make me think you doing comedy. I shop it on the market every morning like a shopping spree. Yeah, see, I love it when they doubt it. Ain't rub it in their face, they could read up all about it. Can
paint a perfect pic, I don't need a perfect palette.
They be coming at me sideways, and still I kept my balance. God gon' get the glory in the story that I'm brewing. Sorry, I'm not sorry, I believe in what I'm doing. Yo, guys sound pretty godly, let me see him, let him prove it. I got mountains that need moving, round them lions and they drooling. I've been through a lot, these the lessons that I taught. See, I got a lot to teach, cause I had a lot I lost. You tryna eat with me, I'ma ask you what you brought. Nothing in this life is free, everything still got a cost. At your party, what's on my face? It's a code, I'm sorry for your gang. Everybody want the money, but don't want change. You don't gotta love me, I'll be okay. Yeah, they talking and they barking like I care if they believe it. Honestly, you right, bro. You think it, you gon' be it. I'm not trying to fight, bro. I'm on the turn to cheat shit. Hold it, go the light bulb. I win if I'm defeated. Yeah. What's the plan without the work? What's a blessing without curse? Been depressed and I've been hurt. I've been stressed and I got burnt. I've been tested and I learned. I've been tempted, I discerned. Love them blessings but hate church. I've been knows a lot. Thought they supposed to help the flock, but they always talking guap. Thought they supposed to show the lies. Just because I say it, fuck, I can't believe in God. That sound fucking crazy, like they teaching Islam Ron. Saying bombs is jihad. Don't use peace, use your arms. Use my speech, I disarm. Words stronger than the sword. Learn the mindset from the Lord. Man, define him by his wars. Progress ain't the final score. If you hate this, bless you more. At your party, just on my face. It's a
Honestly, I just tricked y'all into listening to a bunch of uncles. That's it. I don't know. I'm probably gonna listen to these anyways. But since you here right now, this would be my pooping music. But still.
Straight up, man. I just hope you in the game. Yeah. I ain't seen this in a minute. I ain't seen this in a while. Seeing like this a little different. No minutes the word on viral. Thinking that the Chinese did it. Or maybe we started the virus. Maybe they want you divided. Maybe they profit off fighting. I ain't seen this in a minute. I ain't seen this in a while. Seeing like this a little different. No minutes the word on viral. Thinking that the Chinese did it. Or maybe we started the virus. Maybe they want you divided. Maybe they profit off fighting. Yeah, this one different. You should listen. Take a minute. Cause in seconds, people tripping. Fed decisions. Reminiscing of the time we saw this last. Not in a crash, but in collapse. Not contained across the map. First the strain and then the grab. Damn. Listen, the system deflating. But it's coming off as inflation. That's why the dollar's still strengthened. The money ain't moving the dial. But you made your mind up real quick. Cause when the 3 month on the fall, that's when you don't buy the dip. Ay, so what I'm on though? Break it in two. Feasting the famine, the cycle ain't no. That's just a view. It could be your way, yeah. It could be your two. It could be a plotting, it could be a coup. Either way, I know I'm gonna get through. I got some armor and I got the tools. I'm playing patience, then I make a move. I ain't been a bear in a minute. I ain't been a bull in a while. I ain't feel them in a minute. All of these bitches got bias. Your attitude or your prices. Chill when you what, but I feel when you negative. Millions of dollars won't make you a better man. Should be aware the way that I'm I ain't seen this in a minute. I ain't seen this in a while. Seen like this a little different.
Okay. I gotta go to. I just said somebody brought it up. It's good. I got excited by it. I get excited. Okay, Chad? Take it with you. I love all of you. You have a wonderful, blessed, glorious, beautiful day, whatever, anything. Let's go. Positivity with it. Take it, run it. But take the energy. Let's go. Again, what can you become, my friend? What can you become? You know what I'm saying? Oh, I want you to think about what you really can become and look around. You got examples everywhere. You know what I'm... Oh, okay, so I love you, Chad. I'll see you tonight, and I'll see you in the morning. And get ready for Friday. Okay, peace out. Bye. Oh, hey, wait, Josh. I want a Friday pony. Oh, it still clapped. No, I tell you, this guy, what do you mean? He's coming on. What do you mean? What do you want? Elmo. Elmo doesn't need a pony. I told him 2 years ago, if you get a pony, the gas price is going to go up. They didn't listen to me. What are you talking about? Simple. Get rid of him. You don't need a pony. You need gas. There's this guy. What do you mean gasoline? It's a transition lean. You know, like the rappers. Wait, no, it's a different. I'm kidding. I don't know. So listen, I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy Birthday tonight. Okay. So have a wonderful Passover. Okay. Good night. And bye. Okay. Welcome.